Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite destroyer of squatters, Adam Friendly.
Get those squatters out of my house. That's right. I'll burn the whole thing down. Where's my flamethrower?
Get one of those Elon Musk flamethrowers.
Exactly. I'm ready. I'm ready to rock and roll.
There you go. Today,
Look, I got some dirt on.
What?
dirt on Elon Musk too. I read Elon Musk.
Oh.
I read another Elon Musk biography. This one was like 12 hours long, and I got some juicy dirt on his dad, Errol Musk. So I'll tell you that later in the show.
Okay,
Look at this.
I'm excited. Look at that.
Some crazy dirt.
What a tease. I can't believe this. Oh my
But let's
God.
talk about this video. Why are we here today, Sitch?
Okay, so today we're watching, classic well of terrible takes, Philosophy Tube. Oh my gosh.
Right.
So this is a very weird video. This video is titled, "A Man Plagiarized My Work, Women, Money, and the Nation." And so when I started watching this video, I thought it was going to have something to do with like plagiarism, right? That was like a big thing on BreadTube for a while. We talked about that. That has almost nothing to do with this video whatsoever.
Yeah, this video is kind of all over the place.
It is, but it seems like the primary focus of this video stems from the fact that family is bad and somehow leads to fascism.
Right. Yes.
And women
classically
and women are all fascist apparently too. There's a lot of interesting takes in this video.
classically known tropes, right? You know,
Yes,
the
of course.
family fascist.
Well, it's funny. A lot of people say like, "Oh, the socialists, they want to have they want to get rid of all families and have the state control everything, the state run everything." And you're kind of like, that sounds like it might be kind of an exaggeration. But then Philosophy Tube's like, hold my beer. Let me play directly
Exactly.
into that.
I thought that was a straw man.
Yes.
That's real?
I mean, for Philosophy Tube, it might be. Like,
Okay.
literally at the end of this video,
Interesting.
they cite the Combahee River Collective, which is like the founding
no.
doctrine of critical race theory.
Oh no.
It's like,
We've
Oh
covered
my
that
God.
before.
we have, yeah. Also, there's an interesting thing towards the end of this video where the first person that sent this to me when this video came out, they said there's something in here that calls into question or further calls into question Philosophy Tube having gender dysphoria or being, quote, trans really at all.
Right, yeah.
Now, I know
Are you-
Philosophy Tube famously, and we covered it, famously said that they didn't believe you have to have gender dysphoria to be trans in the first place, something I completely disagree with. But they sort of really cement the fact that they don't have gender dysphoria at all, I guess, in this video. And it's really weird and like creepy.
Is it the performances that would obviously give someone with gender dysphoria, major discomfort, major anxiety? Is that what it is?
Yeah, well, listen, I'm not going to spoil it, but there is a
Okay.
performance in this video that if someone actually had gender dysphoria, you think there's no way basically they would do what they did in this video. You'd
Right.
think.
They'd
You'd
have a
think.
freak out. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, and also so I did a bunch of research on the topics that Philosophy Tube brings up in this video. Abigail, I just forget their name, brings up in this video, and they get a lot of things wrong. So let's go over it as we watch.
This is going to be some classic debunking, right?
Yes.
Some Sitch style debunking.
And actually,
I'm ready.
A lot of the topics that are covered here are very closely related to our conversation we had with Carl last Sunday.
Really? Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah, and they actually cite stuff that I think I need to actually read the whole thing. I started to listen to an audiobook version of it. It was super long. It was like Edmund Burke's feelings about the French Revolution, and it's like 10 hours, like audiobook on YouTube. And I was like trying to
Wow.
slog through it, but I think that's like a lot of Carl's positions either derive from that or from people that are deriving their positions from that. So I might look into that further. But
Come from Burke? I thought Burke is kind of a moderate conservative, though. Burkean conservatism is really just about tradition.
Right.
That kind of thing. Yeah.
He's sort of moderate in some ways and not moderate in other ways. But his whole big thing was about how he doesn't like, supposedly his whole big thing was that he didn't like the sort of uh having a political system based purely on rationalism and reason. And it was kind of,
Really?
yeah, it was kind of hitting kind of close to like the whole idea that tradition is this irrational thing that you need to, to protect society, which is kind of what we talked about with Carl on Sunday. So,
Right. Yeah. But I do think Burke accepted Enlightenment philosophy, where some conservatives, they're not really down with Enlightenment and rationalism to that
hmm.
extent. So,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll have to look into Burke more. So I'm gonna
yeah.
get
Yeah.
like a cursory glance at Burke. And actually, interestingly, before we get into this, I used Gemini AI to like start like a bunch of research regarding this video. And to my surprise, even though I saw a lot of people, myself included, when we look up like things about modern politics, it'd be super biased. But actually, when I was asking it questions about conservative philosophers that come up in this video, it was giving me really fair and nuanced answers to all the questions. It
Great.
wasn't giving me like any super woke bias stuff, which I'm actually very surprised about. So there you
Maybe they
go.
fixed it. Their stock was down big. So maybe they were
Maybe
like,
Or
yeah,
maybe it's like because these are not hot topics that like they haven't been, monkeyed with by the algorithm or whoever's doing this.
yeah. Just add inclusive conservatism or diverse conservatism
There you
to the
go.
prompt and give them some answers.
There you go. Stug for $2 says philosophy tube plagiarized ContraPoints dysphoria.
Look, you can't plagiarize a style, Stug. So
That's awful.
this is
That's
well within
awful.
fair use.
That's awful. Okay, anyway,
I mean,
let's
it's true, but it's fun. It's not plagiarism,
there you go. ContraPoints should have made the counter video to this. Oh my God, a
right?
man plagiarized my dysphoria. Could you imagine that? Could you
Oh
imagine
my
that?
word!
Oh my God. Oh, you're right. It's a good question. I should ask Gemini AI to draw a picture of John Locke and see what shows up. But anyway,
Oh,
okay, let's
nice.
let's start the video.
To me at work.
Wait.
Something weird happened to me at work, and it changed the way I see my country. I'm going to tell you a story, and to stay on the right side of British libel law, I have to be vague on details. I'm an actress and a writer, and I get asked to do a lot of script consultant work. A while ago, I was asked to do it for a fairly well-known man, unpaid, on the promise that I'd get
Okay, first of all, what is this outfit supposed to even be?
That is
It's
being born from the vagina
okay.
of the world. What are you talking
Okay.
about? It seems so obvious to me, Sitch. Like I'm not even asking here.
Yeah, so that's what I thought too. I thought it was a cross between like a peacock and like coming out of a vagina. Okay. It's so weird. It's so strange. I don't know what the symbolism is, if there is any symbolism. What does birth have to do with saying a man stole your work? I don't know. Very strange.
Philosophy tube is kind of sandwiched in there too. It's just kind of
Right.
like it's
Yeah,
so
like the
strange.
way it like that like wobbles whenever they like move briefly, like a little bit. It's just so awkward.
Just peeking out of the world's vagina.
There you go. Oh, and I did try to get Google Gemini to draw a picture of John Locke and Edmund Burke, and it won't. It still won't draw pictures of
It's
people
like,
yet.
look, I got in big trouble with the pictures.
Yes.
Just knock it off. Quit trying to get me in trouble.
So they're still working on fixing it apparently.
That's so
cast in the
sad.
final thing. I said yes, and I worked very hard on it. I was excited as each new draft contained more of my words. So excited I didn't stop to realize that we were working face to face with no digital record. Until
So you paused it in opportune time just to
Oh,
get the
sorry, yeah, I
narrative
cut off
straight
the
here.
story, yeah.
So she's saying she worked with a man.
No, 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 no. She's saying she worked with a man.
A man. And was very excited about this. Seemed like some kind of collaboration going on here. So she was
Mhm.
seeing her words come to life. It was very, very exciting, right?
Yeah.
Let's see where
Oh,
this
wait, no, so
goes.
they said Philosophy Tube said that it was a play and that they weren't getting paid for writing like the writing they were doing for the script, but the payment was supposed to be that they would get a role in the play.
Right. Yeah, this is a
Which
common trope in Los Angeles. It's like,
is it?
I'm gonna
Okay.
make you a big star,
hmm
baby.
Yeah, but is it a
Yeah,
common
work with
trope
me here.
to be like, I'm not going to pay you for writing, but I'll let you act in this? Is that like a thing that happens often?
Well, if the actress has like a lot of money to make the movie come together, I don't know if you've seen Ed Wood, but yeah, obviously.
Uh-huh. Oh,
I mean,
that's true. That's true. Yeah.
I don't know the situation here. I don't know how reputable the writer director is. They may be coming to Philosophy Tube thinking, oh, Philosophy Tube has a giant YouTube channel and could easily crowdfund a movie. And I don't have anything going on. So let me jump in and look, we're writing this together. It's going to be great. You're going to be a big star.
hmm
I'm going to produce it. I'm going to make our dreams come true.
Okay. Okay. So
Yeah.
we'll see how this arrangement goes.
Well, it seems like it kind of went south just from the video here, right? We're only 36 seconds in, but
Yeah.
doesn't sound like it ended well.
No.
Especially from the name of the video.
From the name of the video, yeah.
A man plagiarized my work. This is like retribution here.
Why is it important that they're a man?
Because men are pieces of shit. And Sitch,
Okay.
don't you understand this?
I forgot.
Men are thieving, misogynistic pieces of trash.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that obvious?
You know what?
Look, of
I don't know
course
why I ask these
philosophy
questions. Yeah.
If anyone has experience with men being pieces of trash, I think Philosophy Tube is, has some experience in that.
Wow.
Well,
Till one day
Yeah. What were you gonna say?
I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
I
The
was
mystery's
told
better.
my services were no longer required. The script got made, I was not cast, and the final show still has some of my words in it, completely uncredited.
Baby, we got a bigger actress than you. We got someone who's truly famous in the real world, not just some YouTuber. Okay?
Mm.
It would be interesting. Do we know what this project was?
So they won't say in the video. I tried to look around the internet to see if because I assumed someone would have figured it out.
Sleuthing.
But I
Right.
mean, I didn't see anyone talk about it, which is kind of surprising. I think it would be that difficult for someone to figure this out. I guess though, it seems like this happened recently, like the way they're describing the story. Like it seems like this happened when they were already a big YouTuber and when they already transitioned. And it's kind of hard for me to imagine that
Who's that? The person working with Philosophy Tube?
No,
or
that Philosophy Tube.
Okay.
That this is a recent thing that happened to Philosophy Tube, and it was after they were post-transition too.
Right. Yeah. So Philosophy Tube's a big YouTuber, big celebrity. Someone approaches and says, "Look, you're gonna make me a star, baby."
Yeah, and it's kind of wild to me well, they're not even framing it the way that you're framing it. They're framing it sort of the way of like, oh, this person wants to use Philosophy Tube's big brain writing genius, but not pay them. And so they offered the payment would be that they get to be in this play, right?
Right. Yes.
But then I mean, it could happen, but it just seems so insane to me that a person would basically do this to a pretty well established YouTuber who could go on their platform and drag you and like do some kind of weirdo scam on them where they steal their work. Like that just seems too stupid for a person to behave in such a fashion, doesn't it?
I myself would want to credit Philosophy Tube because Philosophy Tube has this amazing, LGBT shield that Hollywood is going to love. Like it seems like putting Philosophy Tube's name on the project would be a plus. The only reason I could think it would be a downside is if there was creative differences. All of a sudden Philosophy Tube is like, no, this scene has to be like this. This scene has to be like this. And you're
this
going,
scene has
wait
to
a
be way
second.
gayer.
Yeah, look, if all of a sudden you're realizing, wait, there was a story here, and now this is just a bunch of garbage. Like if your project starts getting progressively worse and worse and worse, then you're going to be like, okay, this person's name can't be on this project. I basically have to rewrite everything. Yeah, so we'd have to look specifically at the project, but I'm guessing that's the direction it went.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is why this whole story seems kind of suspect to me and skeptical to me. Because it's like, okay, so you have a person who's going to try to screw over a very large, prominent YouTuber in Britbong land who also has the LGBT shield of plus 20 protection and
Yeah,
oppression
exactly.
points. And then on top of that, Philosophy Tube is going to be too cowardly to say what like to say the person's name in the play and everything. It's going to hide behind this cloak of obscurity. And then also it didn't seem like anyone I could find figured out what the play was. So this makes me think that I mean, I don't think it's like a completely fabricated story because that'd be pretty wild, but it makes me think that there's a lot more to the story than simply they're letting on. Like maybe there was a like wouldn't Philosophy Tube sign a contract or something if she was going to write like work for a person on the grounds of being cast in the play? Or they just said like, oh, I'm a big time YouTuber and a business and I run my own business, but if you just tell me to do this thing, I'm just gonna do it on like a verbal agreement. It just seems wacky and weird to me.
Well, writing wise, if you sit together in a room and just brainstorm ideas, you're not writing on the project. People who get writing credits are people who put words on paper. So
Yeah, right.
the whole idea that they're sitting around brainstorming, look, everyone in Hollywood brainstorms together. You
Mhm.
don't get a writing credit until you start, putting out pages, drafting pages,
Right.
rewriting pages. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know the situation here. I don't know Philosophy Tube's understanding of like the Hollywood kind of ethic. So
Well, I mean, this
a
is in
lot.
Britbong land, and so I'm assuming things are a little different.
Well, maybe if you do brainstorm with someone, like even I've done tons of work with other writers and whatnot. It doesn't nothing. They don't get any kind of writing credit on the project unless they start
Right.
actually working on paper.
It's just, and it just seems insanely, even if everything Philosophy Tube is saying is correct, it seems incredibly hypocritical or cowardly to me that some big socialist trans YouTuber who's basically advocating for like revolution is all like, oh, somebody wronged me. A man stole my work, but I'm not going to name them because, it's just too much of a hassle. It's like, oh, okay, I
Well, they
guess.
might be the next Quentin Tarantino, Sitch. You don't know.
Right.
Like, why would you?
They just don't
Why
want
would
them
you
to
do
sue
something
them
like that?
or something. That's the real thing. So,
Can you imagine if it is the next Quentin Tarantino? Oh, that video wasn't about you. That was about somebody else that stole
yeah,
my work.
right, right.
Yeah.
The man himself probably wouldn't see it this way, but I felt like he'd stolen my work, and I was pissed.
So that's interesting. She said that the guy who did this wouldn't feel like he wronged her, but she felt like she was wronged. Isn't that interesting?
It is. Yeah. This is very legalistic
Yeah.
talking she's doing here.
Interesting.
Choosing the words very
Yes.
carefully.
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't think about the brainstorming session. You could be correct. That was a brainstorming session, or there was like she wrote one draft and they read it and they're like, "This sucks," and then he just said, "Never mind."
That could be it. That could be it. Yeah.
Yeah.
love philosophy because we can start with a powerful feeling and think through it to gain deeper understanding. I want to grasp why this happened to me and others, because I bet many of my female followers have had similar experiences where a man took credit for something you did. And
No male writer has ever had their work stolen before, Sitch. Not in the entire history of the planet.
Yeah, I know. But the reason for that is because the secret bro meetings on Fridays,
Right.
where all the bros get together and they all bro off each other. It's like, whoa,
Yes.
bro, did you straight steal my writing? You're only allowed to steal from hoes. Okay, everyone knows this. You can't steal from bros. And they're like, oh, sorry, bro. If you steal from a bro, the council of bros comes down on you pretty hard. So you don't want that.
Right. Yeah. Well, wait. Are we allowed to steal from biological males? What is the actual? Let's get the bros before hoes contract out. We need to look
So
at the fine print here.
It's funny because what you just said is actually a great question. And at the last bro meeting last Friday, I did ask that question because I was like, and at first I was kind of annoyed because the secret bro meetings were kind of getting more woke than I felt comfortable with. But it
Right.
turned out that the wokeness actually hurt the trans women here. Because if they were more like conservative at the bro meetings, the bro council, who are the people in charge of
Right.
it,
None of this would have ever happened.
yeah, because they would have ruled that a trans woman is still a man, so therefore bro code applies and bros can't steal from bros. But since the bro council is kind of woke, they're like, no, trans women are women, so therefore they're
Right.
hoes, so therefore you're allowed to steal from them.
Philosophy Tube, you opened yourself up for this.
I know.
Obviously.
Huge mistake. Okay.
Yes. Should have stayed with that privilege, that male privilege.
Yes.
And the further I progressed in my research journey, the more I realized this one incident said so much about family and women and the history of my country. So girls, let's educate ourselves, and boys, listen well. Non-binary people, you're gorgeous. Take 5. I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna get wise, and then I'm gonna do something about it.
What I'm going to do about it is I'm going to make a very sexist claim on YouTube, or I'm going to hold all men responsible for something.
Exactly.
Like, what is the fact that, okay, so let's just assume for the sake of like right now, for this 1 second point I'm going to make, we'll assume that everything Abigail's saying is completely true in terms of their work being stolen. Okay.
Right.
It's super, super bigoted to be like, oh, well, this man stole my work. Like, what if she said, this black man stole my work, right? Like, I'm like, oh my God, you're so racist. Why does he bring up the fact he's black? I don't know. Why you bring up the fact he's a man? Some asshole stole your work. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter that they're a man. Being a man doesn't mean that they're more likely to steal from you than someone else in terms of like intellectual property.
Yeah. Which do you think happens more often? Somebody steals your a woman, or a woman steals. Oh my God. Somebody steals writing, or somebody steals somebody's significant others. Somebody poaches their mate. Some other woman poaches your man away.
Ooh, I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah.
I think mate poaching happens a lot more than somebody coming along and stealing your screenplay.
You're probably
like,
right.
Most people don't have a screenplay to steal from. But
That's
I think,
true.
Millions, billions of women are out there poaching your man right now. I think it's a woman problem, not a man problem.
That's right. How many men did Contra? I'm sorry.
This is where the bros before
try to steal.
This is where the bros before hoes code comes from.
Exactly.
Men don't mate poach.
Well, that's not true.
That's not true either. Yeah, exactly. Everybody's mate poaching, but
right.
Yeah, just this idea that women do not. I would never, I'm a woman, I would never steal anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Get out of here.
Clark Kent, look at that. Very own Superman for $20. Thank you, Superman. Says words used in the play from Abigail were patriarchy, capitalism bad, racism, and transphobia. There you go. That's true. And Pod Voisky for $20. Thank you. Says, wasn't Philosophy Tube cast in Star Wars Acolyte? Yes. Philosophy Tube is cast in a Star Wars spin-off, Disney show that's going to exist, and I'm sure we'll all watch it and make fun of it if it sucks. I don't know how big their role is, or if it's just some like person standing in a corner or what, but they were supposedly cast for this thing.
I am curious whether or not Philosophy Tube has any acting chops. I watched this video, and the acting I think is complete and utter cringe.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem sincere or real, or I don't know. What is your take on the acting?
My take
of Philosophy Tube
is that we're going to watch Star Wars Acolyte, and there's going to be like one scene or a couple scenes with Philosophy Tube in it, and their acting is going to be as cringy as their YouTube video. And it's going to be like this like super over the top, like, I don't know what the word is, like that kind of like queer aesthetic thing. And it's just, man, it's going to be bad. That's my guess.
Right. Okay. So. Are we allowed to say that, or is that transphobia?
No, because nothing to do with trans. When I say like queer aesthetic, I mean, it doesn't even have to be gay or trans. It's like there's like a queer performance that's like a very over the top performance that Philosophy Tube intentionally does in these videos. And I guess I've only ever seen that from Philosophy Tube. I don't know if they can act normally. So
we'll see. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Yeah.
When I say act normally, I mean like act in a movie or play normally. I don't mean like act normally in like reality.
If Philosophy Tube comes out and kills it, Like, say
Yeah.
they decide to
Wow.
reboot.
Okay.
Have you seen the movie Radio? They
With
decide to reboot. Yeah, with Cuba Gooding
with
Jr.,
Cuban
okay?
Gooding Jr.
Yeah,
Isn't the movie went full retard? That
yeah.
wasn't that what the meme
Let's
was from for Tropic Thunder?
yeah, let's say they reboot Radio, okay?
Yeah.
And Philosophy Tube is the lead.
Hmm.
And I mean, she goes full Leonardo DiCaprio, Gilbert Grape. Like, she's
Right.
just killing it.
Right.
Full Rain Man. She's like there, committed. I mean, look, that's going to be respectable, right? That's Academy
Right.
Award material there. It
I
could
listen.
happen.
We'll see.
It
Yeah,
could
or
happen. You don't know.
Golden Globes or TV, what Emmys, whatever the TV stuff is.
Look, I mean, I don't know if she could take that role and not be chastised for it, but
I am curious. I'm excited. I hope that Abigail has like a main cast performance in that show and is just on screen like constantly. Okay.
oh man. Oh
Uh,
man. Look, I wish the best for Philosophy Tube. Obviously, you
mhm.
know, we disagree
I don't,
politically
but
and philosophically and morally and
right.
but look, if Philosophy Tube can put together an acting career, you know, more power to them.
Sure. Steel Rain SG for $20. Thank you. Thank you for third ever super chat. Says, hey guys, really enjoy listening to you during my 13-hour shifts. Oofa. You're always interesting to listen to, even if I don't always agree. Adam, you've converted me on fiat currency. Don't agree with printing for social programs. Well, listen, baby steps, right? Got you on fiat
Yeah.
currency. That's a big accomplishment. Good job.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. I still get DMs from people who like, you know, have MMT questions and stuff like that and are interested. So I need to put together a playlist of just the best MMT videos that are the most interesting because some of them can be pretty dull, obviously. So,
Right.
but you know, there's probably a handful of videos that I've sent to Sitch over the years, and Sitch is like, "This is fascinating." So
Yes.
if it's Sitch approved,
I
then
say
it's
it just
probably
like
pretty
that
good.
too, but in text format.
Well, there's yeah, yeah, he does. It's just DMs, but whatever.
Right, we should probably go. This is like some copyrighted music nonsense or something.
You think so?
I don't know. Sometimes they do this sneaky crap. Okay, well,
Look,
so
Philosophy Tubes completely emerged from the womb now.
they've been burned.
It's just like this is like the 2001 ending. Here comes the baby in space.
Okay, so you know, usually I don't really visually pay attention to a lot on screen when I'm like listening to it and then like researching for these
Of
streams.
course, yeah.
So like a lot of like my visual critiques are like live first time viewing for Sunday. So I know that that's Philosophy Tube's leg. Okay. I know that's like the knee. That's not a good framing for a trans woman.
That's not I mean, so just to describe the scene here. Philosophy Tube kind of has a knee jutting out of the groin area about a foot. And there's some sort of satin shiny material, so
Yeah.
yeah, it definitely has a very kind of phallic look to it, right? That's what you're bitch. Well, at least I mean I didn't think it was a knee. I was wondering what it was.
Like, was that intentional? Is this like intent? Is like a joke? Especially when she's doing when she got the arms like the Buffalo Bill pose. It's not. This is not good. Right? It's
Oh
just
wow.
not good.
Wow.
Come on, Abigail. What are you doing?
Port of call on my research journey was some feminist theory. I felt like I needed some girl power because I know I'm not the only female writer this has happened to. I read a book by scholar Silvia Federici called Wages Against Housework. And I learned that in 1972, a group of feminists in Manchester started the International Wages for Housework campaign. The hook is simple.
So this is why everyone hates philosophy or philosophers. Okay, philosophy nerds. So Abigail had someone steal their work, And they're like, okay, as a response, let me read a bunch of philosophy from hundreds of years ago to understand why a person's might work in 2024.
Right.
It's so, come on, like,
When we explained it in
brah.
the very beginning, like
Yes,
there's very few options here, right?
right.
She wrote something that sucked and just they wanted to get her name off the project,
Well, I mean,
or it
listen,
was
maybe
great and they
someone,
just wanted to take credit for it.
right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very simple. Yeah.
yeah.
Housewives do a lot of work. They provide cooking, cleaning, child rearing, sexual services, and therapy to their menfolk, and it's all unpaid, so they should get paid. They work.
I like that framing of a husband and wife as like sexual services from your wife. Ugh. So
Wait, let me go
offensive.
back a second.
They provide cooking, cleaning, child rearing, sexual services, and therapy to their menfolk, and it's all unpaid.
So yeah, like, why? It's so annoying that, like, for all the crying about sexism that we get from socialists and people on the left, like, they're totally fine perpetuating as much sexist stereotypes as they want against men.
Of
So,
course.
and it's totally fine. It's like, okay, so like the woman's providing sexual services to the man, like as if
Yeah.
she doesn't get anything out of it.
Yeah,
She gets no
she
enjoyment.
hates sex. Yeah.
Right. It's like
Why did they even
service.
get married? Why did they start dating? Why did they have sex in the first place?
Right. It's like so ridiculous.
Yeah. I thought that was part of the feminist movement. Oh yeah, women, they like sex too. That's like
Yeah,
feminism 101.
exactly. I don't, but no, I guess now it's like, oh no, it's all one-sided. Okay.
Right.
So they should get paid. They weren't just saying that women should enter the workforce. By the 70s, many of us already had, and they knew that when white women enter the professions, it's usually women of color who pick up the slack by becoming cleaners and nannies.
Let's hear that, white women. You hear that? She just gave you a big fuck you, white women.
It's so ridiculous. Like, okay, first of all, she says when many of us entered the workforce. I didn't know there's many trans women entering the workforce in 1970, but okay, maybe there's like a big thing. I don't know. But it's like you can't, this is the classic you can't win scenario. So even when women are working, they're still wrong because then they have to rely on a minority female to pick up the slack, so to speak, such as to do the housework that apparently the women shouldn't be doing because they need to have a high paying job outside the home.
Yeah, you know all of those secretaries out there. They all have their black nanny at home taking care of the kids. It's so ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
what dream world do you live in that every single white woman has a nanny?
Right.
It's just such garbage tier takes. It's already offensive, Sitch.
And it also wasn't just about the money. There is a magic trick at the heart of society,
Ooh.
and these women wanted to expose it
Ah.
for the fraud
Ugh.
it is. Women are told that we are naturally suited to be like ideal housewives. Women are caring, delicate, neat, not competitive, ordered, detail-oriented, child-oriented. All these things, which supposedly come naturally to women, transform unwaged work into a calling of the feminine soul.
So there's this, I forget who told me this. Someone told me this years ago, before I ever started doing YouTube, before internet even was like a big thing. And they said all philosophical movements get stuck in the time period of their creation. And you can really see this in sort of like a lot of this woke garbage that came about in the 60s and 70s.
Oh
And
yeah.
like it's like so classic in terms of what Abigail just said. She's like, "Oh, women are told that there are all these things that they shouldn't, be aggressive, they shouldn't work, that they need to raise children and be agreeable, blah, blah, all this stuff, right?" And I'm like, what fucking reality did they live in? Maybe in England that's the case. In America, in the time period that I grew up, okay, over the last 30 years, that was not the fucking message that any woman got from our culture in America. Okay. We got the whole women can be super badasses, women can work, women can be just as competitive as guys. That's my entire life. So I have no fucking clue what reality Abigail's talking about when laying forth this concept that women are all being gaslit and indoctrinated into being like these feminine caretakers.
Yeah, this is such a niche conservative kind of framing that, I mean, obviously there are some people that adopt this framing, the whole trad wife thing, but I think that's actually more of a reaction to exactly what you're saying. Over the past, what, 20, 30 years, it's all been girl power, go, go, go.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And thank you so much. Speaking of father figures, our surrogate father, Daddy JMac, for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much,
Wow. That's awesome.
as always. And
Welcome new
JMac
members.
for another $20 says, "Yar, take these members and add them to the crew." There you go. Thank you.
J-Mac is playing up the pirate thing.
Yeah,
He's
JMac had a great pirate costume that they made for the Renaissance Fair. So there you go.
yeah.
It's on Twitter. Yoni Sagi for 100. Is that shekels? I think that's shekels. Thank you. Says, after many years of watching, I have finally achieved free will. Well, there you
Oh,
go.
wow.
That's good to know.
Free will's
Finally,
always fun.
if you watch us long enough, you will achieve free will. That is the Sitch and Adam guarantee.
Yes. Yeah. Liberate yourself. Step out of the
Yes,
matrix.
that's right. Don't be a
Be
cipher.
enlightened. Exactly. Yes. Be independent. Don't be a copper top in some power plant.
Tapping into my feminine energy, I'm being passive, I'm receiving, I'm being provided for, I am getting ripped off! In technical philosophy language, Federici was pointing out social reproduction. In the economy, we've got production, which is all the stuff officially recognized as work, and social reproduction is all the stuff that has to happen first. For example, imagine a 1950s dude named Bert Mansley who goes to work at the Chrysler dealership every morning. Before he goes in, somebody has to cook his breakfast, and iron his shirts, and clean his home, and talk to him when he's depressed, and fuck him when he's horny, and birth and raise little Bert Jr. so he can be a Chrysler dealer someday, and all of that stuff is social reproduction.
So, well, first of all, this concept of social reproduction is weird. Actually, it originally came from Karl Marx. I don't know why they cited this other person as like the creator of this concept. But this framing is so insanely bigoted and would only come from a like zombified NPC socialist who's never been in a relationship before, because they're like, oh, like the way they frame it is, oh, the woman has to raise the kids and they have to provide sex, they have to clean their home. Oh, so the man can have the luxury of going to work every day to provide for his family.
Right. Yeah.
Like there was an old episode of Rugrats a million years ago where like the 1-year-old babies are trying to imagine what work is, and it's like they imagine themselves as just grown-ups. It's just like their baby faces on like giant tall bodies. And when they go to work, it's like everyone's just having fun, but in like an office space. They're all having fun in like ball pits, and there's like giant copy machines, and they're all having fun making paper fights and stuff. And it's like that's like, is that what Philosophy Tube thinks? Abigail Thorne thinks that work is like the 1-year-old conception of work where it's just all fun and games. Like, no, work is difficult. It's hard. People are very often slaving away to provide for a family. This idea that it's this completely one-sided relationship is so toxic and insane and insipid.
Yeah. Dad's in the military. He got killed on the job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right, exactly.
Who and what household raises 2 kids on 1 income? This is just so ridiculous to the modern, like what's going on today.
I mean, you can if you're like a high level professional, but
Sure, but how many people many
right.
people are high level professionals?
Yeah,
Like if you
exactly.
went down the street and looked at every single household, maybe 1 in 20 is going to be a sole breadwinner.
Right.
Yeah, mom and dad works now. Who doesn't have parents where mom and dad works? Mom does this and dad does this. Who has a homemaker mom now?
That's a good question.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
And it's all done by Mrs. Mansley, who isn't paid a penny and who secretly wants to dance naked in the moonlight with the girl next door. And by the way, this sucks for Bert too. The lonely 90s.
Because his wife is off cheating on him with the neighbor? Like she's a secret lesbian? Yeah, that does kind of suck. I feel sorry for Bert.
Yep.
Sorry, Bert.
To 5 grind at the Chrysler dealership leaves him no time to take care of himself or raise his children. That's why he needs a domestic servant/wife. Men aren't the enemy.
Couldn't you say in this framing, couldn't you say, like, why is the woman the domestic servant? Isn't the man this, like, the domestic servant or the financial servant, the financial slave
Yeah,
in
of
some
course.
capacity like this? It's just,
Yeah. The woman doesn't have to work. Oh, but she's providing free labor.
oh, okay. Well, I mean, isn't the man, quote, providing free labor to the wife by giving her, by like doing a job that makes money
Right.
and then giving her access to that money?
I think it's hard for me to imagine that there are women who are homemakers that haven't opted into that haven't looked for a man with enough money that they could be homemakers.
Right.
Yeah, so that they enjoy being homemakers and enjoy staying home. And I mean, it's kind of a luxury these days to be able to find someone that has that kind of money.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
The 70s feminists were saying that experiences like mine, where a woman does work and a man takes the credit, that's not just a bug in the system. The entire economy is built on that. We don't live in the 1950s anymore, work alongside men, and we earn on average more than we used to. However, in straight households, the majority of chores are still done by women, even when we're the primary breadwinners. And
Okay. So that's not true. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I looked up what they were referencing. Okay. So they're confusing. This is like a very like badly read statistic. So what the statistics said was that on average, women are still doing more household chores than men.
Right.
And then it also says women are increasing their numbers as the primary or sole breadwinner. But it's only like, so according to the study that they're talking about, or not the study, it was like it was a Pew Research poll. They only had in 2022, only 16% of women that responded were the primary or sole breadwinner. Okay. And only
Okay.
29%.
That's still pretty high.
That's high.
16%.
16%. 29% were rated equal to the husband, and 55% the men were primary or sole breadwinners of respondents.
Okay. 16 and 29. So that's obviously the women working scenario.
Right. Actually, here, let me show you. I'll send you the picture here because this is like, it's just so stupid that she even brought this up. And then it's so funny because like another study that was related to this, the article says women still handle main household tasks in the United States. And the first question is so funny. It says women, 62% of women are more likely to make all the primary decisions about furniture and decorations in the house. And they
That's
say that like
hilarious.
that's like a chore as opposed to that's what they want.
Sure.
I was like,
Sure,
what?
that's a chore.
It's so ridiculous. I can't believe it. I was like, oh, okay. Sure. Sure.
Ah, that's so funny.
So did you see that chart I
I
sent
brought
you?
up the
Yeah.
chart. Yeah, I brought
Right.
it
Okay.
up.
So do you know? So this is a chart you look at to say, oh my God,
Husband,
look at this.
wife.
Women, they do so much more caregiving and housework than men on average. Oh, it's so terrible. Right. Those numbers are hours, by the way, of done.
Okay.
Average number of hours spent each week. Okay. You say, well, wait a minute. It's true. Like, it's actually looks like it's not that different. So it says that women on average, according to this poll, only did 1.8 hours more caregiving than men and only
Right, yeah.
did what, 2.7 more hours of housework, okay, than men, according to this poll. But then you see that men did 3.1 more hours of paid work than women.
Yeah, this is like neck and neck. This
Yeah,
is basically gender equality here.
right. So I guess they're just pointing to because the fact that says that men had more leisure hours supposedly than women. So it's just so stupid. The whole thing is so stupid to me. But
Yeah. Painful.
yep. But yeah, so that statistic that they brought up, they said like women do more chores than even when they're the sole breadwinners. That's not what the poll said that they're talking about. So they kind of conflated a bunch of things together.
Well, and the hours per week is way down because obviously dishwashers, washing machines, Roombas, like
Hmm.
the amount of housework that needs to be done is declining because of automation.
Yeah, yeah. Well, somewhat,
Such
right.
as like, no,
I don't know
I
if that.
wash every dish by hand.
Well, I mean, compared to like the 1950s, maybe, right? But
Of course.
like, I don't know if in 30 years automation of cleaning has changed that much.
Really?
Yeah.
Did they have did they have the Dyson in 1950?
I mean, those
Did they
Roombas
have the
really,
Roomba?
I don't know if those Roombas, does anyone, I've never used a Roomba. They don't seem like they're that efficient. So
Have you seen the Roomba lawnmower that like scoots around your lawn and like
I've
mows
seen a
everything?
video of it. I've never seen anyone actually use it though. So,
Pretty amazing.
right. Rico Zero for $20. Thank you so much. Says, quote, Ray, this is 1987. Did you know a girl can be whatever she wants to be? End quote. Watts, played by Mary Stuart Masterson from the movie Some Kind of Wonderful. True. True, true, true. We've been there for a long time, which is why this is all ridiculous.
I
Uh,
I just came up with an interesting perspective here. I noticed what's left off of this. Yard work. Where's the yard work on this list? Watch the yard work be like,
oh, so I actually have that.
do you
Um,
really? There is a yard work one.
yeah, there's one that goes through each individual thing and it
Each
shows you the
individual
gender
task.
breakdown. So it's like, women, 58% women are more likely to do the laundry, 51% women are more likely to clean and prepare meals. But then it's like yard work. 59% men are more likely to do the yard work. 69% men are more likely to do anything related to keeping the car, working in good condition.
Oh yeah.
Men are
Yeah.
right. So it's like men are more likely to make decisions about, doing investments and things of that nature, et cetera, et
Yeah,
cetera. So yeah,
maintenance.
right.
Keeping the house up, plumbing, all that
Yes.
stuff. Yeah.
Uh,
Sitch is great with all of that stuff. He's going to be a fine for someone.
Bro.
My wife
That's
loves it because I'm always good at that stuff. Like
oh,
so many guys these days have no idea how to fix anything. Like, it's
right.
ridiculous. Yeah,
Right. Did you see that there's a great episode of South Park where like oh I think you did see it, right? Where
I did.
where
Yeah,
Sharon keeps
we
asking
need a
Randy
handyman.
to fix the latch on the oven and he's like, I'm gonna get right on that by calling the handyman.
Exactly. Look, how do you
Yes.
know? True men know, like they're gonna get screwed by the handyman if they don't know what they're doing. So,
Right, right.
yeah, you got to have some idea. Even big projects. You go to YouTube and you figure out how it's done, right? So you can make sure the guys do it right.
Hmm. Steel Rain SG for $20. Thank you so much. As I work my 13-hour shift and do all the chores right now so my fiance can start a real estate career. Everything is based on bigotry nonsense is tiring. I'm getting promoted with a 25% raise so you guys can have some. Well, thank you so much. It's incredibly generous of
Yeah.
you.
Thanks
And
for the super chat.
congratulations on your promotion. That's
Yeah, I
great.
don't. He, we have made a lot of progress in destroying these gender stereotypes. And
Yes.
it's more efficient if you're like, okay, well, you're a people person. You're going to make a great real estate agent. We as a family are going to make bank off of that. I'll pick up the slack here and you work on your real estate license.
Hmm.
It just that's the modern family. And it's good. That's a good way to be.
Right.
Yeah.
And congratulations on you getting married soon. So that's
Yeah.
good.
I like that. That's always
Yeah.
good.
Whilst many of us may not be literal housewives, we're often still expected to embody those supposedly natural female virtues in the workplace. To to manage men's emotions, to soothe their egos, to take the notes and fetch the coffee, even though that's not in the contract, to smile sweetly, to be assertive, but not in the way that men are assertive, because now you're being a When I read this philosophy, suddenly so much of my working life made sense.
This is so. Oh, this is so hysterical.
Can-
This is
can-
so hysterical.
I love that like philosophy tube, who's only been a woman for like 2 years, right?
Right.
It's
Yeah.
like,
So much of my working life,
yes. Which,
as I've been out there oppressing women at work.
yeah. It's like for Abigail's entire life where they were doing non-YouTube work and non-entertainment work, they were a man. And by the
Right.
time that they transitioned to be a woman, they were already like a big YouTuber and they were doing creative stuff. And so they're saying like, oh, now that I've been a famous YouTuber for 2 years as a woman, they're like, oh, this just speaks to me. I've experienced all this oppression. Like,
Right.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that Abigail tells herself to get herself coffee while she's doing YouTube and is like, oh,
Maybe.
terrible.
Seem kind of bipolar. I wouldn't
Yes.
doubt that that happens.
I mean, I can imagine that she's like looking in the mirror like Gollum and she's like talking to herself and like going between like her like current voice and her like male voice, like in the mirror. Like, you
Right.
bitch, get me some coffee. How dare you, you bigot.
That's the kind
We're
of
all
performance I want to see in Star Wars.
Exactly. Yes.
Star Wars needs some of that.
housewives because no matter where we are, they can always count on more work from us, more fear on our side to put forward our demands, and less pressure on them for money.
Do you recognize that voice?
Is that Anita Sarkeesian?
Oh, you said she who shall not be named. Oh my God.
Look at that. Anita Sarkeesian coming out of retirement
Yes.
for a philosophy tube video.
Abigail
Look-
summoned from the dark void, the dark mother, to come and do audio for her video.
So many people have done audio in this video, but
Yeah.
are they all? It says narrated by Anita Sarkeesian, so
It does.
obviously, yeah. I recognized the voice before I read that it was Anita Sarkeesian.
Of
but
course, yeah.
I was like, where that horrible voice, that devilish voice? Where have I heard that demon voice? Where have I heard that before?
Now there's a voice I haven't heard for a long time.
Can you imagine? Oh, they're just Anita Sarkeesian gets the email from Philosophy Tube. Would you
Yes.
do a voice for my video? Oh my God. The YouTube royalty has blessed me. I'm going to be in a Philosophy Tube video.
You know what we should do, or you know what people will do is that they're going to do like a deep fake of Anita's voice, and then they'll just have her saying like all like the super anti-woke stuff, anti-feminist stuff.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
As is often said, when the needs of the waged labor market require her presence there, a woman can do any job without losing her femininity, which simply means that no matter what you do, you are still a
The Oxford English Dictionary.
That's not what it means. Okay. So what it means, and a lot of women understand this, a woman can go into the workplace or a woman can be someone who makes a lot of money or is the primary breadwinner without sacrificing their womanness. They don't have to become a man in order to do this action. And since all these socialists believe in blank slaterism, they don't understand that notion. They don't understand that you could have a woman who's attractive, who's wearing, attractive clothing, who's still, a girl boss, right? Their brains can't handle that concept.
Yeah, well, according to gender ideology, obviously they become a biological male as soon as they start carrying out the masculine gender.
Right.
Yeah.
Defines misogyny as, why are you reading the dictionary instead of bringing me a sandwich?
The joke, Sitch. It was a joke. Did you hear the joke? Did you get the joke? It's a joke, Sitch. Did you
I
catch
gotta get
it?
the soundboard out.
Did you catch the joke?
I got it.
But according to this philosophy, misogyny is an ideology that makes claims about women's nature to justify exploitation. Once I
Oh, that's so good. I just thought misogyny was just hating women.
No.
Sitch, it's so complicated now. Now it has to involve exploitation. When did Marx take over the definition of misogyny? Right?
About 10 seconds ago, apparently.
I think most men that hate women because like some woman cheated on them, right?
Or they can't get a woman, right?
Right.
They had their heart
Yes.
broken, or they haven't been able to get a date or a girlfriend or something. Yeah.
They played the nice guy and she went and slept with
The douchebag.
the douchebag.
Yes,
Exactly.
exactly.
Yeah. Where's the exploitation in that? I'd say that's like 99% of the misogyny in the world has to do
Today,
with
yes, I agree.
mate selection. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So where's the oppression? Where's the
The oppression is a bunch of nice guys who listened to a bunch of retarded feminists for 10 years, 20 years, and they got screwed out of the dating market. And now they're angry.
Okay, are those the nice guys that are listening to the feminists? I kind of think it's the douchebags that are listening to the feminists. They're like, look, this is great. I keep having sex with these women and saying, oh, modern feminism, and running to the next one.
No. I mean,
leaving them
yeah, nowadays.
heartbroken
Yeah.
and desperate.
Nowadays. Right. I'm talking about
Yeah.
like 10, 15, 20 years ago. They listened to the feminists about, being respectful and not being aggressive and too pushy and letting the women decide. Then it turned out the women wanted a more aggressive asshole douchebag.
Right. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Confidence sells. They love that.
Yes, exactly.
I understood the trick, I thought it would be fun to learn how it was performed on other women in other times. So I read Eleanor Janaga's book, The Once and Future Sex. She's a medieval historian, and she shows that women's nature has been claimed to be all sorts of different things down the centuries, and the claims can change so long as they justify the exploitation. You can even just make stuff up about women. The ancient Greek philosopher Plato said that women should be kept pregnant because otherwise the uterus would wander around the body. My uterus wandered so much it's entirely absent. Aristotle said women have
Did you hear the joke? Sitch,
Oh, sorry, what?
did you hear the joke?
I heard it.
Did you miss a joke?
That was a great joke.
fewer teeth than men, and this claim was repeated for centuries by medieval scholars. And I thought that was really bizarre because, after all, wouldn't it have been easy to go and check? But Janaga says they didn't start with false beliefs about women's teeth and then conclude we were inferior. They started with the politics and invented facts about women's nature to justify it. And for a moment...
So I actually looked up this teeth claim because it seemed very weird. This idea that, like, Plato said that women had less teeth than men.
Never counted.
Yeah, well, it's apparently like it's like this like one line in like some random thing where he
Right.
says there's like some line about how, you know, most animals there's no difference in teeth between the sexes except for, and then he names like four animals, and one of them is humans, and people are like, oh, that's weird. How did that happen? And why didn't they just count? And then people are like, oh, maybe it's wisdom teeth, but then it's like it's not wisdom teeth because in the same section he mentions wisdom teeth. And it talks about how wisdom teeth grow in later in women on average than men. So obviously there was some sort of observational study going on here. So this seems like this kind of like weird random thing. But it's very strange to like look at that and be like, oh, well, obviously, you know, since women, you know, since he got this thing wrong about women having less teeth, it's because he was a horrible bigot who was deciding that women were inferior and that like having more teeth meant that men were superior beings or something. It's like, what? Maybe they just got it wrong. I mean, it doesn't have to be a complicated sexist issue.
I do think the Greeks were kind of sexist, though. I mean, there's a lot of sexism.
No, listen, I'm sure most ancient societies were
There's
sexist.
that line about, you know, people being reincarnated as women as a jab. Like,
right.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of ancient and older societies were sexist, but the idea that every concept that people created that said that like men and women are different was coming from a place of sexism is stupid and working
Of
backwards,
course. Yes.
which is they're
Yeah.
accusing them of working backwards.
Yes.
I thought, well, thank God we live in modern times where we aren't so easily fooled. And then I realized, oh, wait. Yes, we are. Some people say that allowing trans athletes to compete in women's sports would result in more injuries to cis athletes or give trans athletes an unfair advantage.
True. Hey, Sitch, what's up with the book? This whole, so then I read this book as if this book is the complete and utter authority on whatever Philosophy Tube is talking about. Like, I didn't see any, this is why this is the book that is, you should read on this topic.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's just like, this book proves the point I want to make.
Yeah.
Did you look into the book or anything? Or
I looked into
no?
some of the books. Yeah.
Okay.
And
That
they were
book
all written by socialists and awful.
Right, yeah. That
Yeah.
book seemed like garbage tier content to me,
Yes.
but I'm curious how old it was.
Grendel Vivat, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you. It's incredibly generous, Grendel.
Oh, yeah. What? Wow.
Thank you.
That's awesome. That's like 100 new members.
Right.
Wow.
Well, it's 50. Oh, yeah. 100 total. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
So thank you.
J-Mac and Grendel. Wow. Nice. Thank you.
Grendel, a much better book than Wicked.
I just want to, what is this book?
The Once and Future Sex.
The Once and Future Sex.
Did you want to see how old that was? I don't think it's that old.
I'm going to look it up.
Okay.
Don't ruin it for me.
I won't ruin it for you, okay?
Well, thank God we live in modern times where we aren't so easily fooled. And then I realized, oh, wait. Yes, we are. Some people say that allowing trans athletes to compete in women's sports would result in more injuries to cis athletes or give trans athletes an unfair advantage.
Say it with me, Sitch. True.
That is accurate, yes.
Okay.
But trans athletes are regularly beaten by cis athletes, and even in sports like rugby, they don't cause more injuries than cis women of the same size. People say all sorts of things about testosterone and bone strength that are completely made up because they're doing the same thing, starting with the politics and inventing facts about women's bodies to justify it.
Irony!
Yes,
Irony!
Why is that so ironic?
Yeah, look, and Philosophy Tube is totally hedging here. You know, trans women of the same size. Yeah, it's the problem. It's the big trans women that are beating the shit out of everyone. Obviously, if they're of the same size, sure, let them in.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's these big, strapping, biological males.
Yeah. And also, it's just ridiculous because it's like, yeah, there are obviously trans women that have lost to cis women in sports. But we also know that there's a bunch of trans women who not only have won at whatever sport, but they've broken like
the
records
yeah.
by like insane amounts that no cis woman would ever be able to compete with in various sports. So it's just completely ridiculous that Philosophy Tube, and you're right, like this is all massive projection to say, oh, these people are all just working backwards. Really, like we're the ones working backwards when we say, hey, you know, there's a biological difference between men and women's bodies, and men on average are stronger than women. And especially if a man goes through puberty and then, you know, transitions afterwards, he's going to on average be significantly stronger than a woman and do better in sports, you know, than most cis women are going to do. Right?
Yeah.
Is that really that's us working backwards? Or is it saying that all, you know, that there's no gender differences, that we're all blank slates and anyone can transition one way or the other and it makes absolutely no difference? No, that's not working backwards, right? To fit your philosophy.
Right. Yeah. The working backwards is trans women should be able to do whatever they want. Now let's work backwards to figure out how that's feasible.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
How to work all the unfairness that is patently obvious. Let's figure out an argument how that's not actually the case. Yeah. Irony, projection. This isn't like, who watches this stuff, Sitch? Who watches this stuff?
1.5 million socialists watch this stuff.
Yeah,
Sorry, 1.1
cult
million socialists watch this stuff.
cult members.
Yes.
Cults. Sitch, we need to start a cult, okay? I've been thinking about this. We need
Mhm.
our own cult.
Do we
The
now?
the cult of the anti-cults. The anti-cult people.
I don't think that's gonna work. I think we need to be pro cult in order to start a cult, just by
The
definition,
cult
right?
of the cult of the independent.
Hmm.
Yeah, exactly. The anti-cult cult.
Okay.
I love it. The once and future sex. So this book came out in 2023. It's not old at all.
No. There you
Going
go.
medieval on women's roles in society. This book, I mean, this seems like it might be garbage.
I don't know. It could be all right. Who knows? I'm sure that there's a lot of sexism against women in the medieval society,
Oh,
but
okay.
I
So
don't see how that's
it's about
relevant to like,
medieval. Yeah,
I don't see how that's
obviously.
relevant to like today's world, right? That's a pretty big leap to be like, well, because, like to be clear, what Philosophy Tube said is that people saying that the uterus wandered around the body if a woman didn't have baby and that women had more teeth than men or less teeth than men, she's saying that that's the same as in modern times saying that trans women have an advantage in sports on average than cis women,
Right.
which is
Yeah.
an insanely retarded claim to make.
Yeah. Huge leap of logic there.
Yeah.
We'll say a little bit more about women's sports later on. Indeed, trans people are a huge wrench in this whole patriarchal system. If Mrs. Mansley can become Mr. Mansley, then the idea of an essential female nature starts to look a little bit shaky. If Bert can become Berta and be happier for it, then the idea that women are inferior also starts to look shaky. If they can
Okay.
I mean, the irony here is just like epic.
Okay. This is the dumbest fucking point that these idiots all make. They all make the same point, and it's so stupid. They say, oh, the real reason that people are threatened by trans women is because they don't want to, if a man is giving up his privilege to be a woman, oh, that's like an affront to male patriarchy everywhere. Like, can you imagine a person having that actual conscious thought in their head ever
No.
in their entire fucking
Yeah.
life? Think like they look at a
No.
trans woman, they say, the reason I don't like that trans woman is because they gave up their masculinity, they gave up their privilege, and as a man, that offends me. No one's
Yeah.
ever had that thought in their entire fucking life except for these idiot socialists. Okay, that's not what's going on.
Yeah.
Listen, I
Giant
hate,
straw man.
yeah, it's insane strawman. And listen, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, and it's weird because it's a far more simple thing. Okay, I would wager that a good chunk of people that don't like trans women just think that they're gross. Okay. I mean, that's probably, let's be real. That's probably like, you know, a big chunk of what's going on here, right? They're just like, oh, it's
Right. Yeah.
gross. It's gay, it's whatever. They just don't like it.
Yeah. They're
So,
just scared they're going to be hooking up and get a little more than they bargained for.
right. But
Yeah.
then Philosophy Tube makes an even stupider point, which is that if a man can transition to being a woman, that destroys the concept that there's some kind of essential nature to masculinity and femininity or male female. When it's
Wrong.
literally the
Wrong.
fucking opposite, you retard. The
Yeah.
entire point is that like okay, now you're denying science. Okay. Now you're completely denying science because the entire point of gender dysphoria is that people are supposedly born with some sort of biological condition that makes them feel like they're really a male or really a female when they're not, or when they're the opposite. That's the entire point. So that completely confirms the idea that there's some kind of biological essentialism to being male or female.
Yeah. Yeah. They're the ones that are enforcing these sexist stereotypes too. That's the part that bugs me.
Yes.
Yeah. There's all kinds of different things that are bothersome about this, but they're more around like the fairness of trans women in sports
Hmm.
and trans women in biological women's spaces, those kinds of things. So it's total fairness intuition. It's not, oh, I feel like you've put some affront on my manhood. Yeah. That's not
Right.
an argument anyone makes.
Yeah.
Look, I don't care. I don't care if people transition. I mean, I disagree with Sitch. I think, you know, if adults want to transition and they don't have gender dysphoria, you know, you want to live your life as a woman just to try it out, you know, knock yourself out. I'm not offended by that. I am offended when you decide, you know, you're going to start shattering women's records,
Right.
because that's just, I mean, that's kind of a shitty thing to do to women, right?
Hmm.
Especially if you believe in the classic feminist, you know, feminist women had to fight for these spaces, for women's sports and things like that. So just
Yeah,
to
but trans women are
willy-nilly
women.
destroy them.
There's no difference between a trans woman and a cis woman, Adam. They're the same
Like, it's
thing.
it
Okay.
is it look, if you look at it, it appears to be very misogynistic. If you say, look, a biological male can say that they're a woman and shatter and completely dominate women's sports. I mean, it seems a little sexist to me, Sitch.
You know, it's
How
funny.
does
There
that not
was
seem sexist?
it. Well, it is sexist. That is, and that's like a very common turf argument
Yeah.
that the radical
Of
feminists
course.
make.
Well, the turfs have some good arguments
They
here.
do, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a story that we were going to cover but never got around to it, like a week or 2 weeks ago. I'm on the daily streams. By the way, we do daily streams if you guys didn't realize
Oh
that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Tune in.
Check him out. But it was a story where it was like in some I don't remember if it was college or high school, but there was a quote trans woman in the basketball women's division, and it looked just like a 6 foot tall man.
Right. Yeah.
Like it was just like annihilating the women. And I remember I sent the video to Adam. I'm like, look, it's lady ballers in real life.
Yeah. That's
I
just,
couldn't believe it.
even just this video in the very beginning when Philosophy Tube marches out and says, I am going to speak for womankind.
Yes.
I am here as your savior,
Right.
women. I think if you're a biological woman, I could see how that might seem offensive, right?
Sure.
Yeah. If you felt discriminated against as a woman, if you've literally had your work stolen from you at work by some jackass, and Philosophy Tube's coming out and going, babe, it's happened to me too. I mean, I'm kind of thinking, oh yeah, yeah, fuck you, right,
Right.
right. I just look, I just this. I think a lot of I think this is why there are a lot of turfs, and I think there probably are a lot of secret turfs who are like, you know, I don't want to get in trouble, but
I'm gonna
this
make
is
a prediction.
bullshit.
I'm gonna make a prediction. I think
What?
in 5 to 10 years, Philosophy Tube is going to
Be a turf?
no, but is going to like do a soft detransition where they're gonna be like,
No
oh,
way.
like they're not gonna say they're gonna be a man. They're gonna be like, listen, I'm non-binary, they, them. And they're
No
not gonna like
way.
clearly identify as a
No
woman
way.
anymore.
Oh,
That's my
that's
prediction. Yeah.
so. Look now. Now Philosophy Tube is throwing the feminists under the bus. You're saying when she's done like crapping all over them, it's time to crap all over the trans people too.
Hmm.
That's awful. That's awful. And there'll be actually zero repercussions for any of this too.
Right.
Yeah. Gonna be like, oh look, so stunning and brave. Now you're a detransitioner. We love you, Philosophy Tube.
Toxic mix for $50. Thank you so much. Says this basically comes down to mating strategies. When's the last time you read, quote, must be house husband on a female dating profile? There's no incentive for men to change without moding these structures, but feminists can't have that. Yeah, no, that's a great point too. You know, most women are not looking for this thing that the feminists are crowing about anyway.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yes.
you don't see like the guy who like puts on their dating profile like, you know, committed house
Beta
husband,
male.
you know, beta male, you know, willing to let the women decide everything. You don't see that guy like racking in all the honeys, okay, on the dating apps,
Right.
right? So,
You can walk all over me. Take advantage of me, honey. Do whatever you want.
right.
Yes. I'll I'll ask for permission 6 times during sex. That really gets them hot, Sitch.
And both become mixmansley, non-binary partners in loving communion, then who the f*** is going to work at the Chrysler dealership? Take it from me. Never let anyone tell you what's in your nature. The Wages for Housework campaign was, and still is, a provocation. An invitation to realize that social constructs like woman are also economic constructs. What is a woman? A scam invented by the Chrysler Company to get free labor. A scam that I fell for when that man stole my work. Now, as you can see, I am a posh white lady, which means that my experience of misogyny is completely universal. It's actually the same for all women everywhere, which is really convenient for me. I'm kidding. As much as it sucked having my work ripped off, I knew that I wouldn't even be in that position if I couldn't afford to do some amount of unpaid work. And my race and class definitely impacted that. Women of color tend to get...
I mean, listen, I don't know Abigail's backstory here. I just remember them in a video complaining about working as a waiter in Australia and making minimum wage.
Right.
So I don't know, maybe they have a rich family or something, but I would assume it's just the fact that they have a successful YouTube channel that has given them this privilege, not the fact that they're a white trans woman. So, but
I'm dying for whoever this person is to put out their side of the story. I have a feeling it completely eviscerates everything that's going on in this video.
that would be my assumption as
Yeah.
well.
Philosophy Tube just continues to assert they ripped me off. Like in the beginning, it was very tepid. It was like, I felt kind of ripped off. And now it's like, they stole from me.
Right.
Yeah. It's progressed. Every time Philosophy Tube mentions it, it's getting worse and worse and worse. It's like becoming grand larceny.
Right.
Yeah. A few of my words when the script are left in the script, all the does and the A's. They were me. I wrote those does.
Lower paid, less prestigious jobs when they can find employment at all, and therefore are more likely to live in the kind of poverty that means they don't even get to the stage where a man steals their writing. I read some legal philosophy from two scholars, Kathy Scarborough and Kimberly Crenshaw, and I learned that the Burt Mansley kind of marriage, where the man goes off to work and the delicate wife stays domestic, that was mainly a white people thing. Black women have historically worked outside the home in greater numbers than white women. White women are portrayed as naturally delicate, motherly, and chaste, but women of color, and particularly black women, are portrayed as naturally aggressive, domineering, and hypersexual. So much so that Crenshaw points out when black women are raped, they are the least likely to be believed, and also the sentences are usually less than for white women too. So we really can't understand.
So first of all, obviously Kimberly Crenshaw,
Painful. Painful.
Yeah, mother of CRT, not exactly the best of resources to draw on. But it's interesting. I actually did look into this claim about, that black women were historically in the workforce at much greater numbers than white women. And it's true. I mean, it's actually interesting, but I found a chart that actually sort of destroys a lot of the narrative. Okay. So this chart, assuming this data is correct, goes back to 1890.
Okay.
So in 1890, it says 59% of non-white women that were single were working a job that were over 16.
59%. All right.
59%. It said 38% of white women that were single were working a job. Did you even think it was that high?
38% of women were working?
In 1890, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I was told that
people were
women
poor.
weren't working
what
at
are you
all.
talking about?
Right.
This was 1890?
Right.
I mean, mostly agrarian, right? Like, who's going to feed those horses? Who's going to feed those cattle? What are you talking about?
That's a good question, too, because once you get married and you could be doing the same job you were doing essentially, but you're just not getting paid for it because you're doing it for your family instead of someone else, then that says that you're not working anymore, according to the numbers.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So it's only counted as work if you're working for someone else and getting paid.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
So, but here's the discrepancy, the big discrepancy. So there is a big discrepancy, first of all. So it's 38% for single white women, 59% for non-white. It says
Okay.
non-white, doesn't say black, for non-white women. Um, but then here's the big discrepancy is for married. So for white women in 1890, they go from 38% working to only 2.5% working that are married. So a massive
Okay.
drop off. And then for not
What's the date?
1890.
Okay. 1890 to what though? You said when did it drop off?
No, in 1890,
Okay.
it goes from
1890. We're still in
38%.
1890.
Yeah,
Okay,
1890.
I got you. I
Yeah,
got you.
38% single women are working and only 2% married women are working. So big
Okay.
drop off
So,
between the
yeah.
numbers. Yeah,
Married women are slacking.
they are
Hardcore. Only
hardcore slacking.
2% working.
Right. And then for non-white women, we had 59% single working and 22% married working. So big, so still 22% working, but still a big drop off from the single women. Actually, by
Yeah.
a very similar percentage amount too. But here's what's kind of funny. So in 1890, you had 38% single women working and only 2.5% married women working. In 1970, we have 39% of married women working. So I
Seems,
guess
yeah.
congratulations, you now, women in 1970 that are married worked the same amount or more than women that were single in 1890.
Yeah, they're up in
Congratulations, I
their
guess.
game. Finally.
Right.
Finally. Get a job, married women. Jeez.
Yeah, I guess that's good. I mean, congratulations. And then here's kind of what's weird though. So for non-white women in 1890, I said 59% single women were working. But in 1970, it actually drops. 43% single women are married or
Oh,
working,
wow.
which is interesting. But
Okay.
then the married number explodes from 22% 1890 to 52%. So maybe just more women were married, non-white women were married in 1970.
Right.
So it's kind of interesting. Numbers switch. Now, some people might be inclined to say, oh, well, it's because of welfare or something, but it's not because the numbers actually for single non-white women working actually starts dropping off as early as between 1930 and 1940 is when the numbers start going down. So I don't
Right.
know. It's kind of an interesting
Because the
trend.
Great Depression, they couldn't work. They all got fired.
That could be it, and they're never recovered, essentially. Yeah, maybe.
Right.
I mean,
They
1970
said
it
this
goes
not
up from
working thing is great.
1960. It goes up from 35% to 43%. So it's going back up, but
Some
I don't
people
know.
like to work. They have jobs that they enjoy. They're like, look, I'm working. This is great.
If you have a job you enjoy,
Yeah, of course.
you
Yeah.
can have a job that's awful and you'd much rather be a homemaker.
Well, just I think society's creating more and more jobs that people enjoy. You know, back in 1890, like what are the enjoyable jobs in 1890? You're like, I shovel coal in a train.
Right, right.
Misogyny, unless we're thinking about racism at the same time.
Hold on.
Oh yeah.
Believed,
Yes.
and also the aggressive, domineering, and hypersexual. So much so that Crenshaw points out when black women are raped, they are the least likely to be believed, and also the sentences are usually less than for white women too.
I love this. There's a stereotype floating out there. No metrics on how pervasive it is, how it's impacted society or anything. It's just like there's this weird evil stereotype. Doesn't that suck?
Hmm.
So we really can't understand misogyny unless we're thinking about racism at the same time. I was curious to see whether Silvia Federici had anything to say about that. So I read another book by her, Caliban and the Witch, which is all about the witch hunts in medieval Europe and North America. I learned that in some pre-colonial societies, indigenous women had power over religion and economic production, and some led anti-colonial resistance movements. So when colonizers came along with their mission to destroy those societies and steal their resources, they had to break the power of women. And how do you do that? Start hunting for witches.
The charge of devil worshipping played a key function in the colonization of the American Aboriginal population. In the New World, witch hunting was a deliberate strategy used by the authorities to instill terror, destroy collective resistance, silence entire communities, and turn their members against each other. It was also a strategy of enclosure, which, depending on the context, could be enclosure of land, bodies, or social relations.
As well as achieving the
I mean, who came up with this whole concept of witches? The indigenous people didn't have any, they're not throwing around that woman's a witch.
No.
It's hard for me to imagine that the indigenous population is like, we're all rational people here. And then the colonists showed up and now they're calling everybody witches. Right? I mean, it seems like the whole idea of witches is in a lot of indigenous tribes,
Yes.
indigenous societies. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that is a great point. And in a lot of indigenous cultures, a lot of native North American, Central American, South American cultures, people were murdering the crap out of each other for mystical or
Witchcraft. Yeah.
religious reasons
Exactly.
pretty constantly, like all the time,
Yes.
accusing people
You
of
put a
doing.
curse on my house.
Yeah,
Ah!
right. Yeah, exactly. So that's a very good point. And then the second point is, like, again, this is why I kind of hate the socialist conception. They view everything as like a top-down conspiracy.
Oh,
Like
yes,
when
totally.
when you look into like the history of a lot of the sort of accusations of witchcraft and things of that nature, like the way that that passage in the book makes it sound like is that a bunch of white people said, like they were sitting around at a meeting saying, how do we break up this Native American tribe on this land so we can weaken them to take their stuff? I know. Let's walk into their land and start accusing the women of witchcraft. They're going to trust a bunch of like random foreign white people, right? Like it's
Right.
just an absurd accusation. When in reality, the way that the witchcraft accusations worked was twofold. It was either A, you had people who were legitimately religious who were trying to essentially proselytize and convert the natives to being Christian. And they would do this through a variety of means. Sometimes they try to say, hey, the person you're worshiping is really some kind of like saint in our religion. Or they'd say, oh, your God is a false God. That's why we have better technology or whatever. And oh, you can't practice. If you practice your old religion, like that's witchcraft and, you're going to get in trouble and get killed for that, right?
Oh,
They
I can
weren't,
see that. Yeah,
yeah, they
definitely.
were. They weren't doing it like, oh, this is our like patriarchal technique to destroy like the women in the system. No, it was like, no, we're trying to convert you to our religion. And if you don't, then there's going to be trouble, right?
Right. Yeah.
Or, yeah, that was like the main thing. Or the other way was in usually that this wasn't really, um, Europeans interacting with natives, but when Europeans were interacting with other Europeans, like very often it would be someone was trying to basically get revenge against someone else in their community. And so they would accuse them of witchcraft, when they had some other problem with them.
Yeah.
So,
I've read the theory that this evolution of calling everybody witches and accusing people of witchcraft or magic, black magic, evolved because the societies that had these traditions were nicer to one another because everyone was scared to death of being called a witch. So they're like, "Oh yeah, look, let me help you out," right? So they're more collectivist because of that.
yeah, it's an interesting
If you're
point.
worried
Yeah.
about being accused of something, you're going to be nicer to your neighbors. Oh, hi, how you doing? Please
Mhm.
don't accuse me of being a witch, right?
Right.
So it seems like there's an evolutionary advantage to it. Yeah.
practical aims of colonization, witch hunts also tried to justify it.
Defining the Aboriginal American populations as cannibals, devil worshippers, and sodomites supported the fiction that the conquest was not an unabashed quest for gold and silver, but was a converting mission. It also removed, in the eyes of the world and possibly of the colonizers themselves, any sanction against the atrocities which they would commit against the Indians, thus functioning as a license to kill regardless of what the intended victims might do. Above all, as in Europe, witch hunting was a means of dehumanization, and as such, the paradigmatic form of repression serving to justify enslavement and genocide.
So,
Oh my
while
God.
while it is true that there were definitely the practice of accusing, indigenous people, Native Americans of being horrible in order to justify it. That definitely happened. Okay. Definitely
Right.
happened. And it was definitely wrong. But there was also a lot of Native Americans who were also horrible doing horrible things to other people. Right.
Right. Yeah.
And it was funny, you talked about like the whole accusations of witchcraft. So I actually found this thing where it says supposedly in Inuit tribes, there's this claim that when Inuits accused each other, okay, of witchcraft, if they killed a woman who was accused of witchcraft, they'd eat a portion of their heart for some reason after they killed them. So that wasn't
Nice.
the white men
To
coming in
absorb
and
their power.
right. So that wasn't the white men coming in to, accuse them of witchcraft and then accuse them of cannibalism. Like that was happening in some of these areas of the country. So,
Yeah, it wasn't dreamed up in some colonial meeting somewhere. Yeah. It
right.
evolved naturally. Yeah. And they probably, I'm sure they used it to their advantage.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It also says a lot of the accusations of cannibalism of Native Americans in North America were other Native American tribes accusing other Native American tribes of cannibalism to Europeans,
You
settlers.
literally just said they are cannibals. They ate the woman's heart.
No,
I
right. That was
mean,
in Inuit though. That was in like Canada I'm talking about in
okay.
like well, so yeah, and so
I mean,
like
it's easy to make accusations of cannibalism when people are running around eating each other's hearts, right?
right, right. Well, there was I know from like a cursory glance, I don't know if there was cannibalism for sustenance sake in North America. I know that there was some tribes that would do the whole like they would eat like a warrior that they killed in battle
Yeah.
or something, right?
Yes,
Because
of
they thought
course.
they
To
could
absorb
absorb
their
some of their
power.
power, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, that makes logical sense.
but even
Not
then it
really, but
but when it's funny because like and this is what this video leaves out and that's what that person in the book leaves out. It was very often a Native American tribe was accusing another Native American tribe of doing this practice and then telling some settler this. It wasn't like the settler
right.
just made it up out of like thin air. So
Wasn't there, weren't they playing the colonialists off of one another? Like, we'll side with the colonialist if you destroy the tribe that we hate. I
some
think
of
there
them,
was
yeah.
some of that going
Right.
on
And
as
then,
well.
yeah,
Yeah.
there was a lot of playing off each other. This is like why it's very annoying. Everything's viewed as one-sided. There's a lot of people playing, like basically everyone was trying to screw everyone else over because, yeah, they were trying to, like some Native American tribes were trying to team up with colonialists to take out other Native American
Right.
tribes. And then the colonialists would agree to this. And then they'd turn around and screw over the Native Americans that they teamed up with. It was like a
Yeah.
lot of, shenanigans going on those days,
Backstabbing.
obviously. Yeah. So,
It's great.
Later on, in the 18th century, witch hunting was used to discipline slaves in the Caribbean. Black women who practiced obeah or voodoo were keeping their own sense of community and history alive, which obviously made it a bit more difficult to enslave them, so they were also persecuted as witches. What is a woman? A scam invented by white people to get free labor. Or, to put it in
She just she's like, but these black women, they had their own voodoo, not brought by the colonialists.
well, here's the question. So she's saying that a woman is a scam created by white people to get free labor. If that was the case, then why was it only in these native tribes women doing specific actions, like practicing specific magical rituals? If white people like the idea that like these native tribes
Hmm.
didn't have concepts of man and women when they had more rigid gender roles than the Europeans did is fucking laughable,
Yeah, that's a
right?
great point.
It's just so
Obviously, yeah,
stupid. Like this is
they
like
had the
retarded.
division of labor
Of course, it was even more. It was even more than the white Europeans.
pronounced. Yeah,
And also, this is also bullshit too because it's not like they're making it seem like oh, the white Europeans they saw a native man practicing magic, and they're like, oh, let him go. He's a man. He's a bro. But when they saw a
yeah,
woman
right,
practicing magic, they're like, oh, get there's a devil voodoo worshiper. Get her. Like it's like no, they just didn't like anyone doing like non-Christian shit.
right. Yeah,
technical philosophy language, sex/gender can be understood as an economic and socio-political construct that determines people's access to resources. It intersects with race, which does the same thing. And at this point, I thought about
She just makes all these fundamental claims and just throws them out there. Like we just have to accept like that this construct of woman was created for this Marxist reason, with not a single shred of evidence or even logic presented as to why that would be the case.
Yeah, that's why I was saying this video is all over the place.
Yeah.
This is a nightmare. I'm imagining writing a screenplay with this person and thinking, do you understand basic structure?
No.
Yeah.
At the end of this video, you're going to find out that Abigail
Oh,
actually
I know. I can't wait.
has a
That
writing
point.
project that they are very happy to share with us, which sounds
Don't spoil it. It's so
interesting.
ridiculous. It is
Yes.
so ridiculous.
Yes.
Oh, it's so just over the top.
Yep.
Just and it's I don't know. It's basically nothing to brag about, but Philosophy Tube is bragging about it anyway.
Right.
It's kind of embarrassing, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I think humility is a little more. Humility is better. Come on, Philosophy Tube.
My mum. I remembered her telling me when I was little how a man took credit for work that she did, and how it took her many years to get the recognition she deserved. I thought about my parents and everything that they've done for me, and I realized that it's not just race and class that got me where I am, but also the love of my family. I was curious how concepts like gender and race plugged into this idea of family. And since I was already reading about pre-colonial America, I decided to read some indigenous American philosophers. Philosopher Kim Tallbear says that in many pre-colonial societies, land was owned collectively and managed through kinship relations that didn't always fit the European family model. Your kin might include your extended and chosen family, as well as your blood relatives. When colonizers invaded, they imposed the European family structure on indigenous people. For example, saying, from now on, you, Mr. Smith, own this bit of land only, and you are married to Mrs. Smith and no one else. Mrs. Smith owns nothing. Her access to the land only comes through you, and if she has anything bad to say about it, then she's a witch. People had to fit the straight monogamous Christian ideal of the family to access resources, and if they didn't fit it, they were excluded. And for a moment, I thought, thank God we live in...
It's very weird that... So it was true. My understanding is that it was true that a lot of Native American tribes didn't have the capitalist conception of land ownership that we have today, obviously, or that Europeans had back in the time. And that would obviously make trying to come up with agreements between European settlers and Native Americans very difficult.
Yeah, weren't they nomadic? I mean, why own
Some
the
of them were
land if you're
nomadic,
just
yeah.
gonna...
Right.
Yeah, if you're moving on, as soon as
Right.
it starts getting cold, you're like, okay, you wouldn't come up with the concept of owning the land.
Right. They weren't all nomadic, but obviously you had nomadic tribes. But so that's like kind of what they're talking about when they're talking about like this communal ownership of land and stuff. It's super weird then for Abigail to project this like, oh, they only understood monogamous straight relationships. Like, I don't know if you know this, but most Native American tribes were, first of all, not super down with the gays. They weren't really big on like gay marriage back in the day. And they didn't have like these poly relationships. This is like a total myth that all these native societies that weren't Christian, they were all polyamorous, all just fucking each other in these giant orgies. It's just a complete total myth. Like that was not what was going on in these societies.
Jealousy didn't exist back then, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Jealousy is like a brand new modern invention.
Right.
Those intuitions that you're a cuck and you're raising someone else's kid.
Mm-hmm.
Those are a complete modern invention, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah. No society, but the Christian society had any concept of jealousy.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's a good point.
Yes.
I mean, why would you have mate guarding, right? We don't see mate guarding in any other animal but humans, right? By jealous Christian males.
Right, yeah.
There's no other mate guarding or resource guarding in any other animal alive, right?
Yeah, silverback gorillas. No, that's not mate guarding. Are you kidding me? Yeah. No. They're just trying to protect the females from the douchebags.
Right, of course. Of course.
Modern times, oh Wait, this still happens. I came across 2 random examples. Number 1, in the UK, if you're on benefits, you don't claim them as an individual, you claim them as a household, and the money is sent to the account of the highest earner in the household. So because women in Britain still generally earn less than men, a lot of straight women on benefits are dependent on their male partners, which makes it harder to leave if they are abusive.
Okay. So listen, if there's any UK Brit Bonners in the audience, that can weigh on this, let me know. But I tried to look into this claim, and when I did look into it, everything I found said that this is completely not true. I have
Really?
no clue where this claim comes from. When I was looking up UK benefits, they were saying that when it comes to family benefits, that there's like you can either it's like it's up to the family to make the decision about whether they want it to be in one account or the other, or whether they're going to have they're saying most of the family benefits go to a joint account, essentially, that is gifted just, or that's created just for the family to have like joint access to. And then if it's like a child situation or a divorce situation, then the court would order, depending on like who the primary caretaker is, like to get those benefits. So I have no clue where this claim is coming from that Philosophy Tube just said here.
Yeah, I mean, a big problem that I hear right wingers talking about constantly. I'm not sure it's actually true. I've never really looked into it. Maybe it is true. That this women are incentivized to be single because they get higher welfare benefits. This would
Hmm.
be a workaround to keep the father in the household, right? Like if you have to
Right.
chase the father off so you can get more money for child's to support your family,
Hmm.
like that's an incentive to chase the man off.
Right. I
This gets
mean,
around that. Maybe Brit bongers have actually done it better. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Because the thing when I was researching and like how to apply for benefits, they're saying either, individuals could apply individually for their benefits, in which case it would go to their individual accounts, or if they do it jointly, there's some kind of joint account created for it.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the heck that they're talking about.
They should give more money if it's a joint account.
I
Keep
don't
the
know.
dads in the home. Yeah.
Maybe they do. That's misogyny, Adam. That's allowing,
Keeping
domestic
the
abusers
stay in the home.
to
Okay.
stay in the relationship. Yeah.
Yeah.
And remember, race compounds this because women of colour are more likely to live in poverty. So the family still determines who gets access to resources. Example number 2, scholar Yasmin Nair looked at lesbian couples trying to immigrate to the USA and realized that it can be easier if one of you is butch and the other one is femme. Apparently,
Like how many lesbian couples are trying to immigrate to the United States? Is it like 8? Like what the heck?
So I looked up
That's
this claim.
that's like a big demographic there.
Right. Yeah, yeah,
The
exactly.
lesbian couple immigrants. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Welcome to America, ladies.
So I looked up this claim. Okay. Well, first of all, I try to see like, is there any evidence that this has been like a study that has found that like they compared lesbian couples, that had a butch and a femme, and it was easier for them to immigrate to the country, right? And there's no
Yeah,
such
that makes
study
it
or
even
poll
more
or yeah,
complicated. It's like
there's nothing like that. Yeah.
it's like a double femme lesbian couple immigrating and then a
Right.
butch femme. It's like how many people are in this study?
I know it's like 10 people, right? That'd be like total. But so this study doesn't exist. This data doesn't exist. So I'm like, what the fuck? Where does this claim come from? So then I looked up the source that they cited. And the source, like I found a section of that book that they were citing that seemed to be the section that I'm guessing Abigail cited here. And I think they just completely pulled this out of their ass. Because if I read the right section, that wasn't even the author's point at all. The author's point's actually stupider. So the author is telling the story between two people who came to America illegally, essentially, or I don't know if they came to America legally or they just overstayed their visa, or whatever. There's two people that were basically going to be deported, essentially. And they talk about how one of them was like a butch lesbian and one of them was a straight dude. And they were saying it was super weird that the butch lesbian had all this press and like advocacy groups and protection that was working with them to help them stay in the country, while the straight male was basically getting shafted.
Hmm.
And instead of, it's so funny. So they're saying, why does this exist? Now, instead of looking at some maybe the obvious facts of like, well, because you have a lesbian couple in America is going to make for a juicy news story, right? And so
Of
it's easy for them
course.
to get press when there's like a million guys, who don't trying to get immigration status in
Yeah.
America and can't, or ignore the fact that the man she was comparing it to, the reason he got picked up in the first place is because he got a DUI. And so since he got a DUI, none of the immigration advocacy groups wanted to work with him because they don't want to work with people that have any sort of criminal record of any sort. And that's why, it wasn't a clean, nice story for the news to talk about. They also left out the fact that the lesbian couple had children, and so that was like another
Wow. Okay.
factor to the whole, thing about not wanting to separate, the mother from, their children. But no, so ignoring all that, they said, oh, it must be because, because they're a butch lesbian, the America is just like has a less of a problem with lesbians as long as it's like a butch femme relationship. Like that's the conclude. That's like this is why ideology poisons the mind so much. It makes you ignore all the very obvious things why something could be the way it is for your own conclusion, which is what Philosophy Tube was just complaining about like 5 minutes earlier in the video when it came to these, people working backwards from their assumptions.
Yeah. Post hoc reasoning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam's like, which one of you wears the strap? You? All right, you're in. You're not queer, you're just straight plus a little extra. I also learned that this is becoming more true by the day. I read this. Family values.
God, I hate this video.
You don't like all those like sound effects and
I don't. I don't. And
the
also
giant
just the
nails
look.
and the zoom in?
I read this book. Family of Values.
Between neoliberalism and new social conservatism. So it's going to be a real banger.
I am a reader. I do declare I've read another book.
You're,
Ho,
you're just
ho, ho, ho.
you're just mad that Philosophy Tube is giving reading books a bad name. Okay.
I do declare. It's just so cheeseball. It's so cheeseball. Look, I'm never going to talk about another book I've read again. It's
This has
been
turned you
ruined.
off of referencing
Yes.
books.
It's been soiled. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't even all of these books look like torture to read. They don't look interesting at all. They all look
No.
ideologically possessed. They all look like a tome to post hoc reasoning.
I mean,
How do I
yes.
prove that the neoliberals and the social conservatives are evil? Let me see. Let
Mhm.
me start my book.
I
Right?
like if you look up Melinda Cooper on the Google machine, it
Oh,
says that
no.
she's my phone went off because I said Google machine.
Okay, Google.
Yeah. So it says that she's a sociology professor.
Oh, no.
And it says her research focuses on the interaction between neoliberal and new conservative philosophies of power. So I mean, listen,
Right, of
and she also has
course.
blue hair in the picture, so she's coming at it from a completely non-biased angle.
It's all about power. This is
Yeah.
why people start families. Sitch, this is why people fall in love. They think, I want to have power over somebody. That's what they're thinking.
You know what? That's a good point. I, I'm like, do I want a child in the future? And I'm like, well, I
Right.
do want to have a slave.
Right, exactly.
I want a legal slave. So, I might as well.
Power.
Yeah, exactly. Might as well have a child now, right?
No,
That's the thought process.
that's the 1890 version of reality, where you kick out a bunch of slaves.
If this was true, that this is why people want to start families, why would birth rates be going down? Would they be going up?
Of course, birth rates are declining because now you're a slave to the kids. You're an indentured servant.
Right.
Yeah.
Values by sociologist Melinda Cooper. She points out that the higher tuition fees go, the more students have to rely on the bank of mum and dad. The higher house
See, and this is just completely divorced from what we were previously talking about. This video is like all over the place.
This is the
prices
this is the Homer Simpson makeup shotgunning of like making an argument. It's just like
Yeah.
load up the shotgun with like every possible like random thing about how capitalism, families, and liberalism is bad, and you just shoot it at your argument and hope one of them sticks.
What I feel like all of these quotes were just chosen at random from these books and
Maybe
just
they
kind
were.
of strung together.
Right. Yeah,
When you nobody follows the arguments anyway, so who cares? Right?
the that's true. Because like so this video is titled that a man stole their work,
Right.
right? And that's the
Exactly.
introduction of this. And then supposedly this is supposed to be some kind of philosophical journey into understanding why a man would steal her work, right?
Right.
What is that?
Yes.
None of this has anything to do with that at all.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're talking about how tuition fees are too high and my parents have to pay the bill.
Right. It's so ridiculous.
It's like, did one of your parents steal your work to pay the bill? Is that like, how's this really have anything to do with what we're talking about here?
Mm-hmm.
go, the more inheritance and generational wealth affect people's ability to access shelter. There's this idea I've heard.
Oh, I get it. He stole his work because he was poor. He needed to.
There you go.
It was rightful theft of your work. Thank you for including this philosophy too. It all makes perfect sense now.
Before that the last 50 years of economic policy have left everybody atomized and alone, but Cooper says they haven't really. What they've actually done is reinforce traditional hierarchies by elevating the economic importance of the family. And these policies were designed to do that.
Okay, so it's funny. There's two things that are interesting. So we actually had this conversation with Dev a lot, like whenever he came on last, which was a while ago, where there was the argument that because people were doing better financially, this destroyed like communities because you didn't have to ask your neighbor for like a ladder or a hammer anymore. And now
Right.
you
I
have
remember that.
right, and now you have like the leftists saying the opposite, saying because everyone's in such dire strait financially, they have to rely on their family more. And I guess that's a bad thing that you have like a
Right.
closer knit family.
Who wants to, rely on your family? Jeez. Come on.
I know, terrible. And so, okay, so Philosophy Tubes made a very, very bold statement. They said that these economic policies were crafted intentionally in order to make people more reliant on their families. Okay. That's what they said. And so I'm sure
That's true.
you're expecting like, okay, so there's going to be some like receipts for this claim, right? Of course, there's going to be some kind of
there's
evidence
no
for this
receipts
claim.
in this
Okay.
whole video.
No, you don't think so?
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Reinforce traditional hierarchies by elevating the economic importance of the family. And these policies were designed to do that. Economists like Milton Friedman and Gary Becker, who very much shaped the last half century, said explicitly that the welfare state had undermined the natural authority of the family, and by slashing welfare, they would restore the family to its rightful place.
Okay. So Philosophy Tube said that Gary Becker and Milton Friedman explicitly, you know what the word explicit means, Adam?
Yeah, it means just clear as can be.
Yes.
Crystal clear.
Fully,
They
yeah,
come
fully
right
out in the
it.
open, not
Yeah.
hidden it whatsoever.
Not obfuscating anything.
Right. They explicitly stated that the
Right.
goal of cutting welfare and social programs was because those social programs were undermining the natural order of the family or whatever, right?
Right. We need
Now-
to slash those programs.
It's a little strange to me that if it was so explicit that they said this, that Philosophy Tube doesn't provide a single quotation
Yeah,
from
bring up
either
the
of these
quote.
people to show that, right? It's a little strange.
Bring
You
up the
think?
quote. I want to
Yeah,
see
you
it.
think, it's kind of explicit. And this is actually because I was researching this and I couldn't find anything remotely about this claim whatsoever. And so I actually asked Google's Gemini AI about these claims.
Ooh.
And I was pleasantly surprised because I'm like, we all know that Google's Gemini AI has been pretty woke, but they actually gave really nuanced, fair answers to these questions, assuming that the answers are true. And they both said that neither Gary Becker nor Milton Friedman said or believed this concept that Abigail just said.
Really? Okay.
Yes. Now, both these economists, they both thought that there could be a problem where if you give too much welfare to people, it would, make them more reliant on the state, and it could destroy the concept of families being self-sufficient, and it could, disincentivize people from working. And if you did incentivize, single motherhood financially, then obviously you would create a system where single motherhood would become more and more prevalent, right? They did say that, but that's a far cry different than saying, I want to cut welfare in order to reinstill still the natural order of family values, right?
Yeah, it's completely different.
And these people, according to what I was looking at, none of them were in favor of getting rid of all social programs. They were both in favor of having some level of social safety net and welfare programs. The question was just on how much and what they should look like.
Old Milty was in favor of this thing called the negative income tax, which has been compared to universal basic income,
Yep.
which universal basic income, one of the arguments in favor of it is there wouldn't be all this unpaid labor out there like housework.
Hmm.
So it's pretty ironic that she's using Milton Friedman in this video when
Yes.
Milton Friedman wanted to pay women to do those chores for their husbands.
This is interesting. So this is from Gemini AI. They said regarding Gary Becker.
I
Um,
don't know that guy.
yeah, I never heard of him either. But it says um, he argued that there were potential negative effects with welfare programs that it disincentivized to work. Becker argued that some welfare programs could create disincentives for parents to work, especially for single mothers. He suggests that welfare benefits could be structured to phase out gradually as income increases, encouraging work participation and self-sufficiency. He also theorized that readily available welfare might reduce the pressure for married couples to stay together, potentially impacting family stability and child well-being. This view, however, has been challenged by other scholars who argue that poverty itself can be a significant factor in family instability. So there you go. I guess that translates in Abigail's mind to, therefore, they intentionally want to cut social welfare programs in order to instill the hierarchy, the oppressive hierarchy of family, and that's why America has been following everything these economists say, right? For the last 60 years, that's why America's, living in the neoliberal paradise.
Have they? I don't know that they have.
No,
I
they
think
haven't. No.
Keynes has kind of won.
Yeah.
John Maynard Keynes. We're all Keynesians now. Remember that?
Yep. So this is a complete nonsensical claim. And you'll see she doesn't even bring up a quote or anything to defend it.
When politicians like Ronald Reagan took their ideas public, he said that tuition fees would allow families to exercise their natural authority over rowdy students. It's almost funny. Cooper goes into detail showing that under Obama and Bush and Clinton, people said the family is in crisis. And under Reagan, they said the family is in crisis. In the 60s, the family was in crisis. In the early 1900s, people said it. In the years immediately following the American Civil War, people said it. In England in the 1800s, the family was in crisis because giving aid to the poor disconnected the family. In Elizabethan England in 1601, the family was in crisis because the first ever attempt to organize state-distributed welfare supposedly was leading to the breakdown of family values. Every time politicians bring up family values, they're always in crisis, and the solution is always, F them poor people, you're on your own. What is the family? A scam invented by rich people to get free labor. And
Okay. So,
Oh my word.
so
Whoa.
okay. So in the beginning of that, okay. So the only thing that's true in what they were just saying just now was that yes, from the dawn of human history, people have complained about the decline of family and family values and blah blah blah. Okay, that's always something that's always existed. So that's true. But that has nothing to do with the concept of A, trying to prove that Milton Friedman and Becker were intentionally in favor of cutting welfare to reestablish this kind of oppressive hierarchy, a claim that she throws out there without providing any evidence for. And now she's made an even stronger, more insane claim that the entire concept of family was created by evil patriarchy capitalists in order to like fuck over poor people. The concept of a family. Okay. The family unit was created by capitalists. I don't know if she knows that before capitalism and the patriarchy and all this nonsense, people had families and the family unit existed. Okay. I don't know if she knows this.
The family unit existed during feudalism?
Yeah.
Sitch,
So
say it
stupid.
isn't so.
This is so retarded on every level. God, I hate this stuff. This idea that like, oh, like, I don't know if you know this, but like all the non-European natives, they didn't have families. They didn't have any concept of a family or who their children were. Hunter-gatherers had no concept of who their children were, who they were, significant other with. They all just had orgies all day, and all the kids existed as one like communal blob, as a tribe. It's like this is so fucking nonsensical.
They never ever noticed that, hey, look, that little kid looks exactly like that dude.
Yeah.
They never made that connection. They're like, how come that kid looks so much like that man?
I know. It's so terrible.
Yeah.
I hate it so much. Also, I couldn't
Yeah.
find that Ronald Reagan quote she was talking about, so I'm gonna say it's
She
probably
threw
made up
Obama
like
in there
everything else in
too.
there. Yes. Yeah.
Obama was working on, oh, I guess Obama did like the family.
I
What's
know,
wrong?
how
I just
terrible, right?
like, what's wrong with the family?
It's
Family's kind of nice to have.
because so Philosophy Tube is 100% on the camp of the critical theorists who want to destroy everything normative. That's their
Mm-hmm.
position. And so the family is seen as a traditional normative stabilizing structure in our society. So therefore that must mean from their fucked up view that it's an oppressive hierarchy of power that is
Oh yeah.
somehow a conspiracy of the capitalist patriarchy, and so it has to be eliminated.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yes. I mean, I would bet that Philosophy Tube's parents paid for their tuition to go to college. I mean, I would bet money on that. I would definitely bet money on that. Sitch, would you bet money on that?
I would. I would.
Okay, yeah.
You
So
know,
oppressive getting your tuition paid for by your folks.
I am very curious. I'd like to interview Philosophy Tube's parents. Like, how do you feel
I know
that you paid
exactly.
for your child to go to college to get a degree in
Right.
philosophy, which basically indoctrinated them with Marxist nonsense, which now they
Right.
basically hate the entire structure that you provided money and food and energy for them?
Yeah. Do you feel like you wasted your money and your life? Philosophy Tube probably has a bunch of brothers and sisters, so
Maybe.
yeah.
I mean, this would be really depressing if I was a parent. And if lots of parents are going through this. They
Of
send their
course.
child to
Yeah.
college and their child comes back like indoctrinated with Marxist
Yeah.
dumb shit.
Like, I've been trying to keep you out of cults all through high school. And now
Yes.
you're in a cult.
Yes.
Now
Who
your mind has been destroyed. It's been turned to mush.
who was the guy that was like really on top of the Claudine Gay Harvard plagiarism thing?
Roland Fry.
No, 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 no. There was like a guy on Twitter who was like really pushing to have it investigated. He was like a Harvard graduate.
Oh yeah, I don't remember his name.
Um,
Eli
Bill
Mistel.
Ackman. Bill Ackman. Yeah, apparently one of the reasons Bill Ackman was like really motivated by this, I believe it was Bill Ackman, was that like his daughter basically went to college and then came back and was like woke indoctrinated. He was like
Really?
really pissed
Oh,
off about it.
painful,
So
painful,
yeah, that'd be terrible.
painful. Yeah, all your teachers teaching you your parents are pieces of shit,
Hmm.
but they're paying my tuition. Yeah, to control you.
Yes.
Oh man. Used to be considered immoral to turn a child against their parents. Now it's like trendy. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. It was interesting because I was just listening to oh my God, who was it? I was just listening to some psychologist who was talking about like how she's like big on not height, but height talks about it too, that we need to have the kids you need to like let your kids go off on their own and
Oh
like
yeah, yeah. Free
and
range
like
kids.
yeah, basically, you have to have kids have to be able to solve their own problems in social situations. And
Yeah.
the more you protect your kid from doing that, the more anxious they become as an adult.
Yeah. Learned helplessness.
Yes.
Yeah. This is where all
JMac.
my latchkey kid powers come from.
There you go. Yeah, you know what? It's definitely true. Definitely true. You can definitely see that in you. So
Yeah.
good on your parents. JMac, our surrogate father, who always raised us
Takes care of
correctly.
us. Always
Okay.
pays our tuition.
Pays our tuition and gives us the free range care we need. JMac.
Yes, exactly.
Our surrogate father for $20 says they forget you have to do all the training of your human slaves. There's a lot of trial and error, not for the faint of heart. Though it's nice once they finally get it down. Haven't had to pick up dog crap for a year now. There you go.
Oh,
There you go.
wow.
Good on you.
That is a valuable service.
When I was younger, I remember my mom, she had some saying where she would say, "What good is a munchkin if it won't do your chores?" She tried to say this to me and my brother to get us to do shit. Didn't work. We were very rebellious. So,
My mom used to call me Munchkin too.
yeah.
That's funny.
Fat Brown Buffalo for $20. Thank you so much. Says judge in California dismissed charges against right-wing rioters who brawl with Antifa in Berkeley because prosecutors didn't also charge Antifa. Can you guys cover the story sometimes? You are good at factual, non-partisan coverage.
Yeah,
Sure, I'll
that
look into.
sounds
I
like a
never heard
great
about
story
that,
to cut.
but yeah, I'll check it out. Maybe we'll talk about it on Monday or something. So
That's
thank you.
biased. They're like, just charge the right wingers. Let the Antifa guys go. Look, it stands for anti-fascist, so it's got to be good.
Yes. I like the headline from the local Berkeley paper says judge dismisses charges against a white nationalist. So that's how it's being framed. So
Oh, please. Oh, please.
interesting. So I'll check it out.
They were white people and they were nationalists.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. I don't know anything about this story. So
The journalists are like, they're like,
yeah.
it's descriptively correct, okay?
There might have been. I'm sure they're probably Proud Boys or something. But
Right.
And then I got to thinking, what happens?
Liar.
oh wow, quickly.
Look, did you hear it? Philosophy Tube said, and then I got to thinking.
I know.
Liar.
Oh, I got it. I got it. I got the joke.
Liar.
Okay. Very good. Very good.
No thinking went on in this
Yes,
in the making of this
that's
video.
true. That's true.
More thinking went on with Sitch in the debunking of this video than actually went on making this.
That is true.
I feel like there was just some books highlighted.
Well, actually, that's
maybe-
not true. Listen, we need to be fair. Okay. A lot of thought went into that outfit where, she came out of like a woman's womb in the beginning of the video and looked like she had an erection. And now she's in front of a bunch of like randomly positioned plants in front of a stairwell.
Right. Yeah.
There's a lot of
Wow.
aesthetic design going on here, a lot of thought.
I just imagine sitting in this getup, looking at the monitor, and just thinking, what have I done? What has my life become? This would make me question every choice I've ever made.
She looks fabulous. Stop it.
Okay.
If you fall outside the boundaries of the family? What if your parents disown you, as has happened to some of my friends?
But not me, of course.
I know.
My parents are rich. They would never disown me.
Yeah.
What happens if you can't get married or you can't get a mortgage? Well, economists call that precarity. Your access to resources like healthcare, housing, education, and immigration documents becomes precarious. Another way of expressing the same thing would be to say that you're queer. Those are all things that LGBTQ people can have trouble doing. In fact,
well, and incels, obviously. Incels want to be in a relationship and they can't have one, so.
Yeah, but
You're
we get to
officially
make fun of
simping
them.
for. Yeah, but I mean, look, they're part of the precariat as well.
No, but they're men.
What if you can't have a relationship? Because you're an incel.
But they're men, so it's okay to make fun of them.
No, look.
Listen, that's the rule. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's so weird. It's like, yeah, but they're not part of the queer community, so yeah. No one ever promised you sex.
If you are queer, not only will your access to resources likely be more precarious, but you'll probably have to do more unpaid social reproduction too. You have to do things like explain your deal to cishet people, fight to get healthcare, recover from queerphobic abuse, do the admin of changing your legal status. All that stuff has to be done so that you can keep going to work, and it all takes time, energy, and money.
There's all this like, it's this really obnoxious trend in woke shit where like everything that a person does, it's like it's not really even a woke thing. It's kind of just like a Zoomer millennial, younger millennial thing. Like just existing in the world, you have a lot of upkeep. Okay, you have to feed yourself, you have to brush your teeth and shower, shave.
Yeah.
You have to do
Yeah.
hygiene. Got
Pay
to
the
clean
rent.
where you live, right? There's all this like upkeep to your life that just exists. And they're like, why do I not get paid for doing the upkeep of my life that everyone else has to also do? It's like if you're gonna adopt a non-binary pronoun and people are like, I don't know what that is, and you want everyone to call you. You want everyone to do the work of like not understanding the normative gender role, the normative gender pronouns that have existed since time immemorial, and you want to do this whole new thing. You don't get to be like, oh, me explaining my non-binary pronouns to someone is unpaid labor. No, fuck you. Okay. What do you expect? You expect everyone to just read your mind and understand whatever dumb shit you're coming up with that day?
Yeah, that non-binary stuff is so inefficient. It offends my sensibilities.
Yes.
I do like the efficiency of it. So
I read one philosopher, Zoe Belinsky, who made a great connection between that and the experience of people with disabilities,
Doubtful.
who also have to do a lot of unpaid work before they can get a job, assuming they can get one.
See, if I had some legitimate like physical or mental disability that impacted my ability to work, I'm like in a wheelchair or something, or I had, something to that effect, I'd be really fucking mad if some like non-binary blue-haired bitch is like trying to compare the fact that they have to explain their pronouns to someone to like me being in a fucking wheelchair. I'd be like, are you fucking for real? Go fuck yourself.
right, yeah. Yeah, no, that is offensive.
She says that queerness and having a disability are not just identities, they are positions that you occupy within the economy. Queer people and people with disabilities should get some kind of tax break. That's my position, and I'm only like 50% kidding on that. And all of that brings us full circle to my experience.
Well, first of all, I don't think you should conceptualize having a disability as an identity. That doesn't seem very healthy, right? Like,
Yeah, of course not.
you shouldn't really define yourself by your disability. I'm pretty sure if you go to any psychologist, they're going to tell you to not, or any self-help group, they're going to tell you to not define yourself by your disability. That seems to be like rule number one for dealing with any sort of disability,
Yeah, that's going to be depressing.
right? But okay, we're going to get back. Okay, we were 19 minutes into the video. We're going to find out how all this stuff has to do with a man stealing her work.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm doing relatively well compared to many, but that precarity extends even to me. I had my work stolen. I've had people in the acting industry straight up refuse to work with me because of what I am, even though that's blatantly illegal. Even for a woman with all of my privileges, there's no getting away from it. What is queerness? A scam invented by straight people to get free labor.
So
Wow.
there you go. Look at all the oppression that this rich, white, posh, trans woman YouTuber has suffered. She suffered so much oppression that she's not going to tell you a single person that's ever oppressed her because they'll sue her for defamation because it's probably not true.
This is probably a lie.
Yes.
The person's never even named in this video.
Yes.
The whole
Oh my
inspiration
God.
for this video.
I know. What an inspiring revolutionary Marxist.
Right.
They won't even tell you the person that supposedly stole their labor from.
It's very sad.
Oh my God.
And when I understood that, I felt powerless and angry. But because I'm a woman, I'm not allowed to feel angry, so I just say I'm feeling sad. But I was conscious that I had read a lot of lefty stuff, and I was curious. What would conservative philosophers say about all this? So I read them too.
Well, before we get into this,
my
I just want to
God.
point this out to all the
Oh my
women
God.
listening in our audience. Okay. You heard it here first from PhilosophyTube. You ladies, you're not allowed to get mad.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was like. Hey, that's a kind of good rule. Like,
You're not allowed to get mad.
how do we
Yeah.
actually enforce that rule?
Right.
Ladies, no more
Ladies,
angry.
I
Yeah.
see you. I see you, Shu. Shu, you're not allowed to get mad about things anymore. Okay. It's on
Yeah, you
high
need to
from
chill.
our authority of women, PhilosophyTube. Okay. She's been a
Right,
woman for a
exactly.
whole 2 years.
Yes.
Don't get mad.
It's coming down from the woman hierarchy top here.
Yes.
No anger. You're not allowed, you're only allowed to be sad. That's it.
I know a lot of
That's it.
women who have been angry at a lot of points in life. Okay, I don't know where this comes from. Women are allowed to be angry thing. I mean,
Right. She
usually
just
it's men. Society is far more tolerant of women angry and far less tolerant of men being angry because a man being angry is often associated with violence and
yeah,
danger.
dangerous. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, yes,
A man who can't control his emotions can be very dangerous.
right.
But Philosophy Tube just eviscerated the whole concept of makeup sex. I mean, if women don't get angry, like how do you get the makeup
There you
sex?
go. That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, look, it's all part of God's plan.
Adam makes his wife intentionally angry just so he can have the makeup sex.
I mean, occasionally. I mean, it depends upon what's going on, right?
There's actually an episode of Scrubs that was the plot line of the
I
episode.
believe it. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yes. Look, I'm sure you've had the makeup sex. It's good stuff. Yeah, it's good.
I never get angry in relationships. So, no.
Really? In my experience, that makes women more angry.
That you never get angry.
The guy that doesn't get angry, oh man.
When they get angry and you don't get angry,
Yes,
yeah, you're
yes,
right. They get very angry
it
that you
does.
get
It's like, what do you don't even care about me. You don't even
You're not.
care enough to get angry.
That's pretty true. Pretty
Of
true.
course. Look, couples fight. It's like women get this is so stupid. This reads as someone who has never been in a relationship.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, their PhilosophyTube is still chasing the one that got away.
Philosophy Tube, ContraPoints.
I was gonna say it. He said it. I was gonna say it, but he said. I was
Look,
gonna
you
say
were thinking it.
Contra while coughing, but okay, he could be explicit about it, I guess.
Who cares? Everyone knows. It's no secret.
That's true.
Man. Ugh. This whole thing going on here, this whole like setup, this whole outfit, this whole production design, I do not approve of.
You don't like the queer villain baker aesthetic?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. Displaying all of these knives. What's going on here?
She's a queer villainess.
Okay.
Yeah. She's literally evil.
Who gets more sex, a gay guy or an incel?
I would imagine the gay guy on average.
Who's more oppressed by the sexual famine?
The incel,
The queer guy or the incel?
The incel, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Look, it's so bizarre that they want to talk about, look, as a queer person, man, at the bottom of the hierarchy. Well, actually, the incel is a little bit lower, but fuck them.
Right. We get to make
It's
fun
like-
of them.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Oh.
But everyone hates them. People only pretend to hate me because I'm so cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's so sad. Very sad. Very, very self-serving.
Mm-hmm.
I just want a little more humility in the world, Sitch. That's all I want.
Well, let's see what Abigail's gonna cook up for us.
Let's see what
now.
what's
Okay. This is
okay.
Well, I guess she's dressed evil now because she read conservative philosophers, so like they're evil, I guess.
Is this supposed to look like a small child's costume or something? What's going on with these sleeves that are?
No, they're villain sleeves. They got like the
Okay.
poofy, like Maleficent. She got like the big
Well, no,
shoulder
I
pads going on.
yeah, I get that, but
Yeah.
her arm is sticking out. I mean, this is like the high water sleeves. I feel like this is a small child would wear this.
Oh, you mean because it's like not the right size?
Yeah,
Yeah.
doesn't fit.
Right.
Doesn't fit at all. Chapter 2, members only. Content warning, homophobia.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, members only. Wonder what's going on there. I wonder what the subtext is.
That's where she got the jacket from.
Members only? Yeah. Member is also a euphemism.
I didn't even think about
for
that.
certain body parts.
Oh my God, terrible.
I don't know if you know this.
I didn't even think about that, you fucking
members
Kumar
only.
brain. I can't believe you.
Look, it's the boys club. This is all about a man who stole some work, right?
There you go. Yeah.
Members only.
There
Makes
you
sense.
go.
Content warning, homophobia. Sitch is not homophobic. I'm not homophobic.
No.
Yeah. Nothing to be afraid of. Don't be afraid.
Heard the lefty arguments, and I didn't want to be too one-sided.
Sitch, I'm dying here. I'm dying.
Oh no, there's a part that is going to make you laugh even harder than I don't want to be one-sided here. So.
I don't want to be one-sided.
Yeah, of course.
Such bullshit.
So I decided to also read a conservative British philosopher named Roger Scruton. I think Scruton is worth knowing, especially now and especially if you're British. In the UK, the Conservative Party have been in power for the last 13 years, and next year we have a general election. At time of recording, a lot of people are predicting the Conservatives will lose, so the big question is, what will they become once they're out? When I listen to young Conservatives and senior Conservatives trying to preempt this change, a lot of what they say sounds like Roger Scruton. So I think now would be a good time to study him, because this material may be on the test. I read Scruton's book, How to Be a Conservative, and learned that his views about gender, race, and the family fit into his overall picture of society. He says that a society is founded on a feeling of shared identity. For example, the United States Constitution opens with the phrase, "We the people." Well, you can't have a constitution or laws or voting unless you first have a we. And indeed, Scruton draws an analogy between a country and a family.
In families, people often get together to discuss matters of shared concern. There will be many opinions, conflicting counsels, and even factions. But in a happy family, everyone will accept to be bound by the final decision, even if they disagree with it. That is because they have a shared investment in staying together. Something is more important to all of them than their own opinion, and that is the family, the thing whose welfare and future they have come together to discuss. To put it in another way, the family is part of their identity. It is the thing that does not change as their several opinions alter and conflict. A shared identity takes the sting from disagreement. It is what makes opposition and therefore rational discussion possible, and it is the foundation of any way of life in which compromise rather than dictatorship is the norm. The same is true in politics. There cannot be a society without this experience of membership.
So, I'm not a big Roger Scruton fan, but I think this statement is completely correct. I mean, do you have any... Doesn't this seem to be completely accurate?
Yeah, it's not far off of Fukuyama either, and Fukuyama's complete lib. So
yes,
yeah,
yes.
So
there needs to be a
liberal,
shared
progressive,
identity. Right.
Yeah. I like the way Fukuyama splits nation building up from statecraft. Like statecraft is building institutions, and nation building is building an identity.
Mm-hmm.
So there is plenty of overlap with Fukuyama. Yeah, in order to have a nation, you do need shared identity. That's like step one. Yeah.
Right. And
so
yeah,
and he's not a conservative at all.
And this part about how like the shared identity takes the sting from disagreement is completely true. It's why like, someone could be like complaining about their friends or their family, but then if like a stranger or someone else complains about them, they're like, oh, fuck that guy.
Yeah, of course.
Only I get to complain about them. Or why like Americans are like, oh, we can complain about our country, but if one of you foreigners dare complain about America, fuck you, we're going to invade your country and take it over. You're not allowed to do that.
It works for in-laws too. You're always you know, your spouse or significant other is complaining about their sister, right?
Right.
Right and left. And then all of a sudden you complain, oh yeah, she seems like kind of a bitch. How dare you? That's my sister.
Right, right.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
of course. Yeah, it's that loyalty intuition.
sure. And this completely is true. You know, if your country doesn't have a shared identity that it views as part of the family, then everything becomes more the conflict increases, the divisiveness increases,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I mean, obviously, we're
Chaos
in a hyper
ensues.
partisan divisive time where people people, hate each other and don't view each other as shared Americans. And, America, and I'm sure every country goes through these ebbs and flows of, division and unity. So
Yeah, we'll get it back together. We just got to get that paddle back on the wall. I'm telling you,
there you go.
Sitch.
This shared membership, this we, is what conservatives should try to conserve, in Scruton's opinion. And it's found in things like the monarchy, the Church of England, certain styles of architecture or art, as well as things like traditional gender roles. Scruton draws heavily on another conservative philosopher named Edmund Burke. So just to flesh this out, I read him too. The idea is that traditional...
Listen, so I'm listening right now to Edmund Burke, an audiobook of Edmund Burke talking about the French Revolution. I'm kind of skeptical that Philosophy Tube read the entire, read Edmund Burke, all of Edmund Burke works. Okay, that's a lot of stuff to get through for this video. Talk about him for
That,
like 5 minutes.
that's what's laughable. It's like
Yeah.
saying, I read Thomas Sowell.
Yeah.
It's like, well, he's got like 45 books. I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
what book did you read?
Yes, yes.
Philosophy
No
Tube is a
value.
scholar, Sitch.
Oh,
Just
okay.
let it go, okay?
You read all of it, yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes.
And institutions may not be intellectually justifiable. There might not be a rational reason why we still have a monarchy. But they create that we that is needed for society, and therefore they should be protected from change or criticism. Scruton thinks
So there's like this really weird thing where like it's annoying to me that Philosophy Tube, if you want to criticize Scruton or Burke when they talk about how they think a shared identity for a country should be in some institution that Philosophy Tube doesn't like, such as a monarch or a church or something, I think that's fine. But what bothers me is that Philosophy Tube never even acknowledges the importance of having a shared familial identity on a nation level at all. And
Right. Yeah.
she never even says that at any point. And in fact, this whole video so far has been kind of pushing the idea that family structure is oppressive.
Yeah. The culture war is generally over what that identity should be. Not that there
Yes.
shouldn't be an identity, but the radical leftists, like they want to abolish all identity, basically.
Well, it's like it's a completely hypocritical position because, yeah, on one hand, they want to abolish any sort of nationalistic identity whatsoever. But at the same token, if you stray from any of their
Oh, yeah.
accepted
That's a great
cultural
point.
norms or taboos, or they're accepting their various identities, oh, well, then you're in big trouble, right?
Yes. Our identity is about destroying all identities. And if you don't adopt that identity, we hate you.
Right. And it's like, yeah, the irony here is, okay, if you want to, you're going to criticize this guy for putting a nation's identity in the church or in the monarchy or whatever, that's fine. But then it's like, okay, so Philosophy Tube wants to put the identity that's important into queerness, right? Or transness or, whatever woke nonsense identity that they want to say that like that's where everyone should be putting their identity basket into.
Yeah.
How is it any different? Early in the video, they were criticizing white people for coming to North America and attacking the indigenous people for their religious identity. And yet Philosophy Tube is totally fine attacking white people for their religious identity.
Well, because theirs is wrong and
Oh, okay.
Philosophy Tubes is correct.
Right.
That's what they always say. It's so blue pilled.
Yes.
It's so, oh, look. And especially when the aesthetic that philosophy tube is going for here is, look, I'm a cultured, well-read. I read conservatives. I read liberals. I read progressives. I understand. I'm the avatar of understanding. It's
Hmm.
all just bullshit. It's
Right.
all complete bullshit. Yeah.
It's a bad idea to try and change society. It's a wild thing. You can't domesticate it by imposing a top-down plan. He cites a famous right-wing economist called Friedrich Hayek.
So when I was looking through Scruton, looking through his various things, he said a lot of stuff I don't agree with. He's very doesn't like the gays and stuff of that nature. But he was in favor of gradual change. It was just kind of a more like he was like the way I would categorize him is he's a very pro-tradition, taking a cautious approach to change, a kind of Chesterton's fence kind of guy of, there's these things that exist and you don't know why these traditions exist, so be cautious when you get rid of them. And I think he specializes in aesthetics in philosophy. And that's why he's
Wow.
all, he's one of these like person that's all like, oh, we need to have like maintain this classical aesthetic architecture and things of that nature. So, but I don't think it's fair to say that he's against all change. He's just, trying to be more, pumping the brakes a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's conservatism right there. That's the Burkean philosophy too.
And also this Hayek guy that she talks about, he actually specifically says he's not a conservative. He said he's a classical liberal and is in favor of social safety nets. But, so this
Oh,
is
that's hilarious.
like in this part of the video, Philosophy Tube does this weird thing where she's describing conservatives and liberals, but she's not being specific about whether she means like an American conservative, which is just a right-wing liberal, or a conservative, someone who exists outside the bounds of the philosophy of liberalism and doesn't actually like liberalism. And so it all gets
Right.
muddled in this conversation, and she doesn't specify any of this stuff.
And this color palette is shit too.
That background is a very bad background. That's true.
It's
You don't want to have
philosophy
a
tube is like coolness kryptonite. And nothing seems cool in this video to me.
yes.
And it's weird to me that so many people look at this and they're like, "Oh my god, it's like a god to production design here."
Because it's just like a queer aesthetic, and a lot of people in that space are their brain melts. Oh my God, queer aesthetic. She's like a villain, but she's got like a cute apron. Oh, I love it.
I
Like that's like the
know.
thought process.
Yeah. Oh.
Though listen, you never see Contra making this mistake. You generally want to have your background color be very closely matched to your skin tone. That's not a generally good idea.
Yeah, that's not good.
It washes out
Not
the
good.
color. Yeah.
Not good for your color correction. Also,
So I
even
re-
all the music cues. Oh my god. Painful. None of the music in here hits.
No.
All just seems weird and out of place. And all the sound effects. I feel like I'm watching a Looney Tunes cartoon. This is the complete opposite of hip.
Right.
It's like someone who's just pretending, doesn't really understand what cool is.
Yeah, but you're a
And it's
straight
just
white
like,
male, so your conception of cool is completely at odds with contra or not con philosophy tube's audience.
I like David Lynch movies. Come on. Come on
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Just because I'm straight doesn't mean
Your
I don't
conception
like
of
David.
cool is at odds with everyone's idea. Okay.
I like David Lynch.
You think Blunty Fly is cool?
Come on, I like artsy movies.
Okay.
I like bisexual lighting. Come on, I
Okay.
like crazy stuff.
Okay.
There's lots of great. Yeah, this is like production design by Walmart.
You're
There's
right.
nothing cool about this.
It feels very corporate, like trying to appeal to the kids. Yeah.
Yes. Like, get me some music for my PowerPoint, boys. Right?
Get me a trans. They know how to do this. The kids all like the transes, don't they?
There's nothing cool
Put a
about
chick
this.
in it. Make it gay. That's what the kids like nowadays.
Yeah. Even this outfit, like, who didn't step up and say, well, I mean, wouldn't it be nice if it fit? Like, You want to look, you're an artist here. Artists
Well,
pay attention to detail.
I think the way it looks now from within the first shot, I think what was going on is that they wanted the shoulders to be more pronounced in the opening shot, so they
Poofy?
pushed
Okay.
yeah, so they pushed the sleeves up to like make them more poofy.
Oh, okay.
That's what it looks like.
Okay.
Read him
It'll be
too.
fine.
Hayek says society is a spontaneous order that grows organically. We do need rules, but the rules should safeguard that spontaneous order. So things like welfare, redistributing resources, and social justice, they might sound good, but that's trying to impose a top-down order on a spontaneous system. And in Scruton's telling, that would threaten the shared identity that's the foundation of everything.
Okay, so that's not from when I was reading Hayek stuff, that seems to be completely an unfair characterization. So it's the spontaneous order thing, which is like completely true, is the idea that complicated systems generally arise like nations and markets generally arise not from a top-down nation like making a
Right.
declaration, but from just like a bunch of people start doing things, sort of collectivizing, start making, or not collectivizing, but start, making communities, start making markets, and kind of like piecemeal this giant system together. And out of it comes a larger market or a country over time.
Yeah, invisible hand stuff.
Yeah, which seems to be completely true. And so they were saying that you just have to be cautious. That's why they are more neoliberal in terms of you have to be cautious when you kind of do this top-down approach to just trying to change everything. And also, they did say very specifically that they were in favor of social safety nets and said that if as a society, as a first world country, should make it so people don't starve and live in the streets and all this other stuff. So it's completely
Yeah.
unfair characterization to be like, oh, well, they said that, because of spontaneous order, you shouldn't help poor people. That's not what their position was.
Right. Poor people are future communists. We gotta nip that in the bud, right?
Well, actually, unfortunately, it seems to be that the children of upper middle class and rich families are future communists.
In this atmosphere it is, but
Yeah,
it's an aesthetic. It's not
right.
real. Yeah.
Maybe.
They're LARPing
And
us into the revolution.
I believe it.
Yeah.
so, all that stuff about social constructs and exploitation from chapter 1, Scruton would say that's completely the wrong approach. In fact, he would say that critiquing institutions like the family and traditional gender roles is dangerous. And I found that a little bit odd because, to my mind, critiquing an idea and analysing where it came from isn't necessarily the same thing as tearing it down. But Scruton felt very strongly.
This is very, very dishonest because obviously, whenever you read any of this socialist literature, they talk about critiquing something, it's always to tear it down.
Of
100% is to
course.
tear it down.
Yeah.
This is so
Yeah.
dishonest. There's no fucking way that Philosophy Tube doesn't know this unless she's like retarded and doesn't understand anything that she's reading, which I guess is possible.
Critical theory is just an honest critique, Sitch.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
That it is. I found a few points in his book and elsewhere where he accused his critics of being satanic or perverse, motivated by virtue signalling and resentment. And then I found an article by Scruton, which I guess wasn't surprising, but which still hurt a little. It was from 2013, the year that my country legalized gay marriage, and he was very much against that. He said that straight marriage is one of those institutions that forms part of British people's natural and spontaneous sense of identity, and by allowing gay people to get married, we'd be threatening that. And he expands on this in his book.
When marriage is rewritten as a contract between the partners in which future generations have no voice, those laws lose their underlying rationale. Hence, by a series of almost unnoticed changes, allowing ever easier divorce and ever more blatant neglect of children, the state has overseen the gradual undoing of the marriage vow. The bond between husband and wife, like that between parent and child, has a moral nature that is not to be summarized in a free agreement. If we allow gay marriage, it will no longer be a bond across generations with the nurture of children as its goal, but a contract for cohabitation, as temporary and defeasible as any other such deal.
So obviously, I completely disagree with Scruton here. We actually had this conversation with Carl a while ago about gay marriage and why gay people should be allowed to get married and have kids and all that stuff. So If you want to criticize Roger for that, go for it. But I don't see how it's like, if you're going to talk about why family is bad or family hierarchy is bad, it's weird to me. It seems disingenuous to me to go from one extreme of like the socialist to like the other extreme, who's like, no, 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 only straight people should be allowed to get married.
Yeah, I don't agree with any of this. I don't think gay marriage is going to destroy society. I think we're pretty much have shown that. Although a
Right.
lot of conservatives will argue that the reason why the rise of wokeness is because we legalize gay marriage. I don't think it's a valid argument.
Yeah, right.
I need to quickly break kayfabe here. I've editorialized this story of a research journey to give the video narrative structure and portray a neutral stance on the material, because I genuinely don't want to tell you what to think.
Does anyone believe for a second that Philosophy Tube's videos are neutral and doesn't want to tell her audience what to think? Does anyone in her audience even think that? There's no fucking way. That's absurd.
Oh, they do. They're gaslit into believing, oh, this is centrist material here. This is neutral. This isn't far left propaganda. No.
Like, and listen, it's totally fine. Okay. You can have like everyone that does a video essay has a position. They're trying to convince their audience of something. It's totally fine. Just be upfront with it. Don't be like, whoa, whoa, I'm just trying to present this information totally neutrally. That's such a lie. This is such a lie. This is insane here.
Yeah. Everyone knows that Philosophy Tube hates conservatives. Just wants to straw man them.
However, at a certain point, being neutral would mean you don't get smarter watching this, you get dumber, because I'd be leaving things out. So look, the stuff you just heard from Scruton is really homophobic. I wouldn't be doing my job.
Look, I understand my audience is complete dipshits and they're not really following along with what I'm saying here. So I have to come in. You might have heard that and thought that was okay. Well, it's not. Okay. That was the homophobic part.
Well,
even
also,
though Tom Nichols tried to make it sound like it was cool.
I know.
And my melodious music, which made it seem like it was produced by Walmart. I got to let you know that's homophobia.
Yeah, so Abigail here's like, listen, the reason I'm telling you this is because it's my due diligence as an educator. To let you know that if you repeat this Roger Scruton stuff in class, people are going to call you a homophobe, and they should. And that's the only reason why I'm breaking character from my completely neutral video here, where I'm just trying to tell you the facts, which in reality, again, beyond the fact that obviously none of this is neutral, I don't believe this for a second. I believe what's really going on is that Abigail was concerned that if she didn't do this aside, where she specifically called this guy out for not liking the gays, she would get in trouble for the audience saying, how dare you platform this homophobia? How dare you read this stuff without explicitly saying that it's the worst thing ever?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. You get in trouble. You endorse this. How dare you platform this evil homophobia? Look, I mean, Sitch and I both called it out. Look, we disagree with it. I think it is homophobic. Look, gay people should be allowed to get married. So
there you go.
But, Scruton is a tired old windbag. Doesn't really. He needs to get with the fucking program, get with the times, right?
There you go.
But I don't think Philosophy Tube is a good deliverer of this message, because obviously that outfit is completely uncool and beyond, like, tired and outside the times as well. So look, I call him how I see him here.
I was an educator if I didn't tell you that. If you claim, as he did, that gay people are...
Look at this music. What the fuck is happening? This is just a testament to uncool.
You don't like this music?
I mean, this belongs in like a 80s roller skating movie. Like, what the heck is happening? This is a height of uncoolness. Let me break character. Look, now I'm roller skating. Hey, that was homophobia.
That actually, you know what? I would have had a lot more respect for this scene if it just cut to a random like blacklight roller rink
Yeah,
with Philosophy
exactly.
Tube in a completely different outfit, dressed like an 80s roller skater, just skating around saying that this was homophobic, just being wacky. That would have been way more enjoyable than this.
Look, my critiques are cooler than this video is.
There you go.
This is just terrible. Terrible. Oh, the fact that people look at this and think, oh, this is high art here. It offends my sensibilities as an artist. This is like,
okay.
Look, this is not.
You're art triggered.
Imitating, imitating ContraPoints does not make you an artist.
Mm.
Yeah. Maybe, a lot of artists spend their entire lives trying to build their own styles. Some unique style that people look at and think, oh, look, that reminds me of this artist or that artist, right? This is like, oh, look at this. This reminds me of ContraPoints.
Do you think that Abigail is like triggered by the fact that Contra, who probably puts in 1/10 the time and
of the effort,
money,
yes, of course,
and effort of doing like the backdrops and visuals and like costume changes that Abigail does, still does it significantly better?
Yeah, ContraPoints has a good eye for aesthetics.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Ironically.
Yes.
It's kind of funny. Yeah. Very sad, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. The one thing about watching, artistic type videos is you're thinking, okay, well, at least they got their aesthetics down. But even there, this can't get the aesthetics right. Philosophy bad, arguments bad, aesthetics bad. Oh, it's terrible.
Are less a part of the national community, or that they're incapable of forming intergenerational bonds and nurturing children, then that is false and discriminatory. If you parrot Scruton's talking points in class, people will call you homophobic because it is. And it's
this is even bad propaganda, Sitch. I can't take it. Like, this should be dramatic music, like boom.
Yeah, you're right. Why is there like this like cutaway to 80s exercise video music happening right now?
Yeah,
it's very strange.
It should be like serious music, like the predators, the predator of homophobia is closing in on you. It's about to attack. You're about to die.
Yeah, you see like instead of the 3 dots, you see like a little crucifix, like laser, like forming on you.
Exactly. Yeah. What the heck? This is so bad. This is the worst.
It's important that you know that, so you don't make a fool of yourself. I'm always looking out for you, babes. Okay, back to the story. At this point, I felt like I understood Scruton's position. A man's...
And then what? And then what is this music? What is this? Look, now we're in Lord of the Rings.
Stole my work, and that sucks. It might happen to a lot of women, but trying to understand how my country encourages that kind of behavior might end up threatening the country itself. And having read that, suddenly I understood something that happens to me.
Wait. What in the first chapter part of this video did Philosophy Tube say that possibly explained why a person would steal your work?
Nothing.
Okay. I mean, we said it like within 5 seconds of the video. We gave like the very obvious reasons for why someone would steal your work. That has nothing to do with complicated systems of patriarchy and heteronormativity. Okay. Someone stealing your work is something that's existed from the dawn of time. It has nothing to do with patriarchy or heteronormativity, you retard.
Fairly regularly in my dating life. As all my viewers know, I am single because I'm saving myself for you. As a woman in the public eye, it's important that men believe I'm available lest they feel threatened. However,
I had to slip in the night elf. This needs a little more coolness. This video is not cool enough.
You put in the dancing night elf. The
dancing night elf kind of goes with the music.
I guess that's true.
It ups the coolness factor like by 10.
So FlossyTube said this comment about how, like, as a woman in the public eye, okay, she has
Mhm.
to appear single so that men don't feel threatened. That's like, I know it's kind of a joke, but she doesn't understand what's going on. Like, the reason that a lot of, and maybe this is
Yeah,
what she means,
this
and
is
she's just describing
hilarious.
it really poorly. The reason, now this isn't true for everyone, obviously, but the reason a lot of female, like, uh, internet celebrities try to, like, maintain that they're single is
Yeah, we know
because
why.
they want to cultivate a relationship of parasocial men who give them money because they think there's some possibility they'll, like, date them in the future, right?
Right. Yeah, they're available.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now, I mean, I don't know if anyone feels that way about philosophy too, but maybe they do. I don't
I'm
know.
sure, look, I'm sure Philosophy Tube has plenty of suitors,
There you go.
right? They're not ContraPoints, but you know.
The one that got away. I just imagine that, like, out of frame in every shot, there's like a picture of Philosophy Tube on, like, there's like an eternal candle that's like a lamp, and the
Of
picture of philosophy
ContraPoints.
with a picture of ContraPoints behind it and, like, flowers, and it just, like, every time that Philosophy Tube needs inspiration, she looks off camera and sees the photo of Contra. Some,
Yeah.
like, soft piano music plays in the background.
Uh,
Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you.
wow, nice. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Ubercross. That's very kind of you.
Steel Rain SG for $20 says there's a difference between a religious or cultural marriage and a contract observed by the state. I don't have an issue with anyone making a contract with each other, but the equation of the two is the issue.
Ooh, oh, painful. Oh, I can't stand this argument. But thank you for the $20 super chat,
Thank you.
obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we've talked about the marriage, gay marriage stuff, like, at length in the past.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Sometimes I go on dates, and sometimes I go on dates with women. When I hold hands with a woman in Britain, people treat me worse than when I hold hands with a man. Passers-by sometimes give us dirty looks. Staff in shops and restaurants are noticeably colder. But the women I date are usually American, because I have a bit of a thing for that. And when my American gal pal opens her mouth and they hear her gorgeous accent, those people visibly relax. This has happened so many times, and Scruton helped me understand why.
So I'm going to
What
put
is
this
that?
up for
What's
the,
going
and
on?
then everybody clapped things that never happened category.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Look,
That's my
I'm with
position
you.
on this. Yeah.
I'm with you.
There's all
Yeah.
these Brits, and they look at two women in a relationship. They go, "Oh, these lesbians! Oh, how dare they sully the good British soil with their vagina rubbing!" But then we heard her American accent, and we said, "Oh, jolly good! She's an American tot. That makes it all right as rain." Like, I don't
Exactly.
think that happens. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
People's feelings about gender and sexuality overlap with their feelings about their country. Those people must feel, on some level, maybe without even realizing, more comfortable with an American being queer than a Brit. Because if a British woman is queer, then I guess they are somehow implicated. I went in search of other examples of this overlap, and I found one. France legalized gay marriage in 2013. One of the architects of that policy was then Women's Rights Minister Najat Vallaud-Belkacem, and right-wing protesters often brought up the fact that she was born in Morocco to a Muslim family. They called her a new Ayatollah who wants to re-educate our children. So they felt that queerness was foreign. Feelings about gender and family and feelings about the nation, it's all one thing, a very complex web of emotions. Somebody really ought to write a stage play about that. Oh yeah, I did. It's called The Prince. You could see it right now on Nebula. But even though Scruton helped me understand...
I mean, that's gotta be the worst, worst play ever.
I'm tempted to sign up for Nebula just to watch that.
I do. I think we have to check that out. We have to
do.
investigate here because this
We
is
do.
just nothing. This is so scatterbrained. This whole video is just so scatterbrained.
Oh
I
my
can't
God.
imagine.
Wait a minute. You're right.
What?
Philosophy Tube is a woman.
Well, that is sexist.
She's
Sitch. How
assumed
dare
the
you
role
say
of
that?
womanhood completely, okay,
Look,
by evidence of this video.
I know plenty of scatterbrained guys. Okay, look. Yeah, this is completely out there. Are we still talking about like men stealing, plagiarizing things? What's going on here? We've drifted quite far from
We
that
have.
topic,
Yeah, what does it have to do with the acceptability?
Yeah. Now we're talking about, queerness in queerness versus nationalism, and how queerness interferes with people's view of themselves as nation. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Understand that. There was one thing still bugging me.
She should bring up the clip of Ahmadinejad, the former president of Iran, when he said, "Oh yeah, there's no gay people in Iran."
Right.
Gay people, no, we don't have gay people in Iran. Everyone simultaneously thinks, sure you don't. Sure you don't. Yeah. Two types of countries. There's nations with gay people, and there's nations who are hiding their gay people.
Exactly.
Yeah. So anyway, look,
he's wrong about.
I always think of the Brits as progressive. I don't think of them as like. Are the Brits super homophobic or something?
I mean, I think my perception has always been that recently the Brits are way more woke than we are.
Yeah, that's my perception as well.
I mean, you can get like arrested for hate speech, can't you? In Britbon land?
Yeah, exactly.
You have a license for that slur?
I don't know. I don't know about this rampant homophobia in Great Britain, so seems exaggerated.
Yeah.
History. He says society is a spontaneous order, a shared sense of identity that grew naturally and which therefore shouldn't be directed from the top down. But as we saw in Chapter 1, bringing the institution of the family to North America required a great deal of top-down violence in the...
Yeah, we didn't agree with that claim that you made, just FYI. That's completely ridiculous.
Right. Well, also,
we brought the family to Northern America.
Yeah, like first of all, it is like a weird noble savage myth that like Native Americans didn't have families. I don't know if you knew that, Adam.
Yeah.
But even then, it's like there's a huge difference between like she's literally like there's a complete difference between saying that a society grows from a bottom up way into like a complicated structures, and those complicated institutions and structures and cultures end up becoming tradition over time, which is what happens. And they're comparing that to a culture coming into a different country and then basically taking over and either eliminating or subjugating the people that live there. Obviously, they're using force. Like that's not comparative to what we're talking about. Especially when she's trying to make the argument that the top-down approach is good or acceptable. When I mean, you're using like your example of the top-down approach working is like settler violence against Native Americans or something. Like, what are you talking about? I thought you're supposed to be against that kind of thing.
It does. There is some back and forth too. Obviously, it's like it's a bottom-up approach until institutions are established that create some sort of culture that can be disseminated from the top, re-educating the next educating the next generation for whatever has worked in the past, right?
Yes.
Christianity is like this bottom-up thing that evolved, and then all of a sudden the church gains power, and
then they have
rulers are adopting. Rulers are adopting Christianity because it has worked from a bottom-up perspective. They're just like, look, we're going to do it top down, top to bottom. We're Christians now. Yeah.
No, that's a good point. Yeah. And then like there'll be a top-down approach to maintaining or changing things to some way that's beneficial to the the higher ups.
Usually the top down stays in effect until it stops working, and then all of a sudden we're scrambling around for some other bottom up approach that becomes the next institution. Yeah. So change. It's great.
Form of colonialism and witch hunts. The 50s kind of Burt Mansley marriage where white women did unpaid work in the home, that didn't just happen naturally. Women used to be barred from certain jobs, as did queer people. We can walk around cities in the UK like Bristol and Liverpool and look at all the beautiful old buildings, and we can have a conversation about architecture and British national identity. But the money that paid for a lot of those old buildings came from slavery, and isn't that the ultimate example of an imposed order? Bottom line.
Okay, well, I can't tell
Yeah,
if
what?
she's like, is she like really this stupid? She doesn't understand the concept of like bottom up versus top down. They're not saying that there's no top-down power or hierarchy that exists in society. They're saying that the cultural institutions and traditions were not created in the vacuum from a top-down perspective and then forced upon people lower to just create an institution. They're saying that these traditions and cultures arose spontaneously out of some kind of natural process until it becomes a tradition, and then the top, hierarchy is imposing that tradition,
Right,
once it
yeah.
becomes established, essentially, if it benefits the people at the top, obviously, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, like, yeah, like it arose out of a spontaneous order in various cultures across the world once it became efficient for people to use slaves. And then
Right.
they would use that spontaneous generated order of the institution of slavery being acceptable to then impose that upon other people, obviously, in a forceful manner.
Yeah. They take the culture and they institutionalize it.
Yeah.
Scruton talks about this sense of British national identity grounded in history and tradition. But he's making the history up. And then I got to the final chapter of How to Be a Conservative, where he admits it.
Some have a static conception of history, seeing it as the remains of past time which we conserve as a book in which to read about things that have vanished. The test of the book is its accuracy. My father favoured rather a dynamic conception, according to which history is an aspect of the present, a living thing, influencing our projects and also changing under their influence. The past for him was not a book to be read, but a book to be written in.
I don't know how to read that, except as an admission that Scruton isn't bothered about accurate history at all. Just like we saw in Chapter 1. He decided on the politics and made up the facts he needed to justify it. When I realized that's what he was doing, a lot of other things about Roger Scruton suddenly made sense.
Okay,
Is that really what's going on in that quote? It seems like he's just saying, history can change.
well, okay, so I'm glad you pointed that out.
Yeah.
So this is one of the key things that is a very difficult skill to develop, that you have to develop in order to be able to identify fake news. Okay. You read a statement and something in it, you go, that doesn't sound correct, right? Or the person's interpretation framing that statement doesn't sound accurate. And
Sounds
you,
dishonest to me.
right, and you correctly identified that. Now it's very interesting because I read this quote and I said, something about this doesn't seem accurate to me, or at least Philosophy Tube's position that this is Roger Scruton just acknowledging that he just made it all up, or that his father just said that, conservatives should just make everything up. That doesn't seem to be my understanding of this quote. And so I tried to find, the full quote or the page here, because you can see there's some ellipses in the quote. So there's some things that are cut out here.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Look at that.
And fortunately, someone actually did the work for me, actually in Philosophy Tube's own Reddit when I looked this up, because someone in Philosophy Tube's audience called out
Nice.
Abigail for being dishonest with this quotation, though they were downvoted to 0 on Reddit. So the Philosophy Tube audience did not like this.
Of course.
So let me read you the parts that Abigail left out here. So the first part that gets left out, or says the test of the book is its accuracy, ... It continues saying, and once deemed to be part of our history, objects, landscapes, and houses must be conserved as they were, with their authentic surroundings and details, as lessons for the restless visitor. This is the concept of history that you find in the American heritage trails and historic landmarks, meticulously preserved ephemera of brick and timber standing on concrete between hostile towers of glass.
Oh, that's
Okay.
awesome.
So what he's saying in that first paragraph, if you include the part that Abigail left out, was that there's sort of this idea that the concept of history is like this meticulously preserved icon or structure, and it has to just exist as it was in between, modern buildings, right?
Yeah.
So that would make you think that since that's the first paragraph, that their position is that that's not what they're saying. Like, be conserving history is. Okay. So then they continue, and I'll read the full next part, including what Abigail leaves out. My father favored a rather dynamic conception according to which history is an aspect of the present, a living thing, influencing our projects and also changing under their influence. The past for him was not a book to be read, but a book to be written in. Okay, this is where Abigail stops, and then it continues. We learn from it. We learn from it being history. He believed, but only by discovering how to accommodate our actions and lifestyles to its pages. It is valuable to us because it contains people without whose striving and suffering we ourselves would not exist. These people produce the physical contours of our country, but they also produce its institutions and its laws and fought to preserve them. On any understanding of the web of social obligation, we owe them a duty of remembrance. We do not merely study the past, we inherit it. And the inheritance brings with it not only the rights of ownership, but the duties of trusteeship. Things fought for and died for should not be idly squandered, for they are the
Wow.
property of others who are not yet born.
Wow. That
Okay.
means, look, keep it accurate, bitch.
Right. So whether you agree or disagree with that statement, it's very obvious that they're not saying, oh, history is just make it up to whatever suits us. No, they're saying that, we have to look at history and inherent history, as a guide to guide us here. But obviously, we like modern society is going to change, but we should be changing things within the framework of our, inherited history and culture and all the things that our forebears did in order to, so that we could live, right? That's
Yeah,
what
but
he's saying.
he's also saying the direct opposite of what Philosophy Tube is
Yes.
claiming he's saying,
Yes.
because he's
Yes.
saying it is literally disrespectful to
Right.
not make it authentic. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And so this is Philosophy Tube's big dunk on Roger Scruton is a complete opposite reading of his words. Okay. And
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
know if this is because she didn't actually read the book and someone just sent her this out of context. I don't know if it's because she's not very intelligent and read it and didn't understand what he was saying, because to me it's very crystal clear what he's saying, or if it's just dishonest and they're just doing this to make this video because it's propaganda. I don't know. You can pick your
It
you can
is.
pick your poison on which one's going on here. But
I pick all of them.
okay,
Dishonest propaganda
is it
and
stupid or dishonest?
not very
Yeah,
bright.
right.
Yeah. Anyway, who cares?
So let's go back.
That, except as an admission that Scruton isn't bothered about accurate history at all. Just like
Yeah. Right.
I
we
guess
saw
if
in
you
chapter
dishonestly
1,
clip it, yeah.
he decided on the politics and made up the facts he needed to justify it. When I realized
Look, she's leaning into that post hoc rationalization pretty hard here.
Yes,
A lot of projection going on in this video, Sitch.
I know, right?
that's what he was doing, a lot of other things about Roger Scruton suddenly made sense. He wrote a lot of articles in prominent newspapers opposing smoking bans, and there was a scandal when it turned out he'd been paid by tobacco companies to do it.
Now that's actually true. I
Right.
looked that up. That is pretty shitty. And definitely calls into question his moral character. That there was it's actually worse than she's describing it. He was sending out like an email that got intercepted somehow. I think it was like to like a Japanese cigarette company for some reason, where he was like asking for more money. He was being paid by them, but asking for more money or additional money to write pro-smoking articles in various publications. And he actually got fired from the Wall Street Journal for doing this, for being an
Really?
undisclosed, paid shill for a product or company. So,
Wow. Okay.
which
That
is pretty
sucks.
wild. Yeah. So
He fashioned himself as a big architecture critic, but actual architects publicly made fun of him, calling his ideas ludicrous ahistorical fantasies.
Now it's weird. So okay, so smoking thing true, and that's definitely a big knock against his character. But then it's weird because then like why do you like this is just a complete mischaracterization. So this guy is his entire life was studying like the aesthetics, the philosophy of aesthetics, including the aesthetics of architecture, which you'd think that philosophy tube as a philosophy graduate would think that that is valuable and means something. And so just because there's some article that some random, architects wrote and said that they thought he was stupid, that doesn't mean that they have some sort of expertise over him in this
Yeah, of
aesthetic,
course.
argument that is highly dependent on, your taste of what, you like the way things look.
This plays into the misreading of the quote too. I mean, this
Yes.
completely goes with the narrative that he's making up the past.
Right.
He was from a government job when he made racist comments about Muslims, Chinese people, and spread anti-Semitic conspiracy theories all on the same day.
Okay.
Wow, this guy's horrible, Sitch.
So this is actually really bad that she said this. There was an article that came out that claimed that he said bigoted anti-Semitic remarks. And but he fought back and said they removed what he was saying. They removed the context to make it sound bigoted and to make it sound anti-Semitic. And they removed the context to make it sound worse. And they turned out they actually did. And the publication that printed this stuff actually retracted this and publicly apologized to Roger Scruton for this. And he got his job back at the government like a month later.
Wow. That doesn't happen these days. Oh my goodness.
Right. And it's kind of wild to me that Philosophy Tube didn't know this because when I just looked up the claim, it was like the second article popped up was explaining, and I think even his Wikipedia page was explaining that, he got in this controversy and then it got like retracted immediately. So, well, not immediately, but it got retracted and fixed. Because he made some comment that was like, it sounded like he was saying that the Chinese people are all like uniform robots or something. But if you see the full quote, he was saying that the Communist Party is trying to make Chinese people all like robots.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So it's pro-Chinese people.
Right. So you should say it was an anti-communist comment.
And pro-individualism.
Right.
Good
and
job.
The only thing that is crazy to me is I am kind of surprised that the original article is still up there. Even though the publication put a retraction, but I think they should take down the article, or there should be like a big thing in the front of the article that says that this was like retracted.
Right. Yeah.
So. But shoddy, this really speaks to Abigail's research capabilities for these videos. I guess too much time is spent on, set design and costume design instead of like, spending 5 minutes to Google search something, which is what I did to find this out.
Yeah, I don't think much time is spent on costume design either.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
And when I read How to Be a Conservative, I realized those things weren't just incidental. They flowed quite naturally from his philosophy. And at this point,
the conservative philosophy is evil.
Right. So now, remember, Philosophy Tube said, listen, I'm not trying to tell you what to think. I'm just trying to provide you a neutral thing and you can make up your own mind. And now she said wrongly that this guy is a racist anti-Semite based on a retraction, and that if you actually read his work, that makes sense that he's a racist anti-Semite.
Right, because it flows from the conservative philosophy.
Right.
It's almost like she's using the greedy, racist, bigot stereotype for conservatives.
Listen, she's just being neutral, though. I don't know if you know that, right? This is a
Completely
neutral explanation,
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
I was a little bit lost.
I'm sure she loves it when conservatives use the groomer stereotype for leftists.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. That's not fair. Right? Stereotypes, those are horrible. Why would you do that? Impugn everyone with some bigoted stereotype? How
to be a conservative. How to be a conservative. I realized those things weren't just incidental. They flowed quite naturally from his philosophy. And at this point, I was a little bit lost. I'd had my work stolen by a man, and I read that woman is an economic construct that facilitates exploitation for a lot of us. Okay. I was sincerely curious what the Conservative response to that would be, but if I've read Scruton right, his
Spoiler.
Yeah,
He, in fact,
exactly.
did not.
Right.
response is, step one, ignore reality. What we have.
Yeah. Okay. Does
Are
this
two
person have a right to say ignore, like, to chastise people for ignoring reality?
Does the blank slate, everything's a social construct crowd have the right to say ignore reality? And
Yeah.
the crowd
Or
who
chastise
promotes
people.
yeah, the crowd that promotes the don't look at facts and figures, look at the shared personal stories,
Right. Yeah.
instead from CRT, is that,
Yeah.
two
Not at all.
totally separate conversations about the meaning of gender, work, family, race, and country. I thought about all the conservative politicians and commentators who talk about family values, and all the progressive politicians and commentators who talk back at them, and I realized that everyone is just completely talking past each other. So why? And then I found the final piece of the puzzle, and it changed the way I see my country.
Chapter 3. Those who fail to learn from history. ...
Dun, dun, dun.
Content warning, anti-Semitism. Sitch, you might need to sit this one out.
Oh my God.
I was hung up on something. Scruton's story about national identity isn't accurate. Traditional
Content warning. What is this color palette on the screen? It's ghastly.
Yeah.
God.
Beige on beige.
We have beige on beige with some green and for no reason just splashed into there. Okay. We have beige on beige on beige. We have beige on beige on beige on beige.
This is a very masculine color palette here, if I do say so myself.
Is it? We have 4 levels of beige going on screen. Why do we have 4 layers of beige?
A woman would be like, let's put some color in this.
Yes, this is awful.
What are you doing? This is so boring. It looks like camouflage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Listen, you're queer. Don't you have any gays that can like fix this for you? Okay.
That's exactly
I hear they're
what
good
you
at this
need.
stuff,
Yeah.
Come
you
on.
need a gay production designer.
Yeah.
That's what you need. See, that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem here. Not enough gayness in this.
That's true.
Yeah.
I was hung up on something. Scruton's story about national...
Do you think the hung up is the hammock joke? You think there's like a hammock joke in there?
You're right. I didn't even get it, but you're right.
It's so bad.
Stupid, yeah.
It's so bad.
Oh, God.
National identity isn't accurate. Traditional values didn't emerge naturally, but some people still prefer his version to the more accurate stuff I learned in chapter 1. So why?
So this entire thesis statement about traditional values didn't occur from spontaneous order is based on Philosophy Tube misreading or dishonestly editing one quote from one conservative philosopher's book.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
This
is
is
like
the
a
height.
house of cards.
Right. This is the height of like intellectual, high-mindedness, right?
Right. Yeah. And you're being sarcastic when you're saying
I'm
that.
being very sarcastic, yeah.
Yeah. This is nitwit territory here.
I don't like that word, but you're correct. This is high-level nitwittery. Okay.
I looked at an extreme example, hoping things would become clearer if I blew them up really big.
It's insane. Look, I'm just looking for clarity. And that's when I got the projector out. I said, look, I'm going to read this quote in big text all across my wall. I'm going to figure this out.
I decided to read about some ideas that were really out there, but which had a surprising amount of support from women. So I picked up this. Feminine fascism. by Julie Gottlieb, a history of the British women who joined fascist movements in the 1900s. I was a bit shocked because they didn't teach me this in school, but in the run-up to World War II, there were quite a few people in my country who supported Mussolini and Hitler. Exact numbers are hard to know because they often lied to make themselves look bigger, but we're talking tens of thousands. There were several groups, the most prominent of which was the British Union of Fascists, or BUF, led by a man named Oswald Mosley. The BUF wanted to end democracy. They said that explicitly. And they talked a lot about women. They said they wanted to revivify British masculinity and purge society of weakness and corruption, which they associated with the feminine. They called establishment politicians old ladies and referred to them as misses. Their ideal society was one in which men were in charge and women stayed at home. So they weren't exactly feminists. The BUF blamed Jews for women's problems. They said if we're being exploited at work, like I was, it must be because our bosses are Jewish. If we're being sexually exploited, that must be the fault of decadent Hollywood media, which in their imagination was made by Jews to weaken the white race. That's bananas! That's not true, but a lot of women joined. In Italy and Germany, fascist governments actually came to power, and you probably already know they weren't very nice to women. Women of colour, women with disabilities, LGBTQ women, Jewish women and Romani women were out, and that's most of us, but even cis-het white able-bodied gals had fewer freedoms, reproductive rights were rolled back, and they were barred from certain jobs. And you might think that British women would look at that and go, maybe this fascism stuff isn't such a good idea. But the opposite happened. British fascist women visited those countries, came back, and said it was good, actually. Most bizarrely of all, some of the most prominent women members of the BUF were former suffragettes. They fought for the right to vote, then turned around and joined a movement whose explicit goal was to end democracy.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's why women shouldn't get the vote. Thank you. Thank you, Philosophy Tube. Wrap it up, boys.
Terrible.
Let's end here. Let's end the stream here.
That's terrible. That's terrible. Not a look, Sitch. Not all women are fascists. Okay.
Oh, okay. Are you sure?
Some of the hot ones are fascists.
Oh, you're right. It's only the white women.
But
only the white women are fascist. Okay.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is fascism sexy in a woman? I mean, I feel like it could be. I don't know.
Well, I have something to say about this, but I want to let Abigail continue for a bit.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I was like, how? And then I remembered something I'd read long ago. The philosopher Walter Benjamin famously said that fascism replaces politics with aesthetics. Instead of letting you control your own life, it gives you the chance to express yourself within very narrow limits. In particular, the chance to express things that liberal society says you shouldn't, like anger, spite, bloodlust, xenophobia, and strength. Fascism sees arguments and reasoning not as ways of engaging with reality, but as ways of asserting your will over others. And if you're used to not getting...
I don't know why.
Yeah.
You see what it says at the top of the screen there?
I see Sargon of Akkad. What's the quote?
Yeah, she's talking about how some Walter Benjamin is talking about like the aesthetics of fascism and how, all this bad stuff about fascism, which I don't necessarily disagree with. And for some reason she says, see Big Joel talking about Sargon of Akkad.
Oh, okay.
Which I didn't watch this video. I'm curious. Did Big Joel make a video where he accused Sargon of being a fascist? This is like a video from like 3 or 4 years ago. So, I don't know. Let me know if you saw this video.
Right. Okay.
get in your way, for example, because you're a woman, then that can be appealing. Instead of thinking through problems like I was trying to do, it gives you something to feel.
Okay, so first of all, okay, there's a lot to say here. So I don't disagree with the concept that a big part of fascism, not the entirety of fascism, but a big part of fascism is sort of what the guy would call like the aestheticization of politics, is to create sort of this aesthetic idea of like what the country and what politics should look like, and that idea cultivates a sense of belonging and direction that people can often be lacking, and get sucked into this movement. And this is really how any mass movement, any mass cult works, essentially, is you find people that are kind of need direction in their life, and you provide it to them
Yep.
through some means, right?
Yep.
And it's so first of all, it's not just fascism. This is really how any mass movement works. And it's kind of funny that Philosophy Tube says like, "Oh, I'm over here trying to think things through, and these fascists are just appealing to some aesthetic." When I feel like that's 99% of the people that are socialist are just appealing to a socialist slash queer aesthetic. They're not actually doing any thinking, which is evidenced by the fact that Philosophy Tube herself didn't even understand Roger Scruton's point, or dishonestly clipped Roger Scruton's point to create this entire narrative in the first place.
Probably more likely just didn't understand it. I don't
Right,
see much deep thinking going on in any of this video.
right.
Yeah.
But if you want to have like an honest conversation about this interesting thing, which I didn't know about until I watched this video, that there were a handful of suffragettes, British suffragettes, who did join the British Fascist Party, which is kind of interesting. And the question is why? Now, I do think that's worth exploring. Philosophy Tube is unfortunately not going to give you a good answer, right? She's going to give you the kick the dog answer, which is
Right.
that, well, white women want to be able to subjugate people below them, and so that's they're like willing to give up their freedom to subjugate people, right? Which is always what you hear the left talk, like that's the one view that the left has whenever they look at like these far right-wing movements to understand why people get sucked into them. They always give that excuse. They just want to be racist against someone under them, right? They can only conceptualize things through their narrow political intuitions, and they don't really understand what's happening here, which makes
Do
them
you
really
do you,
bad at fighting it off.
do you think leftists would like to subjugate conservatives?
Of course.
Okay, look, they're the fascists too.
Yeah,
Like,
of course. So I actually looked into this, and it's funny. Google Gemini had a much more interesting answer to this question, which I actually looked up, and seemed that Google Gemini's answer was correct.
nice. Yeah, I was wondering about that before when you were pulling out answers.
Yeah, so I asked, I said, why did women join the British Union of Fascists? And then before I was
Right.
asking about the suffragettes, so I had the
Hot
context.
guys, right?
Right. No, it said the answer. I'm not going to read it word for word, but it says number one, economic discontent. The British Union of Fascists emerged during the Great Depression, a time of widespread
Oh,
unemployment and
wow.
economic hardship. Some women, particularly in areas heavily impacted by depression, saw the BUF as offering solutions to their economic struggles. The movement promised economic security and return to traditional values, which some women believed would benefit families and stabilize society. And so, a very common thing that we see today is like there could be some economic hardship, there could be some sort of environmental hardship, and people will say, oh, well, things were fine in the past, so therefore there must be something in the past that we were doing right from a traditional perspective. So we need to go back to that because that's why, like, we must have changed it, and that's why the economy is bad now, right? We still see this. It's a
Right.
very
Yeah,
common
people want
idea,
stability.
right? Number two, modern fascist policies. Now, this is actually interesting. It says, unlike its continental counterparts, the British Union of Fascists offered policies that appeared progressive for women at the time. So this is interesting.
Wow.
The British Union of Fascists promised to do these three things. Number one, end the practice of firing women from their jobs upon marriage.
Oh,
So
that's messed up.
there was this thing called the marriage bar that existed in a lot of countries, including the UK and the United States, where a woman would basically be barred from employment when she got married. So she'd get married and then get fired, essentially.
Wow.
And so the fascists were promising women that they'd end that, okay? which seems a little contradictory because they were in favor of like
It
gender roles,
does.
but
Yeah,
they
what's going
were,
on?
I know, but then they were turning around and telling, these women that, hey, if you want to keep working when you get married, we're going to end that. Number two, the British Union of Fascists guaranteed equal pay for equal work.
No way. This is no. Come
This is
on.
real. I looked it
This
up.
is true?
This is true.
They're sounding very progressive. What's going on here?
Yep. They addressed existing gender pay gaps and resonated with women seeking fair treatment in the workplace. So they were saying women needed to get paid the same as men.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
And then number three, the fascists said that they would provide representation for housewives within the corporatist state. So corporatism is something that for some, like, because of the name corporatism, has to do with corporate. People think that fascist corporatism has something to do with like big corporations when it doesn't. It kind of means this weird, complicated system where various interest groups will all essentially become like guilds or like large unions, and they will all kind of get together and have representatives that will speak on behalf of their needs to the government essentially, and the government will supposedly work with these guild leaders to sort of like figure out what needs to be done. Though obviously, in most fascist states, it's just kind of becomes an authoritarian dictatorship, and it's a lot of one-sidedness coming from who's telling who what to do. But that's a different story. And so the fascists were basically saying, women, hey, you can have like your housewives guild that can get together so that you can sort of levy the government for any concerns that you housewives have.
Fascinating.
So, I mean, this is all interesting, but it'd be interesting if Philosophy Tube would bring any of this up to talk about and why these movements can be seductive to people. But obviously, it wouldn't do that because if you talked about how there was actually some sort of progressive element to the fascist that would destroy Philosophy Tube's narrative here, about the whole, left-right dichotomy that they're trying to push.
There's a great way to spin this, though. You could just say, look, the fascists had very progressive policies. So look, everyone is progressive at heart.
Right, right.
Even the fascists.
There you go. That's true. That's true.
Yeah. They want equal pay, right?
YouTube's UI really laggy for you? It's like really laggy for me today.
No, I'm doing great.
Hmm.
Laggy how? What do you mean?
Maybe I got too many tabs open.
Can't see the super chats?
Lurker is 9,000 for $20. Thank you so much. Says, what books have y'all been reading lately? Also have Shu on again someday. I like her energy. We
She's
all
great.
like her energy. Okay.
Yeah. She shows up in our chat quite often, so she's a fan of the show. And yeah, no, love having her on.
Yes. Always welcome. But we should schedule something soon.
Right. Yeah.
An alien for 20 Aussie bucks says, hey guys, have you been following Actual Justice Warrior's coverage of the Super Mare? It is hilarious and scary how corrupt she is. It looks like she even tried to have someone killed. Actual Justice Warrior has a playlist with 10 plus videos if you're interested. I haven't seen the one where she looked like she tried to get someone killed. I have seen some of the videos on the coverage, and it's great. She's definitely awful.
Yes.
I was watching that. I told Adam just like right before we were streaming, I was watching Sean's video on the squatter problem, which gets me all triggered and riled up and emotional. So,
which is horrifying. Yeah.
Yes.
But I know about the Super Mare. I don't know if I've seen a couple of Sean's videos. I have seen some videos, and it's obvious in your face corruption, which is annoying.
Yes. I think I saw some of Sean's videos. I think I saw Nate the lawyer did a video on her too. So,
right. Yeah.
Mr. B for $50. Thank you so much. Says great show as always. I've been a long-time listener and enjoy your mixing up the formats. That said, I missed the Tuesday interview debate conversations you had going for a while. Either way, keep up the good work. A-Team reigns supreme.
Thank you. Look, A-Teamer there. Yeah, and thanks for the very generous super chat. That's very nice of you.
That was your first ever super chat too.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Welcome, Mr. B. Welcome to the A-Team.
Disgusting.
Right. Yeah.
Says women in the BUF got to feel excited. The 20s in Britain was a pretty time to be a woman, and fascism came along with a promise of change. A promise they were never going to fulfill, because step one was ignore reality and blame weird conspiracies. But that didn't matter, because it felt good.
Isn't this ultimately sexist? You basically said they joined for all of these economic reasons, to improve their material conditions. Very rational reasons to join.
Mm-hmm.
And Philosophy Tube reduces that all. Oh, it just felt so good as a woman, you know. Join the fascists.
Listen, I'm sure there was definitely people that joined the fascist movement for that reason.
Just because it felt good, right?
Well, I mean,
they didn't care that they were going to get equal pay.
It appeals. It can appeal to people's intuitions about the idea that, you know, society has some degenerate force coming from an external parasite, you know, population that must be purged or, you know, eliminated in order to sort of return to a more pure traditional roots. That is an intuition that can definitely appeal to people outside of whatever material conditions that they want, you know.
I mean,
but oh, what were you gonna say?
Well, Philosophy Tube does see conservatism in that same kind of way. Not as I mean, they see conservatism as some sort of nefarious force in the world that wants to destroy their community, right? Even though it's not from a traditional perspective. So,
well, I was gonna say that's the irony where Philosophy Tube is saying like, oh, you know, they're ignoring reality to believe wild conspiracies, when that's literally the socialist worldview, is to ignore reality and believe in wild conspiracies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Some upper-class women dabbled in fascism to shock dinner party guests. We have records of high society ladies saying Nazi shit at tea parties to get attention. Some YouTubers still do that. When they
Sitch, talking about you there.
Wow,
obvious shout out.
Listen, I invited Philosophy Tube to one high-minded dinner, and I never heard the end of it, okay? It was a big mistake. I never should have done it, okay?
Oh, really?
Yeah, never should have done
That's
it.
hilarious. Look, they were at these dinners. They were saying, look, they're going to give us equal pay for equal work. Shocking.
Now, listen, I was at this dinner and I was just talking about why the aesthetics of the live action Avatar show didn't work compared to the cartoon. And Philosophy Tube started calling me a Nazi. And I was like, what's going on here? I'm so confused.
Wow. That's harsh.
Yes.
Nobody liked Avatar, not even the progressives.
Then she started talking about why the Fire Nation should be purged from the earth. And I was like, whoa, going a little too far there. Okay.
Wow.
Down.
Crazy. Must be a metaphor for fascism.
It must be.
They visited fascist countries, they were like, look how ordered the women's units are when they march past at the rallies. They get to wear uniforms. They get to play sports. That's way better than voting. For a while, Mosley was hailed as a sex symbol, which is bizarre because my man looks like discount Paul Dano, but people really did treat him like a movie star. These women genuinely thought it was cool to be part of a racist paramilitary working to undermine their own rights. And they were encouraged to think that. Listen to this clip from The Black Shirt, the BUF's weekly newsletter, describing one of their all-female camping trips. Content warning.
Nothing silly or soft about these women. They are nothing if not practical, and no one had better go to the camp and suggest they're nothing. And the happy, carefree way in which they made themselves at home was so refreshing after one has had their fill of the simpering little brats that democracy and Jewish films have produced.
Wow. And all that was just the opening offer. The plan for when they won and got to build fascist Britain was that women would be encouraged, not required, just encouraged, to go back to the home where we could use our natural virtues of caring and motherliness to run the household as unquestioned dictators, just as Mosley would run the nation as unquestioned dictator. Finally, people would have to listen to us, and we would be empowered to clean up anything degenerate or unwholesome. In particular, anything that might corrupt our precious white darlings.
Women were figured as the guardians of morality, decency, and respectability. Appeals to motherly protectiveness and their fear-mongering drove the anti-Semitic campaign at every turn. In its reaction to the other, feminine fascism transformed motherly love into motherly hate.
I was still hung up on the...
You're not going to mention that terrible voice?
Oh, you mean, what's his face?
The alt-right playbook guy.
The outright playbook. Innuendo Studios. Yeah.
Right.
He's making, I'm so mad. He's making videos that are so not worthy of reacting to. He needs to make a shittier video that we can react to. Okay.
Right.
He used to be such a classic source of Sitch and Adam content. It's just, come on.
Did he become reasonable or?
No, it's just like he makes these short videos that are just boring. These like 4 or 5 minute videos that are like, okay. Where he just basically picks out something dishonest that someone does politically, and he just ascribes it entirely to the right, as opposed to just saying, well, I mean, this is what everyone does politically. So,
right. Yeah.
But no, okay, so I completely forgot what I was going to say.
We can back it up a little. It's not a big deal.
I don't really want to back it up a little.
Okay. Why?
Okay. No, I remember what I was going to say. So,
back it up.
The reason, like, this is, I feel like this whole section is very dishonest in that obviously, she's equating conservatism with fascism, right? Like that's the point of this section.
Of course. Yeah. It's very dishonest. Yeah. And very nefarious.
It's this, like, obviously fascism and any sort of like very far right, ultra traditionalist, anti-degeneracy movement, like that's something that exists on like one far end of the spectrum. And socialism exists on like the far end of the left spectrum, right?
Sure.
And it's just as dishonest if someone is like, hey, you have someone who's like moderate who's saying, maybe we should change things so that like, you can't discriminate against someone on the basis of their race or sex, right? And then someone says, oh, wow, if you don't allow people to discriminate on the basis of the race or sex, that's going to lead us down the slippery slope of they're going to groom your children and say that like we should get rid of the age of consent because some socialists and some fucking weird thing said that. And they also advocated for, not being bigoted to people on the basis of sex and race.
Right.
That's the same thing as saying like, this guy said that countries have cultures and traditions. You know who else said that? The fascist. And it's like, okay, like listen. Like there are like just because a moderate said something that's kind of moderate and some extremist said something that was extreme but also agreed with something that's like somewhat moderate doesn't mean that the moderate is also an extremist. It's just so dishonest to frame the conversation this way.
Yeah, it's bad news.
The suffragettes, though, surely they were smarter than that. Well, Gottlieb says some stuff about the suffragettes that I didn't know. The original suffragettes were very pro-empire. They argued that British women should have the right to vote to represent women in the colonies, like India. But the idea that Indian women should vote for themselves was obviously ridiculous because they're Indian. So when we're talking about the suffragettes,
it's weird that, like, I don't understand why a lot of leftists, like, they look at someone in history that was advocating for rights for themselves, and they're like, well, I don't understand why this person who's advocating for rights for themselves was bigoted against other people.
Yeah, not advocating for rights for everyone.
It's so, like, I don't understand why in the civil rights movement in the 1960s and 70s in America, a lot of black people didn't like the gays and transes. I just don't get. It's like, okay, really? You don't get it? Like, all right, I guess,
Yeah, people are bigoted by nature. It's
Yeah.
just, it is what it is. The leftists don't believe that, though. The
No.
leftists believe bigotry is taught. That everyone comes out, oh, a perfect angel. Oh, look, this child would never bully other children, right? So ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah, these blank slaters, they're the real problem.
True.
Yeah.
already talking about a group of women who thought that most people should not have the right to vote. The ones who joined the BUF took the next step and said that although women had won the right to vote, it wasn't going to do us any good because democracy had been corrupted by the Jews. Pure coconuts! But I applied my Walter Benjamin and asked, what did fascism make them feel? What did it allow them to express? Gottlieb looks at 3 ex-suffragettes in particular: Mary Richardson, Mary Allen, and Nora Elam. All 3 fought for the right to vote. All 3 subsequently ran for parliament and lost. They were all older women. They felt that they were owed something, like they'd done good work in the past and hadn't been recognized. Fascism offered them a return to the glory days of being rebels. It made them celebrities and gave them access to a lot of eager young women who wanted to hear their stories. It promised them vindication and gave them a platform from which they could criticize other women for being decadent. And so, a bunch of older British women who used to be prominent feminists appropriated suffragette imagery to join a far-right movement working to undermine women's rights because it offered them vindication, community, and a chance to criticize other women. And for a moment, I thought, thank God, we live in modern times. Oh, wait. If you read any mainstream UK media right now, you'll notice it's full of invective aimed at trans people, particularly trans women. A lot of that content is far-right or even neo-Nazi stuff, with a few words changed around, and a lot of the most prominent women writing it call themselves feminists.
It's funny the amount of ego and narcissism that is on display in this video. And I think all of Philosophy Tube's content. Because if you notice, this is the second time she's done this video where she says, oh, look at this horrible thing that people were doing in the past. Well, it's happening today to people like me. Okay.
Right, yeah.
I'm going to ascribe people literally advocating for fascism, 80 years ago. I'm going to say that's the same thing as someone saying, hey, maybe trans women shouldn't, be necessarily allowed to play sports with cis women, right? Or be automatically put into cis women's prison. Maybe we need to figure out some sort of criteria here that makes sense. Right. Oh, that's like the people literally advocating for fascism. That's like the people who are literally disabled, who have some difficulty they have to deal with their life. I'm the same way.
Right.
I've experienced the same level of bigotry.
Right. I don't get special privileges, so therefore people are discriminating against me.
Yes. It's crazy.
It's
terrible.
Sad. Yeah. Why should Philosophy Tube get special privileges?
Because
why?
She's it's like the
she said the magic incantation. I am
it's
a
like
woman.
The Family Guy joke where the bartender's like, you can't watch porn in here. And she's like, right. Oh, I'm trans. And he's like, oh, never mind. Right. You can do whatever you want.
Exactly.
Like,
exactly.
Okay.
Special privileges. I think those special privileges are coming to an end. This whole facade of anybody speaking out against these special privileges are transphobic. People are like, nah, that doesn't really ring true with me anymore. So people are getting fed up. Yeah. But you're right. It's complete hubris. It's complete just ego driven mania.
Right.
Yeah.
Too actually did feminist work in the past. When transphobes hold rallies in the UK, a lot of them wear suffragette colours. Suddenly I felt like I understood my country a lot better. And
this whole video is very classic Sitch defining left and right dichotomy. Okay. The left, as I've said, is very change oriented, They believe that all problems come from within existing orders, within existing traditions, and we need to destroy these things in order to find new solutions for our problems. And then the right has the exact opposite idea that we're very tradition oriented. We believe that all problems or most problems come from some degenerate outside external force coming in and destroying our existing working society, institutions, and traditions, and destroying them from within. And we need to kind of do something to prevent that from happening or to kick out the bad actors. And this entire video and what Philosophy Tube just said is like, oh, I think I understand my country better. That's in a leftist way of saying, I understand that the culture and traditions of my country are all awful and bigoted and horrible.
Yeah.
That's what she means by that statement.
Right, but it's in a completely self-serving framework.
Of course.
Other countries, too. The journalist Cara Vogt wrote a fascinating article in the Washington Post this year about a far-right conference in Texas which told young women that feminism had failed them and they should return to biblical womanhood. And at the time, I remember feeling confused, like, how is anyone ever going to fall for that? But one of the overarching themes of the conference was transphobia about women's sports. And that discourse allows young women to express criticism of other women and the desire to win. Suddenly...
See, it's so dishonest to frame the conflict over trans women in sports as transphobia.
Mm-hmm.
That's just complete bullshit.
It is.
That's
the science is
complete
settled,
bullshit.
even though it's not. And there's lots of people who say the exact opposite, but the science is settled. That
this is where, like, when I hear that, it makes me gain a little more sympathy for the people who are going around calling everyone groomers, because groomers is dishonest too. It's completely dishonest. But I mean, if everyone's doing, if the rules are out the window, and we're all going to be dishonest pieces of shit. If you're going to call a legitimate
conversation,
if you're going to be calling a legitimate conflict over trans women in sports transphobia, then I got zero sympathy when conservatives want to call you a groomer. You're literally grooming people into this stupid ideology.
Yep.
Yeah. The groomer label is actually more honest than the transphobia label, because I don't think it's being driven remotely by a fear of trans people.
Not the sports thing.
It's being driven by a sense that there's some unfairness here that needs to be worked out. But obviously, the groomer definition, most conservatives that say, well, yes, some of them obviously mean it in a pedophilic type way, but a lot of people just mean it as, you're grooming people into an ideology in the same way Scientologists would groom people to be Scientologists.
I think originally people meant it ideologically, but I think now it's used almost exclusively for the pedo association.
Because of the dishonesty, yeah.
Right.
More people want to be dishonest pieces of shit. I myself won't use it because obviously I don't want to be a dishonest piece of shit. So, but I do want to point out when other people are dishonest pieces of shit.
Right.
Like Philosophy Tube here saying, this is you disagree with me, you're a transphobe.
Right.
It's like, fuck off. It's seriously, just fuck you.
I felt like I got it. How do you get turkeys to vote for Christmas?
You call them transphobes.
Okay.
Let them watch.
Sitch is his wits in here. He's like, Adam, the line. Remember, you're always telling me about the line? The line.
Other turkeys get stuffed.
So that's like, because Philosophy Tube hasn't read her Height. The only person that she actually should read that hasn't read Height, she just cannot understand anything outside of her left-wing moral intuitions. So the only way her and many people on the left can understand why someone on the right would be motivated to do what they do, it must be because they just want to enact bigotry and harm against other people. They want to kick
Yeah.
the dog. That's the only reason
Yeah.
anyone does anything on the right.
Yes. Cruel, greedy racists.
Yes.
This is the cruel variant of it. If Philosophy Tube read Height, it would destroy her career.
Well, she just wouldn't accept it. But.
Well, I mean, yeah, because it would ruin her career.
So, remember when I said in the beginning of the stream that there's a part of the video which basically shows that Philosophy Tube does not actually have gender dysphoria and that, like, I don't know what the fuck's going on with her. Like,
Right. Yes,
and I would
yeah.
say by that definition is probably not even trans because I think that you have to have gender dysphoria to be trans.
Right.
Well, this is that part of the video. Okay.
Right.
Get ready.
Here it is. Here it comes. Finally, a music cue that actually works with it. But
What?
a gay person must have picked this music.
There you go.
Because it's actually cool.
Christmas? You let them watch other turkeys get stuffed. Have you heard about these arson attacks? It's awful. It says here, the latest in a series of mysterious blazes leaves police and firefighters baffled as they pick through the smoking ruins of the once beautiful St. Catherine's Refuge for Women, 7 dead. Oh. St. Catherine's Refuge for Vulnerable People. Well, things certainly have changed.
Wow.
So, is there any fucking way that a person who has gender dysphoria, which is a mental illness where you get extreme dysphoria based on the fact that you feel like you're, should be the opposite sex, right? Is there any chance in reality that someone who has gender dysphoria is going to, after they transition, dress up like a man for a YouTube video in an extended period of time and film it and then edit it and put it out there and it's like, and not be so set into a dysphoric spiral by doing this action?
Yeah, it seems odd. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Just from the testimony of other trans people.
Right. This just seems very insane to me. So, yeah, I don't think anyone that actually had gender dysphoria would do this action whatsoever. They'd be extremely turned off by doing this. So,
I wonder if other trans people have reacted to this. This kind of strange dress up scene.
I was curious. I tried to look for it. I didn't see anyone specifically point this out.
Right.
Other than the person that sent me the video originally. And I was like, holy shit. So, yeah, I mean, I bet. Especially when it's like, I want to look the way that I looked pre-transition. Obviously, I didn't have a mustache, but I want to look the way I looked pre-transition. I want to change my voice to be pre-transition. This is all like something that should really trigger the fuck out of someone with gender dysphoria. So I don't know, it just cements to me that I don't know what's going on with Philosophy Tube, but it's not gender dysphoria.
Right, yeah.
It's been a while since I was in England. I'm a traveling petrol salesman, so I get about all over the place. Berlin, Italy, Hungary, Poland, United States, Tel Aviv. Business is booming. But it's a lonely life, selling flammable chemicals door to door. So I decided to return to the motherland. See the family.
So besides the fact that there's some level of extra creepiness to a trans woman who's now pretending to be a man again, I don't know, add some like weird level of creepiness. So there's actually nothing of any substance in this entire section in terms of the argument. The entire section is just like this performative piece where Philosophy Tube is pretending to be a person suckering a woman into becoming a fascist.
Okay.
That's the only point of this section.
And she's
So,
pretending to be a biological male? Is that what you're saying?
just pretending to be a man again in order to do an action to pretend to sucker women into becoming fascists. It's the only point of the section.
Oh, look, it's just like fast forwarding.
Well, no, it's
He's
just
like,
there's nothing. It's like 5 minutes, and it's not like there's nothing to comment on. It's just weird. You just watch. It's like, what is the fucking point of this?
Well, let's make fun of it. Come on, this is cringe.
I mean,
this is ultimate cringe.
it's a little too cringe for me to watch.
It is. Look, you're pulling your punches here, Sitch.
Okay, listen, I'll go back like
This
a
is
minute.
cringe.
You can
Yeah.
watch like a minute of the cringe.
Give us a
all right?
minute of the cringe.
It's pretty cringe.
We want to see this. This is like a cringe hurricane here.
Okay. It's too much.
Coming in. Look, it's hitting. It's making landfall right
Okay.
now.
Okay.
I mean, look here. It's not a women's shelter anymore. It's a shelter for vulnerable people. And that's the real tragedy. I mean, the fire was probably electrical. I don't believe all this twaddle about an arsonist, do you? But the name, that's the critical thing. If women can't express yourselves with the word woman, then what do you have? You'll be a gestator, a birthing person?
Ooh,
Oh,
Sitch.
calling out Anna Kasparian there. Wow.
Oh, look at this.
Terrible.
Look at that.
How dare. How
In your
dare.
place, birthing person.
Yes. How dare. How dare Philosophy Tube attack Anna.
This is rich. This is rich cringe here.
There's like a weird. So we have a trans woman dressing up as a cis man, criticizing a cis woman for having a problem with the term birthing person.
Right, yeah.
There's levels here. I don't know what any of these levels mean, but there are definitely levels here of something. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. This is levels of presumption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surrogate. We need strong women. We need women who aren't afraid to stand up.
A trans woman is not a birthing person, right? Like
No.
it would be wrong to call a trans woman a birthing person.
Yeah, because they can't give
Yeah.
birth. Yeah.
Yeah. What would you call them then?
A trans woman, I
What's
guess.
the male equivalent of birthing person?
Birthing.
Inseminating person?
Inseminating person? Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
We need women who can stay cool when the heat is on. Like you.
Oh, it's so bad. Oh. Ah. Who wants to put this in Star Wars, Sitch?
I mean,
Oh.
I want to see the cringe, okay?
This is Avatar levels of bad acting here. This is horrendous.
I mean, I think even Avatar is better than this. Is like Avatar was much better than this, okay?
Maybe I'm out of it. Maybe just this is excellent acting. You know, the culture's moved on. Every generation has their kind of aesthetic for acting, but this
is not it.
Screams insincere drivel to me. This screams pretentious.
Well, this is
try hard off the charts.
It's intentional, like queer camp aesthetic is what they're going for.
Oh, okay. It's camp, right?
It's camp. Yeah. So I'd be
Okay.
curious when they do the Star Wars thing, are they capable of acting beyond beyond camp? So
This is like Army of Darkness. This is like The Room. This is supposed to be The Room.
this is like The Room, yes.
Oh, hi, Ma. Okay. I don't
There
look,
you
I
go.
think if it is, it's unintentional. I think this is what's Philosophy Tube is going for. This is just cool. This is slick. This is the James Dean moment.
You
He's
think so?
supposed to, yeah, I don't think camp is what is the intention here. I think the intention is this is just like slick. This
Maybe.
is cool. Yeah. Swing and a miss.
Darling, do you have a match?
So chilling.
Oh my God.
So chilling.
Look, that creepy smile that you do at the end. Can you do it just like a little slower? Just a little slower, a little more unnatural. That's not the way ContraPoints would do it.
No.
Conclusions. Just read your title cards. Don't make me take my phone out of my pocket because there's this long pause. What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, get Anita Sarkeesian to read your title cards or something.
What is the point of putting chapters in your 1 hour video and then not even reading the chapter titles? Can you imagine an audiobook where the chapters were just like on screen?
Listen, okay, if you're watching a Philosophy 2 video, you have to watch it. You really need to see all the acting and the aesthetics and the set design, the costume design to really get the full experience. You can't just listen to it.
Oh, Sitch. That's the experience of watching it has been the most torture yet. Listening to it was a lot better. This has been painful. This is like eye razor blades.
Yeah.
This is so uncool too. That's the thing that bothers me most about it, is it's just trying so hard to be cool and failing miserably. It's just failure after failure. All these music cues fail. Every performance fail. Every costume, every color choice failure. Bugs me that people actually like this. Think it's good. Ugh. Makes me want to puke.
I had my work stolen by a man. And I went...
Okay, wait. So how did anything that you talked about have anything to do with having your work plagiarized?
It had nothing to do with it.
We're so far off the topic here. It's like baffling.
Right. And just the biggest sexist thing. Look, one man screwed me over, and therefore all men are pieces of shit.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. I had a woman cheat on me. Then all of a sudden, the red pill movement. Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like, what's the difference? What is the difference here? Jeez.
Went on a journey to understand it. In chapter 1, we learned that social constructs like woman and the family are also economic constructs. Misogyny tries to justify making women's access to resources.
Yeah, we didn't learn that. Exactly. No. We didn't learn that.
You just said that. We didn't learn that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. None of this. I like, and the in conclusion here, in case you didn't understand, because none of this was in the video. In conclusion, all the points that I didn't make.
Precarious. And that has shaped much of the way my country is today, often in far more violent and racialized ways than the comparatively mild form that I experienced. And that's all really good to know, because it's applicable beyond just my case. Maybe that guy didn't steal my work because I'm a woman. Maybe he just does that to everybody.
I like that it took 49 minutes and 57 seconds to get to the, maybe he's just an asshole and not actually like a bigot.
Yeah. Maybe it has nothing to do with the fact that it's a guy.
Maybe there wasn't anything systemic about it whatsoever. Maybe he was just an asshole who did an asshole thing, assuming your story is even true. Like, come on. It took 50 minutes to get to this point. Something that should have been like something that should have been the thought process from the beginning, so you never would have made the video in the first place.
See, all of this is just pretend anyway.
Yeah.
There's not any substance here at all. It's all fluff. 1 hour of fluff.
Listen, she read Edmund Burke.
Okay, yeah. Edmund Burke has more substance in his pinky finger.
She read the entirety of Edmund Burke. Okay.
Right. Yeah, doubt, sus. Unbelievable.
But still, by thinking through what happened to me, I've learned that experiences like that are produced by the kind of society in which we live. In chapter 2...
Oh God, it's produced by society. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You're a shitty writer that they didn't want on your project, and that's produced by society. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's evidenced by this video, Sitch.
We saw that there is an alternate response: to refuse to learn anything ever. And in chapter...
What the heck? Oh my God. What was that?
That was what the conservative position was. Yeah, just don't learn anything ever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Chapter 3, we saw that that can be appealing, even to the extreme. Rather than confront our oppression, women could feel excitement and superiority as enforcers of oppression against other women. Wouldn't that be fun? Trouble is, only a tiny number of women can actually do that. Roger Scruton tried to build a movement of British pride and national identity, but I couldn't be a part of that even if I wanted to, because he based it on made-up history to deliberately exclude people like me.
Lies, 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 liar, lies.
This whole journey made me reflect a lot on my country, and
it's pretty bad when you have to lie about the guy who was trying to take tobacco money to write positive ads for smoking companies. Like you don't need to make up stuff to make that guy look bad. That's enough, right?
The big tobacco lobbyist.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
That's fine. Yeah. You could have just stopped there.
She had to equate it to conservatism, though, so that's why the lies needed to come in.
Right.
How I often feel like I'm on the outside of it. I like being from the UK. I think parts of my country are very pretty. I think the people are interesting and complicated. We invented Shakespeare and sea shanties, and the food is much better than anyone will tell you. But I'm not allowed to get married the same way a cis woman can without getting permission from a doctor first. And it's a 20-year wait to see that doctor.
Is that true?
No.
What's up with that?
Okay, so I was like, what the fuck is they? What are they talking about? So
can't get married without seeing a doctor?
No. Okay. So what they're referring to is that any trans person, so gay marriage is legal in the UK, and it's been legal for a while. So you say, well, how can this be? Well, no. So they can get married. The problem is that in England,
they can't get gay married.
No, they can get gay married. They don't want to get gay married. That's the problem. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right. So, yeah, in order for them to have their sex or their gender, I guess, changed on their birth certificate, that's where you need the doctor to say that you officially have gender dysphoria and are trans and whatever. And so that's what they're complaining about. So like So Abigail might still have on their birth certificate their birth sex, which first of all, I don't think you should be able to change on a birth certificate. You know, if you want to add some addendum to it that says like transition to women or something, right? But the whole point is that you need that information. All that information should be on your birth certificate. It should not just be crossed out and changed so that no one can know that you were trans, right? That doesn't make any sense. But so if Abigail wanted to get married to a man or a woman right now, they could. But it might still be like, oh, well, you're technically, if you're marrying a man, you're, getting gay married. And if you're marrying a woman, you're getting straight married. Even though I don't believe they make that distinction. Like, it doesn't say in the document gay married, it just says married. So
Right. But that's the problem.
Yeah.
Philosophy tube's attracted to women, so.
Right.
Philosophy tube is like, I'm gonna be.
It's a different question.
I'm gonna be in a normal marriage.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the problem. They're like, I want my marriage certificate to say lesbian on it. It doesn't.
They don't define.
It says straight on it, and that bothers me.
How regressive is this? I thought the whole idea was marriage equality. Isn't that what they ran on? Look,
terrible.
Everyone should be able to get married. We shouldn't even call it gay marriage.
It should. My gay marriage certificate should have like a rainbow on it. Okay. It
Yeah,
should be printed on rainbow stock.
Right. All right.
Even to a woman with all of my privileges, sometimes it doesn't really feel like my country loves me back. And what happens to me is mild cheddar in comparison to the extra-strength cheese awfulness my country inflicts on some women. Scruton would tell me to just ignore all of that, but that doesn't really seem like a good deal. So since I do want to engage with reality, my final question was, what can I do about misogyny? And I'm f***ed if I know. I just got here. I'm not the president of women. The president of women is a largely ceremonial role. Rihanna is the incumbent, but she's basically just a figurehead. Way back at the start, I cited a study saying that women do more housework.
Sitch, you didn't laugh. I didn't hear a laugh at that joke.
I had myself
joke
muted because I
totally-
sneezed, but if I wasn't sneezing, I would have been laughing because that was so
joke
funny.
totally hit. That
Yeah,
was
no.
like an amazing joke, and you.
I
didn't even-
heard, Adam. I don't know if
I
you know
didn't even
this.
hear her chuckle.
I heard that women
Hmm.
like. Well, actually, she actually got it wrong. The president,
Re-
the joke is actually wrong. Even her mildly inoffensive white woman joke is wrong. The president of women wouldn't be Rihanna; it would be Beyonce.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, I know that like as a white woman, you know, Abigail thinks all black women singers look the same, so maybe she got confused about who Rihanna and Beyonce was, but
Wouldn't the president of women be Oprah or Michelle Obama or something?
I mean, Oprah like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, maybe.
Right.
Not anymore.
I mean, they're talking about trying to get Michelle Obama out of into the presidential race this year.
Their time has passed. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Their time
I mean, what happened to Hillary? What
Their
happened to the
time has
glass
passed,
ceiling?
okay.
Oh, okay. Anyway.
Than men? Well, the head researcher on that study had a few recommendations. She said that we need to raise awareness and think more about it. And I hear that sort of thing a lot. You know, raise awareness, have conversations. What are some common myths about women that you wish men understood? Well, gosh, I wish men understood that we have the same number of teeth as they do. And I guess if we just raise awareness of that fact, then misogyny would end. I don't know if that really fits with everything that we've learned. As we saw with the women having fewer teeth thing, ignorance is a bit like CO2. It's pumped out because powerful people benefit from it. And as Roger Scruton showed,
Irony.
Mhm.
Misinformation is pumped out because powerful people benefit from it.
This whole video is misinformation. That's the irony.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So
Powerful philosophy too, benefiting from it.
Mhm.
Very.
So Philosophy Tube is asking the question, what should anyone do? What should any lady
Right.
do to fight back against the patriarchy and misogyny, right? Now, I
Right.
have an idea, maybe. If you
Do
want to
you?
fight back against misogyny, if you want to fight back against men wielding their power in a
Over you.
top-down approach oppressively against a woman, you know what
Right.
might be a good way to fight back against that?
I have an idea, but I don't want to spoil it.
Could it be that maybe you should name your person that you're accusing of stealing your work, maybe? Wouldn't that be a good way to fight back against a man, to literally name the man who stole your work, Philosophy Tube? Wouldn't that be it? Why don't you do that? Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe because you don't
yeah.
want to get fucking sued because it didn't happen the way you said it happened.
Yeah, look, you could be a whistleblower. What happened to being a strong, independent woman whistleblower? Got a
That's
whistleblower
right.
on this piece of shit.
That's right, Abigail. Now listen, I don't want to be insensitive about this, but I think you need to be courageous and grow a pair.
Right.
Regrow a pair.
And I think strong women should keep trans women out of women's sports too.
There you go.
That would be good. You guys could grow a pair on that issue.
There you go.
sometimes people will just make shit up if it feels good. But because I was thinking about
Oh my God.
I know. Sometimes people just make things up. Who
They
knows?
just keep coming. They just
Right.
keep coming.
CO2, I remembered a philosopher called Andreas Malm, who wrote a book about climate change. And he says people have been raising awareness about that one for decades, but politicians still aren't doing nearly enough. So, he asks, at what point do we just sabotage fossil fuel infrastructure with our own hands? Hence the title of his book. how to blow up a pipeline. And I started wondering, how many more women need to be exploited, harassed, assaulted, murdered before we just sabotage the machinery of patriarchy with our own hands? I mean, what is the feminist equivalent of blowing up a pipeline?
Yeah, what is that? That's a good question. What would that be?
I really wish I knew the answer to that.
Oh, look at
doing
that.
your hashtag Me Too.
It's not like
movement?
the Barbie movie sequel or something?
No.
Huh. Okay. Oh, there's no look. This is very sus. It makes me think that the patriarchy isn't real. If you
So I
don't
guess
have a
she's
way,
advocating for literal violent terrorism, like blowing up pipelines and stuff.
blowing up imaginary patriarchies.
Yeah.
It's
What's
so
the
weird.
equivalent of violence that I should advocate for? I don't know. I'll leave that up to you guys to decide. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
I do see women taking smaller actions, though. Things that we can do now for ourselves, rather than waiting for an election to solve all of our problems. I'm an actress, and I'm in some group chats for women in the industry that we use to warn each other about predatory men. And
Oh my God.
Oh, Sitch, this video is like the gift that keeps on giving here.
I'm in a group chat with like my friends who are all starlets like myself. And I was complaining to them about how this guy stole my work. But listen, I'm not complaining, inventing. This is like my form of activism because I'm really warning them.
Right. Yeah.
where possible, inflict consequences on them. Now, in the UK, less than 2% of rapists end up being charged, and fixing that is going to require state investment. That's not one that the girlies group chat can solve. But when police and
do we know if Philosophy Tube is attracted to men?
I don't know. They only talked about, I think, being attracted to women and trans
Women,
women.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
so,
yeah.
yeah.
Curious.
prisons don't keep us safe, as they sadly clearly don't, we're organizing to keep ourselves safe. Women of all different races and backgrounds, cis and trans, old and young. I'm also inspired by the British trans community. Our access to resources is often precarious. Things like healthcare, housing, employment, and food can be hard to get. So
Don't they have universal health care? Oh, I guess it's because it's not trans-specific health care.
Right.
That's a complaint. I
They
think
can't
we
get
covered another video.
transition stuff, yeah.
Right, yeah. I think we covered Philosophy Tube did another video on that. I think we covered
We
it.
did cover that, yeah.
So we share them. We know how to go around the institutions that gatekeep resources so we can get them ourselves. And this is a lesson we've learned in large part from black feminists, who in decades past and still organize their communities to get what they needed with their own hands.
Above all else, our politics initially sprang from the shared belief that Black women are inherently valuable, that our liberation is a necessity, not as an adjunct to somebody else's may because of our need as human persons for autonomy.
So this statement is so this is from the Combahee River Collective. This is the founding doctrine, essentially, of identity politics from a leftist perspective and from the critical theorist perspective. And it's very fascinating that Abigail, for some reason, decided to throw this in. And it doesn't really have anything to do with the rest of the video, at least explicitly. And I can't tell if this is just further indoctrination of the neo-Marxist position, or Abigail's just stupid and is just throwing in random shit that seems applicable vaguely.
This whole video is just random shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
This may seem so obvious as to sound simplistic, but it is apparent that no other ostensibly progressive movement has ever considered our specific oppression as a priority or worked seriously for the ending of that oppression. And merely naming the pejorative stereotypes attributed to Black women, such as mammy, matriarch, sapphire, whore, bull digger, let alone cataloging the cruel, often murderous treatment that we receive, indicates how little value has been placed upon our lives during the 4 centuries of bondage in the Western Hemisphere. We realize that the only people who care enough about us to work consistently for our liberation are us. And our politics evolve from a healthy love for ourselves, for our sisters, and for our community, which allows us to continue our struggle and our work.
I became a woman, and then a man stole my work. I'm not going to name him because...
For a second, I thought she was going to say, I became a woman and then I became a man.
Yeah, no, I thought so too.
I was like, wait a minute. Where are we going with this? I was like,
I'm not going to name him because I didn't become a strong woman. I became a weak and frail and afraid woman.
Right.
Terrified that someone might discover my lie.
I'm not going to name him because part of my transition process was removing my nuts.
For a community which allows us to continue our struggle and our work.
I became a woman, and then a man stole my work. I'm not going to name him because, without going into details, it all kind of worked out in the end, with a little bit of help from the girls' group chat. It changed the way that I look at my country, and that has felt like letting go of something. But by thinking through it in solidarity with other women, I've gained far more than I lost.
You know what that sounds like?
Cope.
Cope!
Major cope.
Oh, that's some super extra grade, magnificent, ultra mega cope if I've ever heard of some.
Of course, yeah. Look.
This guy totally ripped me off, but you know what? At the end of the day, I learned something better. I learned that my country is full of bigots.
Something that you knew before any of this ever happened.
You know, oh my God, this is hilarious. You know that meme bike comic about like the guy who gets his bike stolen?
Yeah, of course.
And he's like, well, at least maybe the person who stole it is like happy about it, so I should be happy about it. This is like an even worse version of that. It's like, oh, my work got stolen, but hey, at least I learned that my country's filled of bigots, so I guess that makes it all worth it.
Yeah, that makes it better?
Yeah.
What? Sure.
I learned an important lesson too, which is that I should probably just write my own movies. So I did. And it just got greenlit. I've written a film. It's about 2 people.
Okay, so wait, before she describes this film that she's working on, like, how excited are you guys to hear what this movie is going to be about?
Well, I mean, it's got to be amazing because look, obviously greenlit is that's what they do for big studio projects. Like obviously it's going to be a big studio movie, maybe Paramount, maybe Universal, one of the big studios is backing this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. You think it's going to be a big studio production?
Of course. Look, I've seen Project Greenlight. I know what it's all about.
Okay.
Like she's out there playing the Hollywood game here.
Right.
She's got Sony. One of the big studios is obviously behind this. So it's probably, small movies, it could be an independent, $10 million movie. Most independents, that's like micro budget for 10 million. Most independents, you're looking 35, 40 million, right? Obviously, she's not a big star. This isn't going to be like $100 million movie or anything.
Right.
But,
right.
It's great.
Yeah.
Good for philosophy too.
Yeah. And I bet it's going to be not just a big studio or a big independent studio, but like it's going to be like a really interesting story, right?
Oh,
like a really good, solid plot that we all going to everyone's going to want to run out and see, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Definitely not going to be like trash. Okay.
Right. Yeah. No, this
definitely not going to be like the epitome of female trash made into a movie, right? Like the epitome of trashy female novel made into a movie. That's definitely not going to be like what she's going to describe, right?
No, I'm thinking like Academy, something, in the Academy Award realm, right? Trans woman oppressed by society, right? Fighting back against the patriarchy.
Right.
Yeah.
Something
this could be
like
an Academy Award winner.
Schindler's List level, the color purple level,
Oh, of course.
quality.
Yes. Yeah.
Greenlit. I've written a film. It's about two people dealing with the trauma they got from a very bad relationship. It's very thoughtful, it's very artsy, it's very theaterish. Oh, and both of the characters are vampires because their ex is Count Dracula.
Oh, wait a minute. It is exactly what I said. It's like the epitome of fucking female novel trash. And you know what's even worse?
Dracula's ex-girlfriend.
You know what's even worse? You know what's even worse? And this is like the epitome of like, what you'd expect from like female trash novels. This movie has already been made.
Oh, it has?
Recently. I
What?
saw it not that long ago.
Okay.
Yeah. You didn't
Is
see this
it-
movie?
Is it, I don't know, Twilight? What?
No.
What movie was it?
It had Nicolas Cage in it.
Oh, you're right.
There's a
But
movie.
I didn't actually see that movie.
Yes. There's a movie that came out last year. Now, I don't know if Philosophy Tube saw this
Right.
and,
Stole a man's work?
stole a man's work, or maybe this was what she was working on and they stole it from her. Who knows?
Oh,
But
wow.
there was a very big movie that came out last year called Renfield, which was all about, it wasn't about two, lovers, but it was about a guy who was basically Dracula's assistant and had been his assistant for, hundreds of years, that was in an abusive relationship with Dracula. And it was about him overcoming that abusive relationship to become free of this toxic relationship with this individual.
Wow,
Literally
I gotta
the
see
same
this movie.
fucking thing that Philosophy Tube is describing here.
Wow.
So pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
I want to look up this director. Well, look, obviously, so still, Sony, Paramount. Who's the studio that greenlit this movie here? Oh, stop it with your terrible music.
Oh,
I pitched it to the network as Euphoria meets Jennifer's Body, and they said yes. I'm gonna be in a movie, and other people are also going to be in it, and I'm not allowed to tell you who they are yet, which is really annoying because I'm really, really excited, but we're making a movie! Future editing Abby here. Since we recorded this, I am now allowed to tell you that our director is Valentina V.
Valentina V. Do you know anything about this? Valentina
I looked them
V?
up. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. So no backstory movies that you can point
No,
to? Okay.
I don't know what they.
Incredible filmmaker, and the film got announced in Variety! And it gets
Oh my God. Anyway, the cringe continues.
better, because we're not just making it for a normal network like Netflix or Disney Plus, we're making it for Nebula, a streaming service that
Okay. Pretentious much?
Do you like the cope? It's like, listen, this isn't just made for some normal thing like Disney. It's
Or
made for something
Netflix.
better. It's made for Nebula, that thing
Yeah.
you've never heard of.
Yeah.
That streaming
most
service that
people-
all the lefties are on.
Most people would kill for a Netflix deal.
Of course.
Like that's yeah.
Yeah.
Disney Plus. I mean, okay, Disney Plus, but Netflix is much more renowned for original content.
Right.
Disney's trying to catch up, but and then there is Hulu, right?
Right.
Yes. I mean, you got to go way, way down when you're getting to the Nebula level. So
Yeah, that's
yeah.
I guess that's like the bottom of the level, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Look, and obviously, Philosophy Tube doesn't mention the budget because it's like there is no budget.
That's just
You got to make this scrappy like you do those YouTube videos, kid. This is going to be great. Make it for our platform.
There you go.
I mean, they probably, I don't know how much they spent on Lady Ballers, but they definitely spent some money. I mean, they might have spent $10 million on that movie.
I mean, if they did, it was a waste of $10 million.
The movie is not great, but I'm
No.
gonna go out on a limb and say, like, at least as like scatterbrained as that movie was, Philosophy Tube's movie is gonna be like 10 times more scatterbrained.
Right.
I'm assuming Philosophy Tube writes movies the same way they write YouTube videos. It's just all, okay, I've got my collection of scenes now. Now I just have to kind of mesh them together. I have to order them. Like there's not really a beginning, middle, end type narrative storytelling.
I mean, we'll find out. Listen, I'm gonna get Nebula just to watch this movie. Okay.
Are you?
Of course.
Okay.
I'm excited.
Oh, look, Valentine V has a YouTube channel.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. Nice.
It's interesting. No one, I don't know. I'm looking. No one has made this connection that this plot is basically the same as Renfield.
Renfield? Oh, okay.
Yeah, except that it's about a girl instead of a guy. It's like the only difference. And
what is gender really, Sitch? I mean, what does it mean?
I am curious. Did she steal this? Is it a coincidence? Did they steal it from her? Is that who she's talking about? I don't know.
Yeah. It's a mystery.
It's a mystery. Anyways.
If I was
anything
the
else?
devil,
We done with this video?
The Box trailer. I'm trying to look at the director here. See if there's anything good. No, this is hilarious. Anyway, let's continue.
Is owned by the creators on it. So you know how regular networks are owned by venture capitalists and shareholders, and they do things like
Cope!
There you go.
Yeah. You know how it's called the entertainment industry? And this is called content creator.
cancel popular shows or write stuff off for tax breaks because they're owned by people who don't actually create anything. Well, Nebula is not like that. The rights to the shows stay with the creators. I still own The Prince. I will own Dracula's Ex-Girlfriend when it comes out. If I want to make spin-offs or sequels or take it somewhere else, I can. And the platform itself...
Until a man comes in and steals it from you, of course.
Well, there you go. Well, listen, I'm fine with that. That's good. Let the people retain ownership. Good for them, I guess.
I love it.
Okay. Anyway.
Seriously, I love independent content creation. Look, I'm just
there you go.
Okay. Obviously,
we can be done here. We don't need to watch the rest of the show.
Oh, you don't want to watch this? But this is such novel cringe.
No.
It's just obviously Netflix is a hugely kind of woke company. So
right.
I can't imagine Netflix not wanting to throw money at this content creator. So it's just I'm thinking Netflix is like, oh my God, finally a trans woman who wants to make a series.
Right.
Send us your pilot. And then all of a sudden they get the pilot and they're like, oh my God.
Oh my God.
There's no way we can work with this person.
Oh.
This is terrible.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
You think that's happened? I mean, I would bet that's happened.
I would bet it happened too. Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Everybody's like, oh my God, this is amazing. This is exactly what Netflix needs. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Potato, thank you so much for being outside the simulation, our highest tier for 19 months.
Wow, that's a great. Look at that.
Spencer Harmon for $20 says, love to see you guys cover the journalist Steve Baker being arrested by the FBI story. So actually I was going to look into that. Maybe I will for tomorrow. Because I saw a bunch of people talking about Steve Baker being arrested by the FBI. He is currently a journalist at The Blaze, and he's arrested for supposedly they're accusing him of, I think being in the Capitol and doing stuff during January 6th. And I saw a lot of people saying, oh, he's this journalist, he's being he's being arrested and it's wrong. And so my thought process was, well, if he was a journalist covering January 6th, and so he like walks in with the people, I would assume that would grant him some level of immunity from prosecution. Maybe not
You're right. He's
legally,
a
but I think it
journalist. Yeah.
should, right?
Of course. He's following a story.
Right. But then I saw someone claim that he actually wasn't a journalist at the time, that he's only a journalist now, and that people are being dishonest when they say he's a journalist being arrested, because that's sort of implying that he was a journalist at the time of the crime that he committed. So I don't know if that's true. If anyone knows whether that's true or not, let me know, because I should look into that because I am curious to see what's going on there. Because that definitely changes the story completely. So, and also I would like to see the documents to see what exactly it is that he's being accused of doing. Did he just walk into the Capitol? Did he break into the Capitol? Did he attack somebody? Like, what is the exact charges? I don't know. So I'll have to go look into this to find out what is the truth about this Baker claim.
What?
Okay.
Did you catch me? I snuck out.
I didn't catch you.
Oh, good. Look at that. I got away with it, guys.
There you go. Okay, let me read from the top.
Read from the top.
Yeah, even though it's
Take it
so
from the top.
laggy. I don't know why it's so laggy.
Maybe you need to plug your modem in or something.
No. It's like the UI is laggy, not the internet.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Are you using ad block or something?
I mean, I always use ad block, but
Okay. Supposedly that slows your YouTube down.
I've never had that problem now until recently.
Wow Van Gogh says, Adam's boldest prediction yet. Look, I think that's a pretty safe bet that, look, a trans woman screenwriter, that's like Netflix. Oh, they're salivating for that.
Oh, I missed this because of the lag. Anna
What'd you miss?
Kasparian, thank you so much. Anna gave us $10.
Oh, did she really? Wow.
Yes. She says these
How
people
did we
seem,
miss that?
because I don't know, how did you miss it? I blame you. These people seem to have an unhealthy amount of disdain for women. It's all they think about. True.
I don't even see that. I'm like in the fan funding, but I don't see it.
I don't know. I'm going to try reloading. Hopefully I don't lose all the memberships.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
I
But thanks,
did it.
Anna. Yeah. Look, you got a shout out in this video, Anna. We know who we all know.
We all know who the birthing person was. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Oh, I do see it. I do see it.
Okay. Actually,
And
reloading.
Anna gave us a nice shout out too on a podcast. What was the
Iced Coffee podcast?
Yeah, the Iced Coffee podcast. They're huge. So thank you,
thank
Anna.
you.
That's amazing. Yeah, they even did a little cutout where they did our logo and stuff. Man,
Nice.
it's crazy.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Okay. Refreshing seems to fix the problem. Okay. Sulla for
did?
10. What?
It fixed it, huh?
Okay.
Sulla for $10.
Sulla for $10 says, guys, I figured out the Democrats' plan for 2024. It's the first debate. Trump starts rambling. Biden gets flustered and slumps over. His heart gives out and he dies. The Fed charges Trump with killing him. Wait
Oh,
up, maybe.
right.
There you go.
We have all new candidates.
Yes.
It's going to be great.
You know, I do think that from a health concern, Biden is definitely significantly worse off than Trump. Okay.
Right.
But Trump has called Biden Obama a lot.
Okay.
It's starting to get like when he did it once, I was like, oh, he gave that excuse, or people gave the excuse he was trying to say that Biden was just a continuation of Obama. I was like, oh, okay, maybe that's the case. But he keeps doing it. And I'm like, I'm starting to wonder now. I didn't really buy the whole cognitive decline Trump thing, but it's starting to get it's a little much. I'm starting to be like, okay, what's going on here? Keeps calling Biden Obama in a way that doesn't seem healthy.
It was Obama Biden. They ran
Okay.
together.
Yeah, I know, but that was a while ago,
You
right?
think he's losing it too?
I mean, he
Oh,
never
that would
ran
be
against
so
Obama. He
bad.
ran against Hillary.
That would be so bad. He becomes senile in his third term.
Well, someone said whoever wins, Trump or Biden, they're going to be the oldest president in U.S. history.
Really?
Yes,
Older than Reagan? Remember what happened to Reagan?
older than
Reagan
Reagan.
did become senile in his
Yeah.
second term.
Yes.
He
So,
didn't make it very long. Nancy was running the country.
right.
Everyone knew it.
Yep.
Yeah. Terrible.
Mitch for 2 Aussie bucks. Thanks so much. Says, have any of you watched Death Note? What are your thoughts? I
Yeah.
have. I don't know if Adam's
Sitch
seen it.
loves it. I've seen
So
Death Note.
the first third of Death Note is amazing. The second third is okay, and then the last third is kind of meh, which is the
Meh.
pretty common, usually the pretty common critique of Death Note. So yeah, but I like it overall. I'd say Death Note's good anime, definitely worth watching if you haven't seen it.
I want to get that book. Oh, the
You
people I
want
could
the
write
Death
down.
Note?
Of course.
Oh, you're the
The
worst.
power.
You're the worst.
Who would you write down? Would you write down Trump? Would you write down Biden?
I wouldn't probably never use the Death Note.
You'd never use a Death
Well,
Note.
actually, that's not
What?
true.
Look,
I would
I
kill
got
like
a couple of dentists. I got like day one.
I think the only people I would write in it would be like terrorist at large,
Oh, that's a good idea.
you know,
Look,
things
you
of
use
that
it for
nature.
good.
Yeah. Okay, that's the whole point of the show is that the guy's like, I'm gonna use it for good, and he becomes like a megalomaniacal psychopath.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So I would use it very sparingly. Very, very sparingly.
Very sparingly, huh? Hmm.
Yes.
What about Putin?
That's a tricky question. Yeah. I'd be very tempted. I'd be very tempted, yeah. The question is, would we be worse off or not
Right.
with the
Well, look,
replacement?
if
So.
it's worse, you just write the next guy down.
Okay. Well, there's only so many people, right?
You're like,
Go
oh,
for it.
half of Russia's dead now.
Right.
It's just like, this one's got to be it.
That's one we gotta keep doing it till we find like the King Arthur, the Russian King Arthur. Okay, he's gotta be out there somewhere.
Right. Life is so unfair.
Solodoge's Deep State of Center of Excellence for $2 says, Red alert, they're early, not a drill, red alert. That's right. We were actually early today.
We talked
Gotcha,
about
guys.
it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, we're trying to be cool.
Stug for $2 says, Philosophy Tube plagiarized Contra's dysphoria.
True.
Yeah, hilarious.
Yes. And transphobic stuff. How dare you?
I know. Nicholas
Everything
Van
is
Neal.
transphobia now.
Nicholas Van Neal for 5 Aussies. Thank you so much. Says with a title like that, Abigail ain't doing any favors to deny they have daddy issues growing up. There you go.
Wow. I suspect that Philosophy Tube's parents are happily married and have been for many decades.
True. Right.
Yeah.
And very supportive of everything they do.
Oh, of course.
Steel Wrath for 5 months says, I thought Philosophy Tube and Contra were the same person until 1 minute ago.
Really?
There you go.
That's hilarious.
Listen, you just made Philosophy Tube's day. Okay.
You did.
Yeah.
Yes. Doubtful
Fondue
this
for
video will be watched by Philosophy Tube, though.
right. Fondue for $2 says because there may have been a black couch involved.
Ooh.
Dun dun dun.
That's the
the
casting
meme.
couch.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Meme. Are you saying that Philosophy Tube got casting couched?
Yeah. Well, what do you do if you're a trans woman who's attracted to women and then you're hit on by a big Hollywood producer that's a guy.
You say
But you're not attracted to guys.
Right. You
Like,
say, listen, I'm into women.
I'm not that kind of woman.
Yeah, I'm a lesbian. That's what you say. You say, listen,
Right.
I'm gay.
I'm
And
a
then they say
lesbian.
perfect, and you say, no, you don't understand.
I know, it's so
I'm
confusing.
lesbian. They're like, what?
It's so confusing.
Yes. Mike Cassange for
Wow.
$5 says, producers, we got a bigger star. Who? ContraPoints. There you go.
True.
That would be like, oh my
ContraPoints would
God.
do that.
That'd be like the ultimate mind screw for Philosophy Tube.
Right. Whoever
M8
Philosophy Tube is working with ContraPoints calls up and says, "How about I work with you instead?"
right.
This has
Though
happened like 4 times.
Mike Hassange actually wrote counterpoints, but I don't know if that was intentional or not.
Oh, okay.
So M8566 for $2 says just another man taking credit for a woman's work. There you go. Which is ironically what all the TERFs say about trans women.
Right.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, did Brianna approve this stream topic?
Probably not. Brianna's been pretty based on Twitter lately. So I don't look, I think Brianna's probably, she's cool with us covering this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like skeptical.
Well, no. That's not what Andrew was referring to.
Oh, okay.
So Andrew said, I haven't actually watched it yet. Andrew said that there was Aiden and Spoon watched and commented on, they streamed our entire conversation with Carl from last Sunday.
Okay.
And Andrew said that at some point, Aiden claims that we were bought out by Brianna Wu, or she says we were probably bought out by Brianna Wu or something to that effect.
Brianna Wu has given, Brianna Wu bought the comic book. So I guess technically she has given me money.
So there you go. I guess she thinks we're taking marching orders from Brianna Wu for some reason, which is weird and random considering we talked to her like twice, I think.
Yes.
So, all right. There you go. Interesting.
I was
Thanks,
contemplating
Aiden, for the confidence us in our stuff.
That's Aiden Paladin made that assertion?
Supposedly, yeah. Supposedly.
Okay. Look, Brianna Wu has not bought us out, but look, Brianna Wu she hasn't been on the show in a long time, and I think she would come on again.
Sure.
I was contemplating setting up a debate between Brianna Wu and Vanessa from the chat. Vanessa was on, and Vanessa is kind of a conservative bent. So I thought, well, that'd be kind of fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Vanessa was talking about starting a podcast, and I just thought, oh, look, debates are kind of fun, right? Jump right into it.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So we might do that.
Chat said wooed by Woo Bucks. That's right. We got the Woo Bucks, everybody.
Woo's a big player in the Democratic Party and stuff. But
you think we should listen? We should, Aiden is right. We need to get Woo to pay us, right? We need to get some of that super PAC money. Right?
I think she would. I think if we asked her nice and said, look, we're endorsing Biden. We'll endorse Biden.
Oh my God.
Give us like 10 grand.
Yeah. Oh.
How much is it worth to sell out to Biden? Look, is it really selling out if we say, look, we're doing this for the money? Like, I don't like Biden, but I'm going to take the money and endorse him.
Yeah. Is it selling out if we say that if we both come out strongly and say we're supporting Biden for president, that it probably
because of the money that Brianna Wu gave us.
Because of the money that Brianna Wu is giving us? Is that like still selling out, or is that just very transparent? Is that acceptable? I don't know. You guys let us know.
I feel like it's kind of like a celebrity endorsement, right? We're just saying, look, this is a celebrity endorsement. I don't like the product or use the product.
Oh, you're right. Like the celebrity endorsements where it's like a guy's face. It's like Brad Pitt's face, and then there's just like a picture of like a wrist with a watch next to it.
Right.
We should do that, but with Biden, if he pay us to, right? It'll just be like our face and then a picture of Biden in no context or anything. Like that's the endorsement. I like it. Sammy says,
probably not going to happen, but
Sammy G says, hey, only J-Mac can buy Sitch and Adam out. There you go.
Sammy G can buy us out too. She super chats every now and again.
She does. Sammy G says, if I give y'all money, will you sell out to vote for Trump? Yes. Listen, whoever wants to pay us to vote or to endorse a candidate, we'll do it if you pay us enough. So yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
The answer to that
I'm
question
down.
is yeah. 100%.
Well, the celebrity look, whatever we started out at 10 grand for Biden. What do you got for Trump?
Yeah.
Look, actually the 10 grand was just no one's actually made an offer. So right now, look, we'll start the bidding.
Don't tell her that. Okay, listen, she's got 10 grand was their offer. Now, what are you offering, right? You got to one up the 10 grand.
Sitch, you're so dishonest. You're perfect for politics.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
CT for 2 Canadian, it says, as a femme, As a As a femiklepto, I'm offended. Philosophy Tube thinks I won't steal. There you go. I like it. As a femiklepto.
Look at that. Yeah. Women know how to steal.
They
But they
do.
steal boyfriends. That's what
Oh my
they
God.
steal.
They steal all
They
sorts
do.
of shit.
Oh,
They
most
steal
of
all
the
sorts of
boyfriends.
shit. Have you ever been to Sephora?
No.
They're stealing all that makeup.
I've had female friends before. 90% of them talk about boyfriend theft.
Right.
It's a hot topic in female circles.
No, this is not included in the dress conversation, Sammy. The dress still costs $100,000, okay?
What? Oh, you wearing the dress on?
That's still $100,000, okay? That's not included in 10,000.
$100,000. I thought you were
control.
going to do it for like $5,000.
No, it was $100,000. Look, stop trying to gaslight me, okay?
It's $100,000, really?
It was $100,000, yeah, for the dress.
Yeah. I said I wouldn't do it for $100,000.
I know you
were like,
didn't.
I'll do it for like $50.
You'll do
I
it for
remember
$50
that.
bucks.
You said you would do it for $50.
I said I'd do it for $100,000. That's not $50 bucks.
I said I can't. I said I can't be bought.
You said you wouldn't do it for $1 million, which I said was crazy.
I know. I
Yeah.
said I can't be bought
Okay.
unless it's endorsing Biden or Trump. Then obviously I
Okay.
can't be bought.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't want to wear a dress, but look, I just have to endorse one of these geriatric candidates.
Brown and Wu should 100% pay us to endorse Jank for president.
I will endorse Jank for president.
There
That's
you
no
go.
problem. I think
love
I
it.
already endorsed him on the show, but he went anti-MMT, and I was like, what?
Oh, then he
didn't
lost
like-
you.
Yeah, he didn't like Stephanie Kelton, and I thought, Jank, you're killing me here.
hmm
You know me. I like the macroeconomics.
Daniel for $20. Thank you. Says this stream now endorses Brandon Herrera for Congress. There you go.
Oh, it does?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who's Brandon Herrera?
I don't
What
know.
state is that?
Is that
in?
someone? Is
I'm
that
looking
someone
it up.
associated with
Maybe he's
Brown and
cool.
Super PAC?
Maybe. I don't know. Brandon Herrera for Congress. Standing up for. What is this?
He's a
Brandon
Republican.
Herrera is an entrepreneur, Second Amendment activist,
There
and
you
social
go.
media personality running for Congress in Texas District 23.
I mean, is he paying us to support him? Because I'm down if he's paying us.
Hell yeah. Pay
Oh,
us
that's
in
the
firearms.
that's the gun guy. That's the gun YouTuber.
okay.
I've seen some of his videos.
Sweet.
Okay.
Brandon's vision. After increased frustration over government overreach during the COVID lockdowns of 2020. Guys, you need, look, it's getting a little old. Okay. Time to move on. It's only 4 years ago. Right? Sitch, is it just
I wasn't
me?
listening. I don't know what you're talking
Maybe
about.
time to move on from the
I was
COVID
distracted.
stuff. Okay.
It
Look,
is
if
time
you
to move
were-
on
if you
from
were a
COVID stuff.
kid,
Yeah.
If you were a kid and basically, oh no, what's going on? If
You'll
you were a
see.
kid that was deprived of your childhood because of COVID, you have every right to hate our government and COVID vaccines for your entire life. I'll allow it. Okay, what is this?
So
Nocturnal.
Andrew Clark for $5 gave us or alluded me to something. If we wanted to see what Philosophy Tube's acting looked like, we can find out.
No. Oh no. Okay.
Now I haven't
Let's
seen this
hear.
clip, so I don't know, but we'll see.
Greetings. Do you seek to trade? As Shadowheart's friend, I'll extend the privilege to you as well.
That's some quality voice work. That's some quality Baldur's Gate 3 voice work. Wow, I had
Make it stop.
I had no idea that they were in this game.
And the Mother Superior is gone. So much can change so quickly.
Come on, let's continue. No, let's.
Remains to be seen. This place is all I've ever known. In time, perhaps I'll venture out there, see what I've been missing. But for now, old habits die hard.
God, this is awful. Could you imagine being in the booth hearing this, being like, "Oh, Jesus Christ, can we get like an actual voice actor here?" Like, this is just really
You
bad.
don't understand. She's trans. Oh, okay, okay.
Okay.
I have to work with her here.
Well, you had a pet mouse for a while. It was against the rules, of course. You used to hide him under your robes and feed him from your rations.
What's this character all about, Sitch? Suddenly I want to play video games.
Now you want to play Baldur's Gate 3, yeah.
Nibbles.
Why is this such a one-sided conversation? What's going on here?
Well, no, because the player characters don't have voice acting, so I guess they're just.
Oh, wow. All right. Boring.
I suggested Brie, but you were having none of it.
It's immersive.
She caught you with him. Forced you to get rid of him in front of everyone. To make an example. You always loved animals.
So this is
But you never let yourself get too close after that.
supposed to be like a painful story about how someone was raising a mouse when they were a child, presumably, and they have to, I guess, kill it in front of everyone. So it just should be like a really like traumatic, memory, right?
Yeah.
It's really coming across from this read. That's all I'm gonna say. Like you can feel the trauma and sadness, exuding from every word, every consonant,
yeah.
every vowel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Every period, every exclamation point.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Not the sort of thing you want to hear, I'm sure.
Okay, I guess we're done with this.
Yeah, this is
Too painful.
horrible.
Too painful. Okay.
What do we got here?
That's the kind of voice I'd expect to be like a chatbot voice, right? Like it feels like it's dead inside.
Oh yeah.
Orca for 7 months says is political. Oh my god!
Damn right.
Can't just
Come on.
You can't just spring this on me, okay?
What are you
Without warning
doing?
here. Jeez.
What are you doing?
I can't believe this.
I
Okay,
got my own music video.
You have to
here.
set this up.
Okay. Well, you set it up.
Okay, so Donkey Doggy, also known as Pun Battles on Twitter, made this both beautiful and horrible music video for
Right.
everyone's favorite, Sitch's disfavorite, Bluntyfly. Okay.
Exactly. Look, Bluntyfly is blowing up. People love Bluntyfly.
Yes.
Sitch is jealous.
There you go. I am jealous. That's it. You got me. I'm jealous. Okay.
So now look, Bluntyfly has his own theme tune.
He has his own theme song. Yes, his own music video. Courtesy of Pun Battles, aka Donkey Doggy.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Look how cool he is. That's a real blunt there. Even
That's
the
really
right
creepy
types of
looking.
paper.
That creepy shit.
He's a star of the show. Bluntyfly. Damn right he smokes. Bluntyfly. Get bluntified with Bluntyfly. Also Sitch and Adam. Cause we all say it's Bluntyfly. No, he don't play. Bluntyfly. Get bluntified with Bluntyfly. Also Sitch and Adam. He'll tell you what to think and then he'll pour himself a drink. But not before he smokes, you know it's a Bluntyfly show. It's a Bluntyfly show. It's a Bluntyfly show. Also with Sitch and Adam.
That's amazing.
There you go.
That's amazing.
There you go.
Bluntyfly is taking over Sitch. One day you will have a character as popular as Bluntyfly. I'm telling you, you can dream. Just dream big, okay?
There you
I
go.
can't wait till they green light the Bluntyfly movie with Nebula. Oh yeah.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Yeah. I love it.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pun Battles.
Mhm.
Or Donkey Doggy.
I actually do
you
like
prefer.
it, even though I don't like Bluntyfly. It's pretty great, catchy song.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm sure we'll play it often.
The Blunty Fly Show.
Right.
Also Sitch and Adam.
Right.
Look at that. Damn it.
Nicholas
Blunty's
Van
too
Neal.
popular.
Yes. Nicholas Van Neal for 5 Aussie bucks says, FYI, it wasn't Aiden's claim. She was citing Chud Logic, who claimed he had evidence that Woo's Pack was funding YouTubers to push left. Oh, what was she saying? Well, you have to let me know. I'm assuming, well, based on what Andrew was saying, was she saying that Chud made this claim that Woo had a pack that was funding YouTubers, and that she was and that meant, or she was speculating that Brown and Woo was funding us? Was that what the claim was made?
Chud Logic did a live stream with Brianna Wu a long time ago and kind of asked her. I guess she had paid some YouTubers to set up a debate or something.
Mm-hmm.
And Chud Logic said, well, can you do that? Doesn't that break the rules of the Democratic Party or something?
Why
like
would
that?
it break anything?
I don't know. It's paid.
You can pay people
Unless
to
it's-
debate. What do you mean?
Yeah, but don't you have to disclose that? And I don't think they disclosed it. I think it was like just they did it without disclosing it.
I don't know why. Why would you have to disclose you're being paid to do a debate?
Because I don't know, conflict of interest or propaganda or something. Look, Chud Logic called her out, and I think she got a little skittish about it and looked into the rules and was like, look, I'm not breaking any rules. All this is completely disclosed.
Against Twitch TOS. Oh, maybe it was okay. That would make more sense.
Oh, okay.
So
Breaking the Twitch rules. Twitch has rules? When did that happen?
there you go.
Did you see the
Anna Kasparian, thank you for the $10. Says for Blunty Fly, what a stunt.
Look at that. Sitch
Okay.
is so jealous.
There you
Everyone
go.
loves my characters. Sitch is
There
just
you go.
angry.
Anna is apparently on Team Blunty Fly. There you go.
Look.
Terrible. Terrible. Anna, why are you reinforcing this childish behavior from Adam, okay? He's a grown-ass man. He shouldn't be doing this anymore.
Anna loves
Stop it.
childish behavior. Come on.
Stop
We're
it.
just having fun. We're just look, Sitch. Stop being against fun, okay? Stop being
I'm in
a big
favor of
stick.
fun. It's just I don't think just putting a blunt graphic on random things is funny. Okay? Is that such a contentious take?
You're just wrong. You're just wrong. You need to get with the program, okay?
Oh god.
It's like the simpler things in life.
It's like I'm taking crazy pills. Yeah.
Of course.
Terrible. This is why society is declining. It's all your fault. It's all your guys' fault for supporting this degenerate behavior.
Where's that?
First,
Look,
we give the women the right to vote, and next, we get Blunty Flies. All right.
I gotta pin this. Anna says, I
obviously
love Blunty.
So obviously, this is obviously what's happening here. All right.
Yes,
Terrible.
of course. Just
Terrible.
begins with a little fly and a dream.
Oh, God.
It's a dream.
Awful. Okay. Anyway,
Mhm.
where were
Aren't
we?
you supposed to be reading super chats?
I was. Orca for 7 months. Thank you so much. Says, is political messaging more gripping through media or from the government? I think media because the ideological push is less clear. Quote, it's just a movie.
I agree.
I think nowadays, obviously, I don't know. I'm sure there might have been a time in our past where it was more gripping from the government, where the government, excuse me, there definitely seemed to be a time in our past where the government was more closer aligned working with the media to produce propaganda. That time has passed because obviously the media is significantly dominated by one side. So,
Yeah, everyone points to it as a conflict of interest. So.
yeah. So I'd say definitely the media now. Dr. Diller for $5 says, when I become president, I will issue Burger King crowns to every man, woman, and child. I will also legalize dueling again with old-timey flintlocks. There you go.
Sweet.
I support that.
Flintlocks.
Yeah.
Nice.
Steel Rain SG for $5. Thank you. Says, cultural Marxists can't understand social bartering. if you're a stay-at-home wife, you're exchanging it for the financial providing the husband is bringing. That would be my understanding.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Look, it's obviously people get into these relationships not because they're forced by society, because they feel like they'll get a good deal out of it, make
Yep.
them happy. Yeah.
Zombie
So
Squad for
that
19 months. Oh, sorry.
no, that's just that's the situation. More people are getting into marriage over happiness. No one's being forced into this anymore.
Right. Zombie Squad for 19 months says, I lost my free will, TM. Can I have another? Of course you can. For being a 19 months member, Zombie Squad, you get 19 free units of free will, TM, just for you. Organically
Nice.
sourced, free range, baby. Non-GMO, free will. The best.
Yeah.
Clowny Moose Bean for 12 months. Thank you. One whole year. Says S class is Shantae and A team is Risky Boots. You both win again.
Wow.
There you
Cool.
go.
I don't know who Risky Boots is, but thank you for the compliment.
Yeah. I haven't seen this series. So there you go. Or this game. What is this? Anyways, Rich Jammer for 23 months. Thank you so much. Almost 2 years. Coming up to that golden
I know.
triangle.
I can't
golden
wait.
pyramid.
When I see that first golden pyramid, I'm
Yes.
going to be like, look at that. That's it.
Rich says,
We've
if I was
achieved
forced
nirvana.
against my will to watch a Sitch and Adam video, do I eventually get free will anyway? Also, evil Sitch should be called NSA Snitch. Plenty fly.
Ooh,
There you
that's
go. That is
good.
pretty. That is pretty good. Yeah,
That's pretty good.
that is
Yeah.
pretty good.
NSA snitch.
Yeah, our powers of free will are so amazingly powerful that even if you're forced against your free will to watch our content, you will in fact gain free will. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Yes. That's right, ladies.
That
If you're
powerful.
listening, if you make your men watch the Sitch and Adam show,
Mhm.
okay, they will become a better person. You will fix them finally. They will gain. I mean, maybe you don't want your man to get free will because that could actually lead to some sort of relationship complications. And I've heard that that's a common thing. Women, your men get jealous of you listening to us so long. I get it. Okay.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
We're very intimidating. I couldn't even say we're intimidating without laughing.
I know. I don't know how.
Fadu for $5 says, I am being constantly reminded of the first Olivia Valderin from MTG.
Wow.
From
That
Magic?
must be. No, that
Oh,
must
you're
be
right.
Philosophy Tube.
It's funny. I knew someone that played that fucking card and it was awful. Fuck that card. That was that Vampire Queen card. That was terrible.
Oh, it's from Philosophy
From-
Tube's movie.
The outfit looked kind of similar to
Oh,
that the outfit with the pointy shoulders.
right.
Good reference, Fondue.
Ugh.
Suck for $5 says, I am convinced that all of the Marxian thought can be described by the old tweet, quote, Marxism is 90% imagining somebody exists and getting mad about it. True.
Oh, yeah.
Seller for $5 says, you really need to get JJ McCullough on. You should watch this debate with PF Young about trans kids. We should do that.
JJ McCullough. I think he's been suggested before, right?
JJ McCullough. Let me add this to the list. JJ McCullough.
Right.
With PF Young. PF Young.
Well, if you talk to PF Young, he'll talk to us, definitely, right?
Right.
Why not? I've watched a couple of his videos, so.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not like a regular JJ watcher. Maybe I should be. Am I missing out?
Here it is. Adults should be allowed to transition, but kids should not debate with JJ McCullough. Okay.
And that was a debate with PF Young?
He did. He's talked to him a bunch of times, apparently. So.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so I'll add it to my watch list. Check it out.
Let's see.
Filthy Casual for $10 says, not a huge deal, but surprised you guys are saying they instead of she. I've used she for a trans woman, but refuse to use they for a single person. Makes no sense. Abigail says we're referring to women. Well, I use they and she for both, Abigail.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't agree with neo pronouns. If I was in some situation, but you can, there are grammatical time, or there are times where you would grammatically refer to a single person as they in certain contexts. So I don't think I was saying it I don't think I was using improper grammar at any point in the stream when I was referring to Abigail as they instead of she.
Yeah, I wouldn't use it improper. I don't like the improper grammar thing either.
Right.
I do like she, him pronouns because I just think it's efficient. People want to know the gender of the person that they're dealing with because people are sexist.
True.
They want to act appropriately, right?
Zombie Squad for £5 says someone, somewhere, said Anita Sarkeesian's name 3 times in a row while looking in a mirror, and now the stream is cursed. There you go. Not our stream. Actually, what happened was then PhilosophyTube's video became cursed. See, PhilosophyTube actually didn't want Anita Sarkeesian to voice that one part in the beginning. Like, PhilosophyTube was just cursed that now Anita has to appear at least once in all of her videos. Tragic.
That Tom Nichols, we haven't covered one of his videos in a long time, but his reading was just terrible.
Well, his content's terrible, so that makes sense. Yeah.
Very smug. Not very authentic.
Well, he's British, right?
I like authenticity, Sitch.
It comes with the territory.
You're right. Americans are authentic. Very much authentic.
Unlike those Brit bongers.
Right, yeah.
J-Bo Jones, 34 for 14 months, says, Sitch, ask your dad what he thinks about the famous Duke student Bella Knox. Who's that? I feel like that's a porn star. Without even looking this up, I'm going to guess that's a porn star. Let me see. Google Bella Knox.
Yeah, Google that on
That
screen.
is, in fact, the porn star. Was she like some famous porn star who's like a Duke alum or something? Well, here you go. Duke porn star Bella Knox. This is from 2014. There you go.
All right.
I don't think my dad knows who that is. I hope my dad doesn't know who that is. Stuck for $2 says, where's actual justice warrior to teach us about witches? There you go. He's going to give you the propaganda about why all those poor women deserve to be burned to death. Or hung. Yeah. I think they were actually hung and then burned.
He's pro spectral evidence in court.
He is. He's pro witch hunts. Lives in Dev's. I think that's who stole his car. I think a witch actually stole his car. Lives in Dev's wall specifically for $5. Says, quote, if you're afraid of being accused, you'll be nicer to your neighbor. No, Adam, people will join the mob and enact its will to avoid being targeted. I mean, that could also happen.
Yeah, look, it is happening. And what goes on Twitter with the Twitter mobs is a perfect illustration of this idea. Yeah, exactly. Everyone's like, oh, I got to be so nice. Oh, you want me to use your proper pronouns? Oh, sure, I will. Of course. Don't call me a witch.
Mm-hmm.
Don't call me transphobic.
Not Alfarius for $5 says, is voodoo the, quote, black girl magic I've heard about?
What? Okay.
Yeah, don't you remember? It was like a few years ago. There was this whole thing about like the black girl magic.
Oh, okay.
I remember this.
I don't, but
This is article from 2021 from the Boston Globe. It says, what we mean by black girl magic, and the subtitle is, black women are not mythical, nor superhuman. Our magic is in our realness, our love, and the way we rally around one another.
Really? Okay.
The first how is this in a paper? The first sentence is, when I see a black woman, I see a revolution.
Okay, racist.
She's here in a country determined to rest its back on her shoulders while calling her worthless. I see magic.
That's racist. Go. Yeah, look, if you're looking at a black woman, you're thinking those kinds of thoughts. Like,
you're a racist.
Some problems. Yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
If you're looking at a black woman, you're thinking, oh, look how oppressed. Look, it's an oppressed woman.
Right. Nicholas Van Neal for $5 Aussie bucks says the quote families in crisis myth that they are asserting can easily be applied to climate change. Awkward. That is true to some extent. Yeah. Only more
Right.
recently than the family in crisis, a little older, but
Climate change is the family in crisis. Is
like
that
the
what's
left-wing
going on
version
here?
of like the families in crisis idea.
Right.
Stoic for
I'm
$5
starting to
says,
look I'm starting to look into people who are specifically on the left who talk
Mhm,
about not voting because voting is pointless and
right.
they're like anti-democracy.
Mhm.
I'm starting to look in if it's on Twitter to see if there's any tweets about climate change. Because there's a huge similarity if you're going to go around and talk about how you need to worry about your individual climate footprint or carbon footprint. Isn't that kind of similar
The voting.
to voting? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
That's a good point,
if
yeah.
if you think voting doesn't matter, then why do I have to worry about my carbon? Look, my carbon footprint barely doesn't make a dent.
Right, right.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Stuck for $5 says, I wonder what Philosophy Tube said about separating kids from their parents at the border facilities back when that was a big thing. I'm sure they said it was inhumane and fascist and all that stuff.
Of course.
Ego Shedux for $10 says, Roland Fryer was recently interviewed and gave a talk at UATX about his career, his research, and his motivation for doing what he does. Get to watch if you have the time. Guy's a hero and a class act. I will. That sounds
It was
interesting.
great. I did watch that
Oh,
talk.
okay.
Yeah.
Roland Fryer
Roland's
was
the best.
the guy that Claudine Gay helped get his lab
Annihilate.
shut down
Yeah.
because he dared to come out with a study that showed that white cops were actually not more likely to shoot unarmed black men than black cops. I think they were actually less likely according to his data. But oh, I don't know how I missed this. Mark Twain's Revenge. Thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Sorry, I missed that. I didn't
Oh,
see
look
that.
at this.
Thank you, Mark Twain's Revenge.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Constrained Anarchism for $5. Thank you. Says Abigail actually voice acted a character in Baldur's Gate 3. If you look it up, a trans tiefling named Nocturne. She is friends with an amnesiac. Okay, that's what we just looked up.
Yeah,
So
I think
wait,
that's what we just
the
watched.
character in the game is trans too? Isn't that kind of
that's-
transphobic? That like a trans
That's a new
actor
thing.
has to play a trans character in a fantasy video game with magic?
It is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I never played Baldur's Gate 3. I heard that people like it, but like it's a magic, there's like magic. Couldn't they, use magic to like just transform into a woman or a man or whatever? Like a little bit better than we can do right now. Just saying. Rigo Zorro for $10 says, my daughter needs to know the quote why and usually counters negotiations and often gets away with doing nothing while my son does what he's asked with eagerness and no questions asked. Wow.
Wow.
Didn't anyone ever teach your daughter that she needs to be more ladylike and your son needs to be more rebellious? How dare they be turning away from their strictly enforced gender roles by society, Rico? You got to fix that.
Yeah. Beat them.
Scott Christy Jones for 1 month, thank you, says, yo, from the UK. I think we may need to invade the US as clearly it's a failed experiment. You tried, but between Biden and this gash, nah. Well, first of all, Scott, okay, Philosophy Tube is yours, okay? She's a Brit Bronger. She's not American, so how dare you? Secondly, the only failed experiment is the fact that Britain is still around, okay? It's time for the children to come home and take charge.
Mm-hmm.
You're like the old, doddering senior citizen, the old parent who's just past their prime and needs their child to take care of them. And I think it's time. I think it's time for America to just say, listen, you had a good run, but it's time to just pack it in and let America take charge now,
Yeah.
okay? We're going to stick the UK in the old folks' home and start,
That's right. We got an assisted living facility with your name on it.
That's right. That's right. Not Alphas for $5 says, you know who also does a lot of unpaid work? Business owners. I wonder what this person's view of that might be. Yeah, obviously.
They hate them.
They're engaged in labor theft, so they're the worst.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Toxic Mix. Did I miss this one? Thank you for the $20, Toxic Mix. Says, as someone who is disabled and works to find jobs for people in the disabled community, I can confirm this woe is me, acknowledge my free labor mentality is bullcrap. There you go. That's good to hear.
Nice. Yeah, look, if I was disabled, I don't want to work. Be a part of, doing something.
Stug for $2 says, today is show number pi. Congratulations. You're right. I didn't even notice that. Today is show 314. There it is. Happy Pi Show, everybody.
I screwed up in the thumbnail, though, but I need to fix it.
Oh, did you put
thumbnail says, it doesn't have the pi in it, so.
Oh, wow.
But I'll fix it.
Look,
I wanted to start the show early, Sitch.
That's true.
Didn't have time to fix the thumbnail.
I know. Blame me. Afro Fry Cook for $10 says, I feel like no-fault divorce did far more damage to marriage than gay marriage. Having it be something you can opt out of eliminates the point of it in my mind. Gays being involved is less relevant. Well, I mean, I would agree that no-fault divorce probably has significantly, something to do with divorce rates increasing. Well, I don't see gay marriage having anything to do with divorce rates increasing. But that being said, I still strongly favor no-fault divorce completely. So
I like to blame people. So I like divorce with faults.
I mean, I don't understand.
I want to know who's to blame.
How can you not have no-fault divorce?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, if two people don't want to be in a relationship together, or someone doesn't want to be in a relationship with someone.
One person.
Right. If one person, like what you say, against your will, you have to stay in the marriage. Like, what does that even mean? I don't even know. How does it even look like?
You took the vow. You took the vow till death do us part.
Okay.
Sitch. How dare you? It's an oath. It's a vow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, and if you break the vow, it's your fault. You're at fault. You're at fault.
Terrible.
What do you think about like no fault traffic accidents? How do you feel about that?
That's not a thing, is it?
Well, look, of course it's not a thing. It's ridiculous to even postulate no fault traffic accidents. Someone's always at fault.
Well, I mean, okay, we can envision some scenarios where like you're driving and a random person runs across like a freeway and you hit them. Like it's not your fault.
Look,
let's say there's a freak accident and like, a rock falls from a building and like hits a car and that car stops and someone crashes in. Like it's not anyone's fault, right?
Sure, but that's a rarity.
Sure.
I don't like this idea that you can be, you go out and tangibly screw
I can't tell if you're
memeing
about the no-fault divorce. I'm assuming you're memeing about the no-fault divorce thing.
No, look, if you go out and you completely destroy your relationship, Sitch.
Yes.
This no-fault divorce thing, it's like it allows you to be like a total dick and be like, hey, it's nobody's fault.
That's not what no-fault divorce.
I'm a lying, cheating.
That wouldn't be a no-fault divorce. That wouldn't be a no-fault divorce situation.
Oh, it wouldn't be?
Well, no-fault divorce means a couple can divorce without saying that there was some specific blame or fault or something that like caused the breakup.
But they still can divorce with a fault? Somebody can
Of course they can, yeah.
Okay. So no-fault divorce is just an option.
It's just an option.
Yes. The blame and shame option is still on the table. That's what you're telling me?
Yes. You can 100%. So if you're getting divorced because someone cheated on someone, you would, especially if you want to gain some sort of, favor in the divorce hearing in terms of custody or money or whatever, you're not gonna do a no-fault divorce. Yeah, you're gonna say this fucking person cheated on me, is a piece of shit, right?
Okay, so it's an option for the people who are like, okay. I thought it was the only option.
No.
Okay. Well, good. Finding the person at fault is the cornerstone of Western civilization.
There you go.
It is.
So I sent you someone else made some Blunty Fly.
More
art.
Blunty Fly art.
Yeah.
Sweet. I love me some Blunty Fly art.
Jimmy765 for 1,000 yen. Thank you. Says, been rewatching some old streams. What happened to Sitch's voice changer? Deep voice S class is best class. There you go. Got to bring back the voice changer.
You got a deep voice? And
no, remember I would change it. Hey, little voice changer. You don't remember?
I do remember that.
Yes.
That was a lot of fun.
It was soundboard.
Yeah, bring it back.
There you go. Stug for $2 says supply, demand, and women. There you go. True. That's what moves the economy.
Oh, yeah. Women were the original money. Not many people know that.
That is also true. Nerdy Stoner made this art. This is a Blunty Fly saying buzzed. Get it? Because he's a fly.
Yeah, yeah.
He's smoking, so he's buzzed. You get it?
It's good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nerdy
It's
Stoner.
good.
Yeah, I hate it.
I love the sunglasses.
I don't like it.
The original Blunty Fly doesn't have sunglasses, but
It's better
that's
with the
just-
sunglasses.
it is. It is. It
Yeah.
adds a whole new level of coolness.
It
And
does.
even the trucker hat. That's a nice addition, too.
You like the trucker hat?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. I think the fly should be like less realistic, more like cartoony looking, so it doesn't look so gross.
What?
That-
It's look.
That'd be
it's-
my notes.
Do you think? I mean, are kittens gross because they're fluffy?
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response.
So why is
I'm not even
Why
going to
is-
dignify that as a response because I know you're just fucking bullshitting. Okay, right now.
Blunty Fly not just like a
I
cute
know
little
that you don't
kitten?
even believe that shit. All right. Adam Friended over here saying that flies and kittens are the same level of cuteness. All right. Just keep that in
Well-
mind, A team.
Well, I mean, when it's got cool shades and a trucker hat.
Yeah, okay. Nick Pseudo for €2 says philosophy tube man explains too much for a woman not passing. Wow. Hurtful.
Yeah. Ouch.
Not Alfarius
Ouch.
for $5 says all I'm hearing is that repealing the 19th is an anti-fascist action. There you go. That's going to be Antifa's next policy prescription.
Repealing the 19th.
Yes. It's the ability for women to vote. Immortal Mechanism for
Yeah.
$5 says, isn't the idea that white women were willing to give up voting rights to suppress minorities pretty much the opposite of interest convergence? Oh, that's a good point. And it is. That is interesting.
Yeah.
Drew the Dogmas for 16 months, thank you, says, can I really come on and yell at you? I will. Just tell me what I need to do and have Adam find an angry grandpa avatar for me. I mean, I guess it's up to Adam. Whether he
I
wants
mean,
to-
no, look, if
Okay.
you want to come on and yell at Sitch, yeah, that's good content.
No,
as
you
far
got to
as
go
I'm
yell at
concerned.
Adam. Okay, I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna go, and then we're gonna kick you out of the Zoom call. So,
Yep.
but you can yell at Adam.
Yep.
I'll support that.
Oh, I didn't tell you the dirt on Elon Musk. You want to hear?
Well, yeah. What's the
craziness?
Elon Musk dirt? Yeah.
Okay, so Elon Musk, obviously, you know, his dad, Errol Musk, owned an emerald mine, right? Which
Mhm.
is kind of a specious claim. But I guess this is out there, okay? Are you ready?
I'm
I
ready.
feel like this needs a trigger warning.
I'm ready.
So Elon
I'm ready for the
Musk,
specious.
talk about, look, you don't get to pick your family. Talk about you don't get to pick your family. How embarrassing, right?
Okay.
So Elon Musk, big, famous, rich entrepreneur, right? He's reestablishing his relationship with his dad. He had a kind of a tortured upbringing when he was a kid. His dad was a like strict disciplinarian, was a little bit mean, right? They
Mhm.
didn't kind of get along.
Mm.
So
Is he still alive?
yeah, he's got a YouTube channel. He's like father of a genius, I think
Oh,
is
wow.
a YouTube channel. Yeah. Elon has been trying to get him to knock it off on the YouTube channel, but he's not listening. Yeah. And he's a complete MAGA supporting conspiracy theorist too. So it's embarrassing from all sides,
Right.
but not as embarrassing as this. So his dad is very old. I think he's like in his 50s, maybe even 60s. And he brings him,
That's not very old. That's just old.
right. Yeah, you're right. Who am I to tell?
Who are you to talk?
Yeah. So, but he brings him back, and he's got a new wife that I think is like
His dad?
his dad. Yeah, his dad has a young wife that's maybe 20 years his junior, right?
Mhm.
and she's got a couple of stepkids, and they're basically playing family, and Elon is getting uncomfortable because it appears that Errol is hitting on his stepdaughter, who is, I think, 14 at the time.
Wait. Who's hitting on her? Wait. Who's hitting on who?
Errol Musk,
Yes.
Elon Musk's father,
Yes.
is hitting on his wife's daughter, his stepdaughter.
His new wife's daughter.
His new wife's daughter, who's 20 years younger than him. His wife is 20 years younger than him. The stepdaughter's like 14. Right.
Where was this happening? On the YouTube channel?
No, this was happening. No, this was happening when when they were all basically living together.
Oh.
So then Elon gets completely uncomfortable about this. And it's like, look, Dad, you're going to go live in the yacht at the harbor. Okay. Like you're not going to be around these girls. Like he tries to break them up because obviously this is like completely horrible. Right.
Yeah.
And, but it doesn't really work out. Errol ends up moving back to, they're from South Africa, right? He ends up moving back to South Africa with his wife and her stepkids. Later, he fathers a son or a daughter. He fathers a child with the stepdaughter.
What the fuck?
Exactly.
How old is she?
When I don't, it doesn't say in the book. I would remember that torture, obviously, but
Is this, is
yes.
this just accusations? This isn't like,
No.
do we know this? Is this like true?
Well, it says it in the book.
Okay,
I'm assuming
but that
it's
doesn't
true.
mean it's true.
It's Walter. Okay. Well, the book is Walter Isaacson. You'd think he would fact check. I mean, he does all of these. Is it Walter Isaacson?
Oh, wait, here we go. Here's an article from
you fact check it.
2022.
Yeah.
On Tuesday, Musk's father, Errol Musk, 76, revealed he had a second child with his stepdaughter, Jana Bezindehuit, who's 34, 3 years ago, and gave the creepiest reason why. Okay, so he did, but she was 31 at the time. It wasn't when she was 14.
Okay, but still, I mean,
it's still creepy and weird and gross.
Yeah, look.
Yeah.
He's moving in on his stepdaughter when she's like 14, and then all of a sudden, like, they end up.
I mean, getting with your stepdaughter is fucking weird as it is. Like,
yeah. So what's the reason he gives? I remember the reason from the book, but what's the?
He said, "quote: The only thing we are on Earth for is to reproduce."
Yeah, that's what's in the book.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Elon, and also this is another thing too that I think has been wrongly portrayed in the press. Like I've seen stories about Elon Musk having children with the CEO of Neuralink, right? And it makes it seem like, oh, look, Elon Musk is out sleeping around, having sex with all these women, this philanderer, right? Well, it turns out, I think he never had sex with her. She wanted to reproduce it. I mean, she might be a lesbian, she might be single, I can't remember, but he ends up offering to be like the sperm donor. She's going around looking for sperm donors to have a kid, and Elon is like, well, you could have some of my sperm if you want.
Who is this?
I don't remember her name. She's you could look it up. She's I believe the CEO of Neuralink.
Oh, interesting and weird.
Yeah. So he had 2 kids with her, but through artificial insemination.
That's just what he claims that.
And he didn't. Yeah. Well, maybe because obviously he's in a relationship with Grimes, and Grimes is pregnant with one of his kids at the same time that this woman is pregnant with his artificial insemination babies. Look, Elon's knocking him out. So it's kind of funny what Errol says. It's like, well, I mean, Elon agrees with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just don't do it with your 14-year-old stepdaughter.
Right.
You lecherous old
Well,
man.
she was 31 at the time, but still, don't do it with your stepdaughter.
Yeah.
Fucking weird.
Well, look, it's Elon kind of called it. Elon called it when she was just a kid and tried to break it up,
I
and
guess he did.
didn't work out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that
Is
horrible
that
story.
salacious? Is that salacious enough for you?
It is.
Pretty
It is.
salacious.
Yeah.
So Walter Isaacson he did the biography for Steve Jobs as well. He's like a big time author. He did Einstein. But I read another book on Elon Musk, but Isaacson's is way better, and it goes all through the Twitter happenings and stuff like that too, which is super interesting. Yeah.
Cool. Andrew Haskins for 13 months says this dude in woman face is right. Women wanting to vote are fascists, and we need to stop women from voting for Nazis. Interesting layers to that video.
Right.
Jonathan Smith for $5 says when the left calls everyone the right a grifter, it is their own lack of empathy and wisdom showing out. True.
Yeah. There's plenty of people on the right that, call everyone on the left libtards and idiots and grifters and that too. So
An
it does
alien
kind
for
of go both ways.
An alien for 5 Aussie bucks says, I am still near the start, and I assume you guys will mention this at some point, but I find it super ironic that a trans woman is hating on all men, LOL. I mean, that is definitely something that was happening in that video.
I
It
don't
is
think we
interesting.
brought it up specifically,
We
but I
didn't,
mean, I
bro.
was thinking it the whole time.
Yeah. That's a good point. Grendel Levat for $2 says, don't disparage Army of Darkness so casually. True. How dare you, Adam?
I love Army of Darkness. Army
Great
of
movie.
Darkness is camp done right.
Yes. True.
Yeah.
Well, all the actors play it pretty straight, except for obviously the main actor. Camps it up a little bit intentionally, but
Sometimes that's tough to do, but I mean, it's just that movie's comedy gold.
it is. It's a great movie.
Or comedy.
Horror comedy.
Yeah. Horror.
You said
at its
horror
peak.
comedy.
Horror comedy. Yeah.
Okay. Horror comedy is a very, very different thing.
Horror comedy.
Yes.
Am I saying it wrong?
Yes.
Come on. Nuclear.
There you go. Cecil Graham for 3 months. Thank you. Says long time hate watch here. There you go. Keep up the great work. Even the show I don't agree with. Well, thank you, Cecil.
Look, that's awesome. Yeah. We should have Cecil on, especially if he disagrees with us.
Of course.
That's always more fun.
Metalworks 41190 for 23 months says, not to be mean, but who made you the moral authority of what's good and what's bad, Adam? Some people's taste differ, and that's okay. Winky face. Well, there you go. I don't know what that was in relation to, but yeah, take that.
Probably me going off on how ridiculous the aesthetics are and the like music choices are in Philosophy Tube's video. Taste is, I mean, that's a fair critique. Some people do have no taste, so I get it.
Liz and Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says Plato's teeth claim was true at the time. The median ancient woman had fewer teeth as a consequence of talking back in ancient Greek. Source my butt. Wow, that's terrible. Terrible.
What are you going to do?
Awful.
They talk back. You might lose a couple.
God, awful.
Terrible.
Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, did you see Tim Pool claim squatters aren't a real thing? I wish Phil would do more to point out how blatantly retarded Tim is. Bring back AP sometime. Wait, what do you
Aiden
mean?
Paladin.
He claims he claims squatters weren't real? What does that even mean? What do you mean they're not real?
Squatters aren't any big deal. Maybe that's what he meant.
I mean, they're like, it's a thing. There's literally squatters law in the books. I don't know what he means by that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Get a squatter in your house and see how unreal they are.
Well, what show was that on? That's strange. Become the Night for 11 months says, quote, the real theft was the bigots we made along the way. There you go.
Nice. That's right.
Caleb the
Cynic
for 9 months says, hi, Sitch. Hi, Adam. S-Class is the best class.
Boo.
Thank you. He said it on X. Tim just says a lot of stupid shit on X, which I'm assuming is like a troll half the time and sincere half the time, and I don't
I think
care.
he's trolling 99% of the time
Right.
now. Although I got to admit, the anti-democracy stuff does get under my skin because
It does, yeah.
it's so anti-truth.
It does because it's like half his audience is probably in
They
favor
agree
of it.
with that. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's
So,
like, oh, look, I'm just joking. Ha ha ha.
right.
Women shouldn't be able to vote. Ha 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 ha. Just
Right.
joking. Ha ha ha. What, Tim? Women shouldn't be able to vote.
I think it was Counterpoints had it was on the Tim saying the democracy tweet, which was him referencing, I think, the forcing the non-binary pronouns or something.
Mhm.
And he just posted the meme comic of the guy who's like, I'm gonna pretend to be retarded, and then people say like, oh, well then get away from us. And then the guy says, haha, joke's on you. I was only pretending to be retarded. And he said, I'm just gonna post this whenever Tim posts. And I'm like, yeah, that's basically how I feel now. So
Tim comes out as a conservative and he's like completely just full nihilist now.
there you go.
Nothing matters on Twitter. Nothing matters anywhere. Nothing matters.
Devil on your shoulder for 11 months says you have recently talked about AI recognizing sex. Do you think we will get Sitch's trans scan? What do you think the left-right reaction to that would be? Well, I mean, I'm not trans, so I don't think you'll get that. The reaction from the left and right to the AI recognizing sex, I don't think either side's going to like to answer that question. Well, actually, it depends. The right will like it if the scans of trans people shows them clearly as their birth sex, but if it shows them as showing up as the opposite sex or some element showing up the opposite sex, they might not be happy about it. So
Right.
we'll see what happens. Fondue for $5 says Sitch. I think it's implied that light was always messed up. The Death Note just brought it out. Well, yeah, I'm sure. I don't think it was that he was messed up. I think it was that he was just massively egotistical. But I mean, I think it's kind of the opposite. The fact that like when Light loses his memory, that he seems like he becomes a sincere goody two shoes again for that temporary time period, and he's sincere in wanting to stop um Kira. I think that would imply the opposite, wouldn't it? So
Do you think you're egotistical?
me,
Yeah.
sure, to a degree. I don't
Okay.
think I would. I don't think I would become light Yagami levels of ego. It's kind of on a whole new level, but
Right. When I was in my 20s, I was super egotistical.
right.
Like embarrassed of how egotistical I was. So
Hmm.
yeah.
Sure. What do you mean in your 20s? Lives in Deswall specifically for $100. Said Death Note isn't real, but it's surprisingly easy to file a false death certificate that makes someone legally dead if your enemies are in the US. Really?
Terrible. Why
Interesting.
would you post that?
Right.
Yeah.
Adam Unfriended for 14 months says, hey, Adam, have you been to San Diego? I need great food spots or places to eat, or for fun, any recommendations? S-Class is the best class.
I don't really have any San Diego recommendations. I mean, I have been down to San Diego, but I mean, friends have always just kind of said, let's go here or there, and I don't really recall. So
Well, there's obviously the one recommendation you have to do in San Diego.
San Diego Zoo?
No,
Oh.
you have to jack it. Jack it in public.
Oh, jack off in public? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what everyone does in San Diego.
in San Diego. Yeah.
You're right.
There you go.
Yeah. Just whip it out in front of the bar, just start jacking it.
There you go.
Right
You got to
there.
jack it
And when
in
you
San Diego. Dun, dun,
and when
dun.
you
There
get and when you get arrested and you're at the prison, just
Yep.
jack it there some more.
There you go. Just jack it some more.
Where
Yeah.
is this coming from? What
Was
what is this?
so that started with the oh my God, what was the name of that fucking guy? I remember that guy that did that video that was like, we need the Coney video. What was the name
I
of that
don't
guy?
recall, no.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Nope. No idea. But
The
it's okay. The jacket guy.
no, fuck. What was the name of that guy, chat? So South Park made a joke about this public figure who had like a mental breakdown and started jacking off in public.
Okay. So it's a South Park joke,
They
obviously.
made a very funny song about it.
It is pretty hilarious.
What was the name of the?
Sitch
It was the
likes to
Coney
jack off.
video. I was close. You remember the Coney 2012 guy?
Nope.
How do you not remember this?
I'm not a huge South Park watcher.
No, no,
so,
no, no,
yeah.
no, 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 no. This was no. There's a guy who made a video about Coney, this
Coney
like
2012,
the Ugandan cult leader guy,
who
and
jacked off in public.
and he made a video called Coney 2012, and it was like this like national phenomenon. Everyone was talking about this thing about how we have to get these kids back or whatever that were captured or lost his cult or whatever the fuck was going on. And then he like blew up and became super famous. And then I don't remember why, but then he had some kind of like meltdown.
Some scandal.
I don't remember why, but he had some total meltdown later and started jacking off in San Diego publicly. For some reason.
Okay.
It's like how do you not remember this?
This story isn't ringing any bells. So.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, I'm not reading the Jack Off Times or anything. Where did you hear about it?
It was just all over the news. I don't know. It was like a big fucking deal. Yes.
And that was in your news bubble. Like,
there was okay.
Google understands that jacking off appeals.
This was in 2012, Adam. Like everyone was talking about this. It's like a massive thing.
Everyone was jacking off in 2012.
That's it. He wasn't jacking it. He was just naked. Oh, I don't know. I thought it was jacking him.
Yeah.
Says in March 15, 2012, at the height of Coney 2012's video viral popularity, the San Diego police detained a naked Russell for psychiatric evaluation after he had a public breakdown.
A naked Russell?
That was the guy's name. Jason Russell.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's why I remember the name of his like he had this thing, Coney 2012, like it was like this viral phenomenon. Everyone's talking about it. And then like in the middle of this like super popular thing, for some reason, he's running around San Diego naked. A statement from his family said the diagnosis was a brief reactive psychosis, an acute state brought on by extreme exhaustion, stress, and dehydration as a result of the popularity of the campaign. Later in the year, Russell appeared on the TV show Oprah's Next Chapter to discuss the incident. Of course, he had to go to Oprah, describing it as an out of body experience and stating that it wasn't me. That's not who I am.
Oh, that's crazy.
There you go.
Out of body experience.
Of course, yeah. It's just who hasn't just stripped naked and run around in San Diego, right?
I think I do vaguely remember this, to be honest.
Yeah, it was like the big deal. Because remember, there was a TMZ video of it. It was on video of him doing it, of him like yelling naked, walking around. San Diego for some reason.
Vaguely remember this,
right?
Yeah, and you thought, oh, that's insane.
People were like, "What the fuck?"
Put some clothes on,
right? Anyways, that's what you should do in San Diego, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
Run around naked.
The Dark Conservatarian for $10 says, "Hey guys, watch a debate with Carl on liberalism. He seemed to be gaslit into believing that equity and equality are the same thing. And I'm sad you guys didn't point and call it out." Yeah, so a lot of people said that. And I
did point it out.
I did. Yeah. Yes, I did point it out, but I didn't say like very explicitly you're doing the socialist equity equality thing, which I guess I should have, because everyone missed that I pointed it out several times, but I didn't use the specific correct language to do so. So
yeah, you got to hammer them over the head with it.
Right,
Sitch.
right.
We're gonna go back over that entire debate, Sitch and I, and we're gonna dissect it.
This is the first I'm hearing about this.
Actually, we're not. Sitch, that's like the last thing in the world that we want to do. So
right.
That was that was a tease. We're teasing you.
El Caliso for 16 months says, "What is this? Adam like Shadowheart? Adam an elf lover? Adam, you fell for the allure of the knife ear cleavage. Welcome to the brotherhood." That's true. Why would you like a dark elf, Adam? How dare you?
You know, I didn't even notice the ears. I didn't even
too
look.
distracted by the boobs.
I guess I was.
There you go.
I guess I was too distracted. Fascinating.
Jeremy Ann for $5 says, "What are good daily news sites and channels you recommend? Where do you get your info from? Long form is nice, but I can't watch 9-hour podcasts every day. Well, guess what, Jeremy?
You're in luck.
You're in luck because every day except Friday and Saturday, we've been doing 2-hour streams where we cover daily news. So that's who you should check out. You should check out us, baby.
Yes, yeah. Don't check out anyone else. Just us.
Just us. Can't trust anyone else. Okay. Andrew Clark for 2 hours says, Broken Crown 103, time code 24 minutes and 20 seconds. Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
Should we bring it up?
Do we bring it up?
We can bring it up.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
we should bring it up.
Let's see what's going on here.
Boone is always causing trouble.
That's true. He was pretty funny though.
Yeah. You know,
I mean, he doesn't mean
delusional,
to be funny. Right. It's like
kind of a delusional kind of, you put the cork on the end of the fork so the retard doesn't poke his eye out type way.
That exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Here we go. Where are we? 24:20. Oh, right on the dot.
Is that
if you want to kick it,
Chud Logic found out that a whole bunch of left-wing YouTubers, like including very small channels, are being paid by Brianna Wu's PAC to shill for left-wing politics, and Brianna Wu has been on their channel twice in the last year.
There you go.
There you go. That's it.
She didn't pay us once. Damn it!
Wait, let me go back a little bit.
How dare?
We'll see what the.
Look, I'm writing Brianna an angry email.
I know.
Right
how
now.
dare she not pay us?
Where is our blood money?
I know. She should be paying us. Okay, hold on.
From a year ago, and I was scrolling through the comment section.
Completely.
Switch is palpable, and
but basically,
someone asking, did Sitch respond to my videos? I don't think Sitch or Adam would respond to my videos because I would embarrass.
We didn't because it was funny. I actually didn't even watch them, so
yeah.
Them. I mean, because like I'm not being mean to them or anything, but these guys are basically leftists at this fucking point. Like,
oh, Sitch,
you heard it here first, folks. We're
leftists.
We're socialists.
Socialist.
Yeah, there you go.
Sitch, you've been reading too much of that critical theory. Now it's seeped into your brain. You did. Oh man.
I've stared into the abyss too long, and now the abyss is staring back into me. I've become what I hate. Yeah, exactly.
It's infected you.
It's true.
Yeah, you don't know right from wrong anymore.
No. I've become.
The switch is palpable and quite clear. I was watching them with the distributist Dave, like from a year ago, and I was scrolling through the comment section.
Completely.
And the comment section was just like, you guys are really going woke and it's becoming obvious. And this was like a year ago.
I like that. I mean, if you think that we're woke, well, if this, you have Dave Distributor's audience writing that in the comment section because we support the civil rights legislation that says you shouldn't be able to discriminate against someone on the basis of their race. I guess that means you're woke now to some people who are very racist and insane.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. By the way, the Distributus showed his true colors. I think it was like a month or two ago, where he claimed that I had a completely open borders position or something when I was explicitly said several times on the stream that I believe that we should have a complete not allow anyone to even apply for asylum on the border or by showing up in our country. You can't apply for asylum anymore. You have to actually apply for asylum from your country. And that I'm just completely in favor of kicking all those people out. And when I told him that, he just accused me of like making up that position now because it's convenient and refused to retract his now lie about my position on immigration. So that is your person of low moral character, Distributus, who, there you go. Directly lying about me on Twitter.
It's so great. Yeah, you lied about your affirmative action position too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Tried to say you're all for affirmative action now.
Yes. Yes.
Because you said, look, at one time affirmative action may have been
May have made
reasonable.
sense, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not reasonable today, and that's
Right.
all. Well, look, you supported it theoretically in the past, therefore you support it now.
Right.
I'm looking for this comment that
Don't worry about it.
supposedly says how woke we are, but
it doesn't exist. Spoon just made it up, I guess.
Probably not. Yeah. Probably not.
So they have been that like a fucking year ago. Then they, like you said before.
Thank you, Slasher again. Yeah.
You said before. Oh god, what the hell did you say? Fucking hell, my mind went blank now.
The argument they had with Dave was embarrassing for them, because the distributor is very intelligent.
Yeah, but it's also because they're clearly going a certain way, which is why they have Dev on all the fucking time.
Yeah.
So Dev is a socialist now?
Why would be Sitch completely annihilated Dave and went off on him? It was great. It was amazing.
Dave is
like, shut the fuck up.
Dave the distributor.
I'm sick of what you're doing, bitch.
That is actually what happened. Dave the distributor is such an intelligent person that he's such a coward. He refused to answer any question directly, and instead goes on these like 20-minute tangents and loops around everything. So he hopes that you forget what the question was by the time he gets to the answer, because he doesn't want to answer the question because he knows it'll just make him look bad.
Right.
So
obfuscates for 3 hours that won't answer any questions directly. Yeah, look. Yeah. He should be embarrassed.
He should be. Also, like, I don't know. I've always gone out of my way to be, I thought pretty nice to Aiden, which I guess I don't know why I'm bothering doing that anymore. So.
Oh, really? You feel like this is shit talk? Look, Aiden, I got no problem with a little shit talking. If Aiden's shit talking, like, she's still welcome on the show. I don't care.
Sure, I'm not saying she's not welcome on the show. I'm just saying I've gone on my way to be nice to her several times, and defend her both publicly and privately, which I guess I'm just wasting my time too.
Really?
So, yes.
Look, you got to make this what you got to do.
I don't know why. I don't even know why I'm bothering at this point, but
if you don't make women cry on stream, they don't respect
That's
you.
A good point. That's a good point. Yeah. It's a great point.
Famously, everyone always accuses me of making Aiden cry.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if we went back and looked at that stream specifically, first of all, I think Aiden had a little too much to drink. And I do think Aiden turned on the waterworks to get a little bit of an advantage in the debate that we were having. I've gone back and listened to it a couple times, and it seems pretty obvious. I believe I even call it out. I'm like, I know what's going on here. Well, look, I knew I was in a situation. I can't win. Look, we got a bunch of simps in our chat.
See, normally this would be the time where I'd be like, listen, Adam, let's have some charity here. But I guess I'm not going to. I know. That's just going out the window now. I don't care.
I've been saving this. This is a perfect opportunity to bring this up. Yeah.
Right.
So, but it's people still bring it up in the comments from time. Oh, did Adam make her cry? Oh, look, a girl was on. Did Adam make her cry? It's like one girl, one time. And I think it was completely socially engineered so that you guys would be, oh my God, Adam, how dare you make her cry?
Okay.
She has boobies, Adam. Why are you doing this?
Okay.
It's just, that's like the internet mentality, Sitch.
Right.
It's true. It's true.
So I just want to hear get to how Brianna Wu is paying us.
Oh, okay.
I have a conspiracy theory.
You really want to share it here?
Chud Logic has shared it, so...
Oh, okay, there we go.
Should I?
Well, if somebody else has shared it, then fucking...
Chud Logic has not shared it about Adam and Sitch, but he shared it about a bunch of left...
I was about to say, this is borderline dishonesty here. If she's saying Chud Logic said this about us, that is a complete fabrication.
Sure.
So thank you, Aiden. Thank you for at least pointing out that Chud did not say this about us.
Wing YouTubers. So I'll give my conspiracy theory. This is not, by the way, meant in bad faith or as a attack or anything like that towards Adam and Sitch. I still like you guys, and I'm not trying to come at you.
I swear to God, woman, just fucking say the.
It's not bad faith or attack that I'm gonna make a conspiracy claim that you're being paid off to be dishonest. Okay, that's Aiden. If you actually believe that, you're fucking retarded. Like you're. I don't even know how to respond to that comment. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life.
Sitch, are you really getting upset by this?
Well, no, I'm upset.
This is
by
hilarious to me.
I'm upset by how stupid that is. You say like, listen, if you're gonna like make this claim about us and to make it, don't be like, listen, guys, I'm gonna say this in a good faith way, but I think that you're all being very dishonest for the money. What the fuck does that even mean? We actually, it's actually, you know what?
You're a grifter.
This is actually the irony of this is fucking hilarious. That actually Aiden could never appreciate. This is what I would always rib Brianna for doing, because she would do the same thing. She'd be like, listen, I understand you and I respect you, but you're fucking stupid. Right? Like she would do the same fucking thing and I would make fun of her for doing it. And now Aiden's literally about Brianna doing the same fucking thing. Like, listen, guys, I respect you and I still like you, but I think you're all highly dishonest people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's not a good move.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still don't care. Look, my reputation is unassailable. I don't give a fuck about this.
There you go. CT wants to remind you that how she defended you about making Aiden cry, and everyone was bitching to her about it. So, there you go. She even drew a picture about it.
Oh, nice.
But anyway, let's get to
what? I think I missed. What did CT say?
You can look in the DMs, but anyway.
Okay.
Or as a attack or anything like that towards Adam and Sitch.
That's right. You take it back before you even say it.
The worst part about this is that she said Adam and Sitch instead of Sitch and Adam. That's the unforgivable sin right there.
No, that part's based. What are you talking about?
No.
Look, this is why I don't worry about this kind of stuff. My reputation is unassailable here.
Right.
It just Adam and Sitch just sounds better. Everyone knows it.
Okay.
Still like you guys, and I'm not trying to come at you.
I swear to God, woman, just fucking say the thing and stop kissing their asses.
Is that?
Yeah, stop kissing our asses. Well, hold on, all right?
Okay, stop.
We're gonna make you cry.
I didn't hear this. Okay.
Actually, I do. Look, a little more ass kissing. Shut the fuck up, Spoon. A little more ass kissing, please. I like it. Sitch, chill out. We're gonna get to the good part.
If you want to kick it,
Chud Logic found out that a whole bunch of left-wing YouTubers, like including very small channels, were being paid by Brianna Wu's PAC to shill for left-wing politics, and Brianna Wu has been on their channel twice in the last year.
There you go.
There you go. That's it.
I'm very anticlimactic.
Right. I know. Okay.
Anticlimactic.
Not an attack. Listen, not an attack though, right? You're just being paid off. Right.
Come on, let's go back and listen to a little more of that.
I swear to God, woman, just fucking
bad faith.
No. Wait, I want to see what happened after. What are you doing?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Politics, and Brianna Wu has been.
Stop it.
Politics, and Brianna Wu has been on their channel twice in the last year.
There you go.
There you go. That's it. I'm not saying anything. I'm not even making a connection.
Oh, nice. More
I'm
ass
just saying
kissing.
these two things have happened, okay?
Whoa, my God. Aiden, stop being such a fucking coward. What is this? I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying these two completely not connected, irrelevant things, just in consecutive order for no reason. What is this?
Oh, man.
What the fuck is this? If you're going to accuse us of being bought out, just fucking say it. Like, what is this nonsense? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is highly offensive. We're bought out by JMac.
That's true, obviously.
Everyone knows.
Everyone knows that. It's public knowledge. Okay.
Yes, yeah. Just get over it.
Terrible.
Are we continuing?
Yeah.
These two things are true. Brianna Wu's PAC is paying a whole bunch of or not even bread tubers, like small lefty YouTubers to talk about left-wing politics and shill left-wing positions, because that's what Brianna Wu's into. And then they've had Brianna Wu on twice or three times, maybe even now. Okay.
And like every single time she gets mad at me and calls Sitch a gamer gator. It's like, what?
Yeah, did you listen to our conversations? I mean, we're like arguing with each other. Brianna Wu went on Destiny's subreddit and like
Yeah,
attacked you.
lied
Like,
about me,
yeah,
completely
like this is
savaged my
so fucking weird.
reputation.
Like,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, look, if Brianna, at least Brianna, look, if you want to pay us, fine, but build me up on Reddit a bit first.
Right.
Just saying. I'm not. It doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Yes, it does.
Just leaving it
Oh, look at this.
Mhm.
Shoe coming in. Oh, yeah, she means it.
there. Yeah, exactly. Daniel Stevens. Just leaving it there. Putting it out.
Fucking Californians.
I don't know. Maybe they honestly like having Braun Wu on. I have no idea. I mean, they've had me on. I'm not paying them any money, so you know.
Jesus Christ.
Next time you come on, you're paying us.
Yeah,
in.
exactly. Exactly.
Look, he thinks you're from California, Sitch.
He's a fucking retard.
Californians.
He's a Brit. He's a Brit bonger, isn't he? Or is he Australian? No, he's a Brit bonger, right?
Who knows? He's probably South.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know that we're a show coast to coast. Okay.
No, he is South African and moved to Great Britain to try to get past his South African.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So he's not even British of origin. He's what is South African, like Dutch or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I have looked at Suffragettes, but
no one has said that with a straight face.
What was that so hard, Aiden? A little bit.
No one would fucking have Brianna Wu on for anything unless they were paid. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Look. I don't. Chud Logic knows more about it than I do. You watch his coverage on it because he went through all of the.
He didn't mention us at all. We never came up on that show. What the heck? Why is she equating us to this Chud Logic?
I don't know. It's terrible.
I think it was President Sunday and Vosh or some. I can't remember. I listened to the stream. Somebody asked if we were going to cover it. So, but we were not mentioned in any of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This stuff because if you don't know, Chud Logic used to be kind of like a lefty guy. He knew all these people, a lot of these left-wing streamers, and he found out that a bunch of them were getting paid by Brianna Wu's pack. Yes, Chud Logic is a bread tuber he is a drama channel that is loosely associated, used to be loosely associated with BreadTube, but he is.
Oh, I feel more sorry for Chud Logic here after that.
Right.
Whoa. Shots fired. Chud. A bread tuber, huh? Oh, okay.
Is based as fuck, my dude. The other day, I was actually, this will be weird. I listen. I.
Okay, whatever. Okay. Well, I guess thanks for the very, very feminine attack on our character. Okay.
She's a woman. Sitch, why?
Right.
What are you saying?
Like the whole listen, I'm not gonna attack you, but let me attack you. It's like pretty crazy.
You don't like that?
Right. No.
That's a fun one.
Andrew Clark from Twitter says same episode, 1 hour, 1 minute, and 34 seconds. What happens then?
Oh, okay. Do we come up again? Well, we're living. This is the rent-free situation I'm always hearing about.
Well, I mean, they're covering our videos, our conversation with Carl. So.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. They're talking about us for 2 hours here, 3 hours and 40 minutes. This is rent-free.
I mean, I don't know how wasn't our talk with Carl 3 hours with 40 minutes? Wasn't I gone through most of it?
I guess you're right.
Yeah.
Look, you talk 90% of the time. I barely even talk. So
that's true.
It's annoying when people are like, Adam, like blah blah. It's like, dude, I barely said anything. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Blame Sitch.
I don't actually agree with that.
Because you're gonna get proven wrong by the Englishman himself here. That's not correct.
And also,
I'm sorry, Kizza, but that's just not true.
I'm also going to say this.
I mean, some of the aspects of what you said are true, but
history will prove Germany correct.
What?
About what? What does that even mean?
Oh, I think that was like a Holocaust joke.
Was it?
I think, yeah. That was definitely, that was about, World War II. History will prove Germany correct. Come on, Sitch. There's not much. I mean, there's really only one way you could.
Hold
What,
on.
Germany correct about the Volkswagen design? What do you think he's talking about here?
Let's see.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I too want to play Helldivers too, but I've been.
Hayden didn't even hear it. She's reading the chat.
No, I went back.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, managed democracy was actually the phrase they used.
What?
John Negi.
Oh yeah.
No, the poster literally says managed democracy. I'm like, oh my god,
yes,
this is so fucking cringe.
It is cringe. I've been distracted with stuff, but I should be able to get back into it. And look, it's also a really rough topic. Do you know what I mean? It's about false rape accusations. So it's kind of
managed democracy.
Oh no, that's also a rough topic, but but no, it's about false rape accusations. But I'd love to play Helldivers too. But like once I've started a project, I have to complete it, or else I'll go and fucking insane. But anywho, where was I? Oh, a Supreme Emperor Kizzer for £5 says, Aiden, liberalism is about liberty and is English. No, it is not. I don't think so. I don't think liberalism is actually about liberty. It is English, but I don't think it's actually about liberty. Communism is based on Marxism, which is a German collectivism.
I just want to interrupt for a second. It's very funny. You see what super chat is like paused on the screen for like the last however long.
Dr. Diddler, yeah.
What's Dr. Diddler talking about they unnerfed Tifa's titties. I just got distracted because I was like, I think it's so funny that that's been up there for like however long.
Dr. Diddler for the win.
Yes, very good.
I don't think so. I don't think liberalism is actually about liberty. It is English, but I don't think it's actually about liberty. Communism is based on Marxism, which is a German collectivism idealism.
I don't actually agree with that.
Because you're going to get proven wrong by the Englishman himself here. That's not correct.
And also,
I'm sorry, but that's just not true.
I'm also going to say this.
I mean, some of the aspects of what you said are true, but
history will prove Germany correct.
Some of the aspects of what you said are true, Kizza, but the totality of that is not accurate. Let's see.
Also, just because Marx was German does not mean Marxism is German. It's just from a German dude.
Right. Frog Jupiter for 5 says, Aiden, what do you think about physics?
Well, there you go. I don't know what the Germany is correct line means, but interpret it as you will.
You know what it means.
I mean, it doesn't seem good. Doesn't seem like a good statement, but there you go.
Seems horrendous.
Okay. Anyway, well, thank you, Andrew, for the drama. Okay.
Don't we have some more drama videos to watch? I feel like there's some other.
I don't think so.
Nobody's talking smack about us.
Right.
Oh, okay.
David Puff for 18 months. Thank you. Says, hey guys, shout out to Lucifer the Doberman who's going through some rough stuff. He's a little worse for wear, but he's okay. Send him some love. Well, it's good. I'm glad he's doing okay. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Lots of love.
Some love to Lucifer. Been a long time fan of the show.
That's right. Yeah. Lucifer and I have bonded over our both thinking that Devin Tracy is being just a silly person, a completely silly person.
There you go.
I think Devin Tracy's very funny, and I mean he's obviously very intelligent. I disagree with him on some things, and I agree with him on some other things, but I don't like him, being mean to Sitch and mischaracterizing Sitch's positions and stuff like that. I don't know why he has to do that. Yeah. Must be a Boy Scout thing.
Is he a Boy Scout?
He's an Eagle Scout. Does that sound familiar?
Isn't he like Australian or something?
No. He went to UCLA. Come on.
Devin Tracy?
Yeah.
Why did I think he's Australian? Is it just because he's a kangaroo avatar?
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
That would make sense.
I was like, do they even have Boy Scouts in Australia? What the fuck?
No, he's American.
Right.
Sitch, he's an American Eagle Scout.
Oh, okay. Then he should know better.
Yeah, exactly. You guys should be friends. I don't know.
Right.
I don't
How
get
dare
it.
He?
I don't get it. Yeah.
But yeah, definitely big shout out to Lucifer.
Yes. Yeah.
Eric Diote for $10 says, not the hero we deserve, but the hero we need, Blunty Fly for president.
That's exactly right. Look, I'm going to hit the back button and see if I can get some Blunty Fly jams.
He's a star of the show, Blunty Fly.
Adam Unfriended for $2 says,
what?
I gotta hit back because it's just playing the Aiden video.
He's a star of the show, Blunty Fly. Damn right he smokes.
Okay, let me finish it.
Blunty Fly.
Adam Unfriended for $2 says Blunty Fly for president. There you go.
There you go.
Blunty Fly. Get bluntified.
Okay.
Can't Blunty Fly. Blunty Fly.
Majin for 19 months says, I have nothing to add. I don't have any jokes or drawings for the show. Watch Space King. There you go.
Space King good?
I haven't seen it.
I started watching a movie last night. It was Spaceman with Adam Sandler. Have you seen that movie? It's on Netflix. It's kind of weird. I have not finished it.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's pretty freaky. You should check it out.
Arthur Tomlinson for 2 months says, no fault is a sham. Why do you get to break a contract consequence-free without just cause? Well, I mean, if you want to make a marriage that kind of contract, you can. It seems a little fucked up to me. If you're going to equate like marriage to a level of like a business contract or something. But seems a little different. Solid for $10 says, I like the daily streams, but didn't you say the daily videos are just exhausting outrage bait like Tim Pool, which is why you stopped the daily vids? Maybe I'm misremembering. I never said that.
You said that about when you were doing PSA Sitch on daily forever ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. But I was actually that was very difficult for me to produce the video.
Right.
And I didn't say that my videos are exhausting outrage bait. I was saying that, I believe I said, I can see why people go down the pathway of that becoming like the model. So,
right.
Which I mean, I feel like we're not doing that for our daily streams.
Well, I want to, but Sitch is being a big dick about it. So
that's true.
We can't really.
That's true.
Look, I can only do so much. I like the rage bait. I want to pump that rage bait up.
Jeremy M for $5 says, out of the Democrat primary candidates, who do you think is the best and why? I know there isn't much, but I'm curious. Oh my God, that's a difficult question. Who are we including in that category?
What do you mean? What's the question again?
Out of the Democrat primary candidates, who do you prefer and think is best and why?
Cenk.
There you go. That's the answer to the question.
I thought Dean Phillips, he seemed intelligent and well-spoken. Yeah, I like Dean Phillips. Sitch was really in love with Mariana Williams for a while.
That has long passed. My magical girl has betrayed me.
Oh, really?
She's very woke now. Or she was always very woke. I don't know.
Ouch.
I don't know if he's even officially running. I know a lot of people keep floating Wes Moore as a name. And all I know about him is that my dad read his book and really likes him. And apparently he got his life on track by joining the military or something, which sounds pretty based. So I'll go with Wes Moore just on that alone.
Westmore? Is that a candidate?
Wes Moore, W-E-S. Oh, okay. Is his first name Wes and then Moore, M-O-O-R-E.
I was going to bring up that video.
He did a book. I think he did, but I'm sure my dad told me about this a while ago. He did a book that was about how I think he met or knew another guy who was also, I believe, black, also named Wes Moore, who like basically went down like the bad pathway of like, drugs and crime and all this other stuff, and how he went down this pathway of like going into the military and like finding, becoming like a productive, healthy citizen, and how if it wasn't for like him joining the military or whatever, he could have seen himself going down the dark path like the other Westmore. I believe that's what the book was about. So, anyways, Nomad for $5 says, "How dare Philosophy 2 try to copy, steal a movie idea, and from Nicolas Cage especially? Shameful. S-Class is best class, and A-Team reigns supreme. Fly, Blunty, fly." There you go.
Based.
Donald Trump will
Vinny the
likely go
Doberman.
down in history.
Vinny the Doberman for 19 months says, "Bluntify is based. Hello, chat. Also, there you go. Thank you, Vinny." Grendel Vivat for $5 says, "Adam, why does the painting on your wall have its eyes covered? Was your sunglasses camera recognizing it too much?"
Yeah, I was going to change it out, mix it up a bit, and I just haven't had a chance. Just been super busy, so.
There you go.
Sitch, do you have the Anna Kasparian interview on?
I do.
Iced Coffee Hour?
Right.
I think this is where she mentions us, so.
Nice.
Let's just listen to a little.
Books on it's all political stuff, right? But I want to know, I want to know more about what I'm talking about. I want to make sure that I have considered all the perspectives. I listen to a wide range of political podcasts.
What political podcast do you listen to?
So I just started listening to, it's actually a radio show in the UK, but it's called LBC. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. Just came across it. James O'Brien is one of the hosts on this LBC network, and he's definitely more liberal. In terms,
have you watched that LBC? Is that good? I think Jordan Peterson was on there, and I watched it one time. So
I watched one episode. It might have been the Jordan Peterson episode because the little graphic looks familiar, but I don't remember what episode it was.
Of conservative content, I will listen to Ben Shapiro's podcast, Joe Rogan here and there, although some will argue he's not conservative. I don't really think he has a set political ideology, to be honest. Yeah. There's a YouTube show that I've been on twice that I actually really love, and I think they're more centrist, but it's called the Sitch and Adam Show. Are you guys familiar with that? Yeah, so I listen to
Nice.
She loves us. Oh,
Thank
so
you.
nice to be loved. Yeah.
Right.
That's great.
We gotta get her on a third time.
Hell yeah. Anna's welcome to come on anytime, actually.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. That was very generous of you.
Mainstream stuff, a lot of independent stuff, but different perspectives. Another conservative thing I'll listen to, it used to be the John and Ken show. Ken retired. Now it's just the John show. And it's a Los Angeles-based radio show that's definitely conservative. And I don't agree with them on everything, but every once in a while, one of the hosts would make an argument that would make me want to dig a little deeper. And then I would realize, no, they've got a point. I think I agree with them on this matter, right? Yeah. This one matter.
So when did you realize politics is something that you want to get involved?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, no, super based. Not only, first of all, correctly labeling us a centrist show. Okay.
Yeah. Well, look, I've been kind of vocal about I'm not going to call myself a centrist anymore. So I
sure,
think that's
we're
kinda
mask
why
on
she
centrist.
hesitated,
Hide the fact that we're centrist now.
Well, look, I'm like a center left liberal.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But you've been brought
I think
out
it's
by
pretty
you've
obvious.
been bought out by Brianna Wu, so that's why you're saying that.
Well, I mean, I'm open to offers.
But no, but also that she's listening to and talking about promoting the idea you should listen to people they don't agree with. See if they have good points. See what they're talking about.
Of course. Look, I do think my conservative brethren have a place in society. I don't buy into the greedy, racist, cruel stereotype for conservatives. I think obviously we need a cohort of people who are focused on protecting the gains of society.
Right.
From needless and potentially dangerous change. I think sometimes that change is good. Like obviously Sitch and I both support gay marriage, which, a lot of conservatives are against because they're nervous. This is going to wreck things.
Right.
So, but I don't think the evidence is there. And once we go long enough and everyone realizes society hasn't fallen apart, I think the conservatives will, fold that into their tradition as well. So. Yeah. So, but I'm very much I'm a rebel, man. I do like change. I do like new things. I think all of my intuitions are definitely more on the left. So, but everyone on the show knows that. It's funny because a lot of people think, oh my God, and would never say something like that because he would offend all of their MAGA supporting fans. That's just laughable.
True.
It's totally laughable. If anyone calls us like libtards more, it's our MAGA supporting fans.
Right.
Like they definitely know where we stand. So
right. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says San Diego is just emulating Diogenes' lifestyle. There you go. Zoke for $2 says watch Internet Historian's video of Coney 2012. I have. It's great. I forgot that he also did a video. Yeah. So Adam, you need to watch that video. Andrew Clark for $2 says this video, the one that we were watching with Aiden Spoon, is wild. Spoon claims fascism is based. Jesus Christ.
that guy's he's just it seems like he's just a contrarian. Like he just wants to say things that give you the biggest triggering.
Maybe just a cuck. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Oh, okay.
But sounds like one of these political LARPing guys.
That is a contrarian.
Yeah, I guess it can be. It can be. That's true.
Think I should read any of these books that wonder any of the books that were recommended by Philosophy Tube. They're probably all boring trash, huh?
Mm-hmm. I would imagine as much. So
that video is kind of boring trash.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to watch it without us, it'd be awful, right?
Of course. I never would. Not in a million, billion, trillion, gazillion years. What's up, Sitch?
Yeah, Jeremy M for $5 says they didn't really my queue. Oh, you didn't really answer my question. Are there any other news sites, channels you recommend so I can read, watch different sources? Nice to have different perspectives. Besides us?
Brianna Wu. Check it out. She's got an amazing channel.
First of all, you should watch The Young Turks, especially when Anna hosts alone.
Yeah, Young Turks on Wednesday is a must watch. Anna produces a show by herself. Like, watch the first hour. It's all Anna. So it is kind of fun when Anna pushes back on Jank. I do think Jank uses the greedy racist stereotype for conservatives kind of reflexively sometimes. And Anna will be like, no, like stereotypes are bad. We shouldn't do that. We should be sensitive to our conservative fans in the audience. And look, I think they're kind of building a more centrist audience, which is great.
Yeah.
So,
and Anna's been very good at, getting stories and reading stories, from a pretty fair perspective, in my opinion. So,
yeah.
I'd also recommend The Hill, The Rising, when Robbie and Brianna argue is always fun.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. They always have a good back and forth. You can get both sides of the issue generally. But I don't know, like beyond that, but the way that I consume content, especially now that we're doing daily stuff, is I kind of just like, I'll go on, X, I'll go on all the news sites, all the mainstream news sites. I'll start with all the mainstream news sites and then kind of work my way down to the less mainstream sites to just see what they're talking about, seeing if there's any story worth looking into to either talk about or to debunk, essentially. It's unfortunate. I can't really recommend like this is a guy who just goes around and like gives you like all the best, besides ourselves, of course, who gives you all the best like straight, story and all the straight information on all the news, getting the bottom of it. Because I don't know if that service really exists yet. So I don't know. Maybe we'll start doing that more. But it's an annoying skill to kind of develop to be able to like you basically have to go and like listen to all the people on the left or listen to like a handful of people on the left and then listen to a handful of people right who are good at like cultivating the news and assuming that whatever their version of the events are is probably like only 40% accurate just so you get the gist of what the story is. And then you have to go like, unfortunately, listen to either us or go do your own research to figure out what is actually going on in that story because it's probably, slanted in one direction or the other.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's the best answer I could give you to that question.
It's tough.
Moondoggy for $5 says, since you guys are socialists now, when are you going to share your wealth? Well, see, listen, we're socialists in the way that Hassan is a socialist, which means, do you want me to starve? Do you want me to be homeless? God, I'm going to live in a mansion and drive a sports car.
Yeah, of course.
There you go.
We love being rich and famous.
JMac, our surrogate father, for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I bought them and they obviously still have autonomy. I mean, I let Sitch flaunt his Tauran racism because I believe in freedom. That's true. That's true. JMac is a wise and benevolent father and buyer boss. He lets us say whatever we want, including being racist against his awful takes on Tauran, especially Tauran women, the worst of all women. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
God.
Cow women.
God, cow women. Terrible. Yeah. Terrible, Jay. Your worst take ever. You got to go with the penis-eared women, obviously.
Yeah. Where's my penis dancing girl?
There you go.
There she is.
Fondue for $2 says, by the way, Adam, you made 2 people cry. Did you forget Mr. Watson? Ouch.
Who? What?
Ouch.
Who did I make cry?
What's his name? For his first name?
No, I didn't make it.
Okay, forget it.
Who was it? No,
the Law of the Jungle guy.
Christian Watson.
Christian Watson. That was
you're so cruel. He didn't cry.
PLO2PL for 1 month says, Adam, I just know. Oh, I read that one. It was about wait, did you see that twice? That's about you covering the sunglasses.
Stephen Michael Davis is going to patch things up with Christian Watson. So.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Yeah. He's friends with Christian Watson. Remember when he came on and he asked about the Christian Watson situation?
Oh,
said,
yeah.
Just tell him I said he's a sophist.
Right. Oh, no. PLO just asked the same thing Rendell asked. Adam, I noticed you covered the eyes of the painting behind you because she kept stealing your sunglasses. LMAO. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I need my sunglasses now.
There you go. Not Alferez for $5 says, to be a bit of a good faith Gary, Aiden does outright call it a conspiracy theory, which implies she only thinks you could be one of those channels. I mean, it's a preposterous claim to make. Obviously. It's an insane, first of all, it's just an insane claim to make. So
it is insane because what Brianna Wu disagrees with everything we've said.
Not everything, but 80%, 70%. So.
Yeah.
I mean, she's becoming more and more
paying for this content.
I know.
Can
It's
you
what
imagine?
is she paying for? It's so weird. To me, it just shows a complete lack of this is what is going to be going on. Probably both these things. First of all, Aiden obviously doesn't follow our content for us to make such a stupid claim, or even suggest it's retarded. Number one. Number two, I guess, or Aiden is more familiar with our content. I don't know how she could listen to our conversation with Carl and think Brown was paying for this. And I think it's probably true, Aiden has become so radicalized and extremified in her own movement that, you know how the commies say that anyone who's not a communist is a right winger? They say there's no left wing party in America. There's just a right wing party.
Yeah, I heard Carl basically saying that for 3 hours.
Right. So I guess Aiden is just in the position where she's become so far on the right with her monarchy takes that she's saying there's no right-wing party in America. They're all just socialists. So she's become the opposite mirror of the socialists, essentially, in that regard. So that's the only thing I could think of how she could possibly perceive us as becoming leftists or woke or something. So
we're so woke.
I know.
Yeah.
Afro Fry Cook for $5 says, I think Spoon is referring to continental liberalism being right, which is a tad weird for a monarchist. Oh, I had no clue what. Maybe there's some broader context in the stream, but I have no clue what he was referring to with the German thing. But maybe. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, check DMs. There is exciting news. There you go, Adam. You have exciting news in your DMs, apparently.
I love exciting news. Who
I
said
hope
that?
it's not about Bluntyfly. Andrew
Where's
Clark.
Oh, okay. Andrew Clark. Let's see here.
Right.
Oh yeah, that darn kidda might is interviewing Warren Smith. It seems, which is the viral teacher. So.
Oh, nice. That's good.
Yeah, well, looking forward to watching that. Definitely.
Great.
I like
Good for
Kidda.
her.
I want Kidda to blow up and be a big
Yes.
YouTuber. Yeah,
Yes.
she's great. She's awesome.
She is.
Yes.
Sell it for
Big
$2
Kidda
says
fans, but not too big, okay? I
That's
don't want
true.
her to turn evil. I don't want
No, she has to.
that darn Kidda to
That's
be
true.
that dark Kidda
That's true.
and be like, let me expose all of my DMs with Adam. It's like sometimes people go crazy.
There you go.
Hopefully, I don't think darn Kidda seems pretty
grounded. Pretty
Yeah,
awesome.
I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah. But it does happen sometimes.
Sella for $2 says, be prepared for JJ to call you guys conservatives.
JJ? Who's JJ?
Who's JJ?
Is that on the podcast?
Oh, the PF Young guy? The guy that PF Young debated?
Oh, that's, I don't care.
Okay.
I'm over that. It's I kind of have adopted a real just kind of fuck it attitude towards what people say. There's a lot of delusional people out there. So it is what it is.
J-Mac again.
You yawning?
Yeah, I am.
I'm ready to pull out another video.
I've been waking up early.
Days.
I've been waking up early. So.
Oh, I guess because we're doing the daily stream, so it's like Sitch is getting spoiled here. He's like, oh yeah, these 1.5, 2 hour streams are
I know.
These are great.
We got to do it tomorrow too. It's terrible.
Do we? You and I have to do it tomorrow? Oh wow. I had no idea.
Have to do it tomorrow. Okay.
I didn't know our relationship had graduated to that stage, but
there you go. I'm glad there you go.
I guess.
I can.
I'm apprehensive here. I'm a married man, Sitch.
Even though it's the future, I can see the Sammy G writing down emoji.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes, Sammy G.
Yeah, just keep screaming. Here it comes, Adam, in a higher and higher pitch.
Here it comes. What? Why? Okay. And there it is. That's right. Sammy G. Big eyes. I caught you guys. I got the next clip for my video collection.
There you go. Yep.
God, I love it's so awesome being trolled by a bunch of girls, Sitch. It's amazing. People say women don't troll, but look.
Right.
Yeah.
Terrible. Okay. Nomad for $5 says, normies watch Destiny, idiots watch Hassan, but real centrists watch Sitch and Adam. True.
Yeah.
Right.
See, we have very intellectual humor on this channel that oftentimes goes over people's heads.
Of course. Very intellectual humor, like you screaming, here it comes.
Well, that wasn't particularly intellectual. But
very highbrow. We're very highbrow here. Okay.
That was very lowbrow. Look, we run the gamut. We try to have a wide spectrum of entertainment on this channel. Okay.
Right. True.
We keep it real.
Okay. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, dishonesty is calling someone paying children to suck their toes and lick their feet groomer, or calling someone handing child porn to children groomer. I mean, those are both.
Well, then
disgusting.
You can definitely call them a groomer, but people are throwing it around a little more willy-nilly than that. They're not
That's true.
Yeah.
Luke W for 8 months says, you guys had Anna on twice now. Is she paying you? That's right. Listen, you guys, I didn't want to say anything, but we're actually being paid not by the Young Turks, but by Jank for president.
Yeah, totally.
Full on endorsement of Jank for president, part of the super PAC or whatever he's got going on. Fondue for $5 says, I've always had better talks when people think I'm on their team. One time was even called comrade ironically. That's hilarious.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah, that's cool.
I skipped your super chat, J-Mac? How did I do that? I did skip it. I'm sorry. You're right.
What are you doing,
I
Sitch?
know. What a fuck
You're
up.
fired.
You can't fire me.
You're fired.
My name is the first in the show, bitch.
J-Mac, look, it just became the Adam and Jay show.
Okay. J-Mac, our surrogate father for $20, says Space King pilot was absolutely hilarious. It's like South Park and Rick and Morty had a baby and slathered it in 40K paint. Would recommend. My wife and I were laughing out loud.
Well, we'll have to check that out. Space
I
King,
saw a lot of people talking about that. It was a Flashgits cartoon. Is it going to actually be like a pilot? I thought it was just like another Flashgits cartoon. So.
TV series 2024 Space King. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Nice. Flashgits stuff is always hilarious. So I'm glad this is really good. Okay. I'll check it out. Will it be funny if I don't know anything about 40K? That's the question. Okay, where was I? Argyle for $2 says Adam is very smelly.
True.
Wow. Okay, there you go. Andrew Clark for $2 says, in that stream, Aiden blows up at you guys. For what? Did we didn't,
yeah, give us some timestamps. Come on, we want to see that.
We didn't talk about her at
show.
all in the Sargon conversation, did we? I don't remember bringing her up at all. Just blow up about something ideological. I don't know, whatever.
Well, I mean, I did say she faked crying.
Yeah,
she's a crying grifter.
Right, but that was today. Majin for $5 says, oh, I do have something to add other than watching Space King. Sitch, have you been paying attention to Gamergate 2 Sweetest of Babu? Oh my, I did see something about that, and now I'm totally blanking on it. I think I saw something about it today. What was that? What was it about? I read an article about it and I said, that's hilarious. Oh, it was about Sweet Baby Inc., right? Something about that? Well, let me know. Maybe we'll talk about it on Monday. Metalworks $411.95 says, I wish Ian Miles Chong made bad YouTube videos. Would like to see you guys tear him a new one with all his Russia simping and other bad takes. Yeah, Ian's a weird dude. It's kind of hilarious because like he's a person who just keeps latching on to other people like a parasite and tries to drain them and suck up like their status to move up in the world. And for some, I have no fucking clue how. Somehow he's latched on to Elon Musk, who tolerates his parasitical behavior. And it's hilarious to see him just basically regurgitate every Elon Musk position that he possibly can, which is kind of funny. And people have actually posted, I think, I've seen screenshots of like how his position just changed to match Elon's over time, which makes sense. But I'll always remember Ian as the person who, Ian had a dispute. He had a channel with God, what was his name? It's late, so I'm forgetting all the names now.
Who? What are you talking about?
Okay, Adam is like fucking not paying attention.
No, who's so Ian Miles Chong we're talking about?
Remember he had and Worski. Andy Worski.
He doxed or
he had a channel with Andy Worski and they had some kind of falling out and they were had some kind of disagreement about who should control the channel or own the channel or whatever. So he did some weird thing. I think it was Andy Worski, where he was like trying to get the channel in trouble and he still had like power over it. So he like changed all the thumbnails to gay porn or something and then reported it to YouTube to try to get Andy in trouble. And then on top of that, and a far more egregious than that, which is already fucked up, he called the police and told them he swatted Andy Worski. He called the police and told them that he had a bunch of drugs and weapons and he was going to do something crazy. Okay. And it's just kind of totally foul and disgusting to me that this piece of shit who doxed a YouTuber over YouTube, some kind of YouTube drama, not doxed, sorry, swatted a YouTuber, tried to get him arrested or shot by the police, that anyone would fucking tolerate this disgusting, piece of trash that is Ian Miles Chong. After that, right?
I agree. Look at it. Yeah,
and he also,
don't
I mean,
mess with
that's not
swatters.
even the first time he swatted. He swatted some other guy.
Did he really?
Yeah, and I think the dog story is like was not true or whatever, but he swatted some other guy, and I think it was like the wrong guy or something. So, the whole thing's fucking.
Ouch.
But anyway, Ian Miles, total piece of shit. So. JMac for $10 says, my wife heard you ask that, Sitch, and said yes from the other room. She doesn't know anything about 40K except for the bare minimum. Well, there you go. Thank you, Mrs. Mac.
Right. Even
Good to
though
know.
it could be true or untrue. Who knows?
So we'll see. Okay.
Just give it a shot. Maybe
I'll give
you'll
it a shot,
like it.
obviously. I like
weird.
flash gets. Okay, let me read the Streamlabs. Sodoge for $2 says, who cares about this? Let's talk about Ayla's birthday stream. 37 people all at once. Absolutely gross. On a completely unrelated note, Sitch, we've sent the invitations out for your face reveal stream. Screening people now. Disgusting. Disgusting, Sodoge. Wow. Horrible.
What does that mean?
So there was some girl, I guess, I'm assuming she's like a porn star or something, who... like for her birthday, she like got she was like gangbanged for her birthday or something. And she was like talking about it on
You're
Twitter.
gonna do that? You're
and it was very
that,
gross.
Sitch?
No, I'm not gonna do that. No.
Okay.
I believe in listen, I'm a good Judeo-Christian, okay? I believe in a one man, one woman relationship.
Right. Okay.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, my guess in the Star Wars role, and this is related, like maybe pitching an ad lib thing to the director, getting a yes or whatever, and taking that as stolen valor. Oh, relating. No, I think I don't know. I had some impression. There's an article I think I read that PhilosophyTube had a bigger thing than just some kind of like than just like some kind of ad lib or something. Oh no, I see. Wait, I misread. You're saying my guess is the Star Wars role and the stealing thing are related. Like maybe pitching an ad lib thing to the director, getting a yes or whatever, then taking that as stolen valor. Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe. I mean, it sounds like. Well, I don't know. PhilosophyTube's kind of a retard, but it sounds like they're claiming that they did something actually written. They wrote something down or something. So I don't know. They wrote something down, but we don't know because they're a fucking coward. They won't be specific. So.
Yeah, we got to see the details.
Like all good feminist socialists, right? Revolutionaries. Dr.
We got to be part of the we got to know the details of the situation so we can be the jury.
That's right. Dr. Liv for $9 says, I watched most of this in December and described it as 1 hour of liquid shit. Now the memories are coming back, and I might say those words have aged like a fine toilet wine. I mean, I agree. 1 hour of liquid shit is a pretty appropriate thing for that PhilosophyTube video. So that's pretty accurate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That might be even a little too generous. I mean, at least with liquid, it came out easily, right? That was more like 1 hour of like explosive stuff.
Should I do that, Sitch? Should I get a bunch of like really eccentric outfits and
yes,
like work on my production design and it'd just be like super.
I think you should get
queer.
I think you should be more gay. I'm sorry. I think you should be more queer for the stream. I think you should get more and more eccentric outfits, and very, very slowly we'll get you into a dress.
Well, I'm not gay, so, but I mean, I could be queer.
You could be
basically
queer,
queer means
whatever you want it to mean.
Heterosexual,
right?
But friendly towards the gay community.
Queer can mean anything you want it to mean. Okay.
I mean, I'm in favor of gay marriage. So look, you guys get gay married all you want.
Adam, do you believe that like you should be in a relationship with your wife and no one else?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's like a kind of sexual orientation that's not straight. There's some name for that probably. So there you go, you're queer.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good.
There you go.
Now I feel special.
Right. And Dr. Diddler for $2 says, implying the natives tried to screw other tribes would mean they were susceptible to the same greed and will to conquer as everyone else, as opposed to the noble savages they obviously were. True. Dr. Dealer for no $2 says, Abby implying the natives live collectively like communist hippies is ironically doing the same thing she accuses of colonizers, forcing everything not understood through a European lens, in this case, communism. That's a great point. That's very true. Dr. Dealer for no $2 says, imagine shelling out money to this melodramatic clown for months only to get an extended game of dress up and a sermon, but the preacher is too fucking last to put the pages, quotes, and sources on screen. There you go.
Yeah. Ouch.
Yeah, it's weird that she would like throw up some kind of like random source, but she wouldn't say like what she drew, like what she was saying was from the source. So just like flashing a source that's like, well, what does that mean, right? And it wasn't even like a direct source. It's like I read a book and then I just made up something that even they said wasn't even in the book. So let me just flash the name of the book on screen. It's like, what the fuck?
I read all of Edmund Buck.
There you go. Dr. Do It for $2 says, I was going to buy a year of Nebula to let you guys use, but all the leftists I checked put basically used it for videos also on YouTube or worthless junked. I checked Second Thought and Big Joel and saw there was no reason to buy. Oh. Well, there you go. Listen, you don't have to thank you, Dr. Diller, but we'll shell out for Nebula when PhilosophyTube's movie comes out, because we're going to have to do a review of that, obviously.
Are we going to cover the Frogan story tomorrow?
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah.
We can talk about Frogan. Frogan, which is one of the worst fucking streaming names of all time.
Frogan.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, if PhilosophyTube were at height, she might start to wonder why far-left ideology is so overrepresented in trans circles. Theoretically, it should be relatively even spread out. Really makes you think. There you go. It's true.
It does, yeah.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, PhilosophyTube, quote, we had to go around the public health system to get the help we needed because we trans people know what's best for ourselves, end quote. Oh, that's interesting. Let's Google PhilosophyTube's thoughts on anti-vax and its mockery. That's a very interesting contradiction you've pointed out. There you go. Dill's elephant-sized fly for $2 says, Blunty Fly is a hunky guy. This beefcake of a womanizer gets all the fine madams. He drops loads wherever he lands, and the girls love it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Stop whining, Sitch. This knocked out lady killer of a fly will leave some women for you. There you go. Disgusting, but there you go.
Yeah, just don't be so jealous, okay?
Right. That's obviously what's going on.
It's just a fly with a blunt, okay?
Okay.
You'll live.
CT for $2 says, fun fact, we just found out one of my friends is considered dead by the government. Yeah, he's not. Or he's a very talkative ghost. Either way, it's funny. Now he has to make an appointment and prove to them he's alive. LMAO. How did that even happen? Wow. That's so weird. That's fucking weird.
Yeah, that's not good.
Academic Agent. Look at that. It's Academic Agent for $2. It says, what's this,
Quackers.
Sitch? Quacker says, what's this, Sitch? You've been seeing this utensil behind my back? I thought what we had was special. Well, there you go.
Right.
There you go.
How do we get Dak Katie back on the show?
Why do you hate me?
Firecracker.
Why do you hate me so much, Ed?
That's just good. It's good content. People like to see people suffer.
God.
Katie was great, man.
Okay.
She kept throwing out that like notice me energy, and Sitch was just completely oblivious to that.
I mean, I literally was. I wasn't even looking at the screen, so
it was hilarious.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways,
she thought Sitch was going to be her Jewish prince. Come and save her.
Nope. Stop it. Anyways.
That's it. Look, I feel like we should look. I'm ready to pull up another video here.
It's 11 o'clock at night. I'm done.
Look, I got some other videos.
Throwing in the towel. We got a stream tomorrow. Gee.
Oh, look at this.
Gee, look at this fucking guy here.
Oh, man. This is weakness. I smell weakness here. Okay, I guess if we have to quit. I mean, I'm going to be bored, Sitch. What am I going to do?
You can go spend time with your wife.
Sitch, come on now. I want to hang out with you. Look, we're hanging out with the guys. What are you talking about?
Okay. I know.
I can't believe you said that.
I know.
So soy. That
Terrible.
was so cucked.
I know.
How dare you?
Look at this. Did you hear that, fella? Hanging out with your woman is gay. Okay.
Yeah. Look,
There you go.
Look, we're men. We make beef jerky.
Right.
We fire firearms in the house.
Right.
Okay. Can't believe we haven't even streamed 7 hours.
There you go. Okay.
Oh wait, we passed 7 hours. I guess. I guess it's time to throw in the towel. I guess we know who the pussy is on this one.
There you go.
We know who the quitter is. Okay. The quitter.
How about this? Okay, listen, Adam, we could stream for longer, but tomorrow you can get all the stories for tomorrow. How about that? You hear that? You hear that? The fucking harmonica comes out immediately. Look at that shit. Oh my god. Andrew Clark for $5 says, I'm looking to some good moments. But Aiden is indignantly nitpicking all of your arguments, essentially the conservative/CP comparisons. Well, thank you, Andrew. Don't listen. But thank you, Andrew. You don't have to do that. Don't worry about it. You've done enough for drama, so
yes.
I don't know if I want to watch any more of it.
You've done your duty.
Yes, but thank you, Andrew.
Yes.
JMac, our surrogate father, for another $20 says, "Go watch Space King, Adam." There you go. That's how you get spend
Where can I watch this, Space King?
It's on YouTube.
I guess I'll. Okay. If it's on YouTube, yes, I'll be watching it shortly.
Right. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true free will seekers. You are the true knowledgers of knowledge. You are the true truthers of truthiness. You are the true freers of all that is free. You are the true enlightens of enlightenment and the true individualisms of individuals. And we'll see you all tomorrow.